Excelsior, everyone. Exodiafic here, ready to entertain you once again with another thrilling audiobook. Today, we dive into What If Sasuke Became the Saint Wizard of Rizz? Part, a gripping one-shot that's sure to leave you on the edge of your seat. Before we jump in, don't forget to subscribe to the channel and hit that like button to show your support. Also, be sure to check the description for more details and to support the brilliant author behind this breathtaking masterpiece. Now, without further ado, let's begin.
Chapter 1. An Early Fated Encounter. Clang, clank, clang. Steel clashing steel. This was the sound anyone was going to hear if they were close enough. The cacophony emanated in the vast milieu like fierce thunder strikes, as loud and ear-shattering as the constant roars of lightning itself. Inside a large, deserted castle, which was obviously just a shadow of its former glory. Surrounded by snow, atop a snowy mountain in a place which can only be described as a frozen wasteland. Snow pouring furiously as if it had a deep grudge on the earth below. A world ruled by ice and snow that no life form can possibly survive for more than a day. This world was one of Kaguya, the rabbit goddess created worlds. One of her dimensions. One of her playground of the dozens she's created. There stood two young men, weapons firmly locked in place. Both combatants held their places, never letting each other overpower the other. A medium-sized crater was forcefully created beneath their feet due to the sheer strength and force that their blows had contributed. Sparks flew wildly as their weapons ground. Clang. The two combatants faced each other, fury and irritation apparent on their faces, and with earth-shattering force, struck each other's weapon one last time before jumping away from each other. TCH. Grunted one of the two. The young man in question had a furious scowl on his, once calm and unemotional facial features. Spiky jet black hair which seemed to defy gravity, settled on the back of the man's head. Chin-length fringe framed his unblemished face and large, also chin-length bangs concealed his left eye. He has somewhat handsome features, with pale, smooth skin which had numerous scratches on it seemingly just received from the battle currently unfolding. He sported a pair of sharp, unyielding black eyes which seems to peer into your very soul. Straight, pointed nose and thin lips held a deep frown. He wore a simple black-colored high-collared, long-sleeved shirt with the Uchiha crest proudly emblazed at the back, along with a simple black baggy ninja pants. The top part of his outfit was partially hidden under a black-colored waist-length cloak, which also had his clan's crest etched at the back. The left sleeve of his shirt fluttering wildly in the cold wind as it wasn't housing an arm from the elbow down. His remaining hand clutched his majestic sword, the sword of Kusanagi, in reverse grip, ready to block or parry should the enemy strikes. This was Sasuke Uchiha. The last Uchiha, brother of Itachi Uchiha by blood and of the future 7th Hokage, Naruto Uzumaki by bond. A veteran of the 4th Shinobi World War and ultimately an important factor in defeating the goddess Kaguya. Wielder of the legendary Jujutsu, the infamous Rinnegan, which oddly enough isn't activated. I don't have enough chakra to activate the Sharingan yet, let alone the Rinnegan. Seems traveling to Kaguya's dimensions drained me much more than I initially thought. The ninja muttered to himself in frustration. After mastering it, Sasuke had been repeatedly using his Rinnegan's time-space portal for the last 2 days and had finally stripped him off of most of his chakra and rendered his chakra pool almost empty, silently cursing his luck, or lack thereof, as he thought he'd be able to rest for the time being and hopefully gather enough chakra to conjure a portal straight back home. But alas, his abysmal luck was so bad that his pursuer, which he never knew he had spotted the place where he was resting and instantly attacked him like a rabid dog as soon as he laid eyes on the Uchiha, which led to his current predicament. I need at least a minute for the Rinnegan's activation, he concluded with certainty. He clutched his aching left eye and closed it in hopes of speeding up the Rinnegan's cooldown process. He looked ahead to see the lone figure calmly standing there, as if assessing his every move and action. The ninja's pursuer sported a deathly pale complexion only native to the Otsutsuki clan. Calm and delicate features graced his face, with wide, pupil-less white eyes below the egg-shaped markings which served as the man's eyebrows. The hereditary Jujutsu which the elite Hyuga clan of Konoha possesses, as well as the rabbit goddess herself, the Byakugan, stared at him blankly. Slicked-back white hair which was tied into a long ponytail that's covered in a see-through cloth akin to the traditional bridal cloth. A white and lavender-colored kimono-style clothing was his choice of apparel. And finally, he wore a pair of wooden geta as a substitute for sandals. How he managed to match his every move while wearing those was beyond him. Sasuke had to admit, he had to give his enemy a credit for that. But what made his enemy truly fearsome was his seemingly experienced and extremely polished swordsmanship which almost rivaled even his own in terms of pure skill. Coupled with his frightening taijutsu, which apparently can shatter large boulders in one blow, wasn't at all suited for his short stature. But most notable of all was a pair of Rinnegan eyes which were comfortably placed in both of his palms. It reminded him of Danzo and the Konoha leader's appendage, only serving to further escalating his ire. But unlike his own single Rinnegan, or any previous Rinnegan wielders, his pursuer's version was blood red in color. He had managed to sneak a peek whilst clashing swords with him. But so far, his enemy hadn't used his Rinnegan at all. The other Rinnegan wielder hasn't yet displayed his Rinnegan's true capabilities. Maybe aside from the standard 7 paths of the Rinnegan, the enemy's Jujutsu were mostly unknown to him. The black-haired ninja wasn't convinced that his Rinnegan was a normal pair or doesn't possess certain abilities, if the Rinnegan's strange placement and color was of any indication. Sasuke couldn't help but wonder if his enemy restricted the use of his Rinnegan just because he didn't want to use it, or for the sole purpose of showing the Uchiha just how much inferior he is to the Otsutsuki, and that he can easily win the scuffle without the use of its abilities. He didn't know. But regardless, him and his secondary Jujutsu is an anomaly altogether. If there was anything the Uchiha learned in his life as a shinobi, it was to never underestimate an opponent. Sasuke applied that rule in every battle thus far, and it mostly secured him the win. Foolishly underestimating an enemy and letting your guard down could very well lead to your own demise. Hell, Naruto was the living testament to. Same grin still plastered on his fragile-looking face. My name is Momoshiki Otsutsuki. Remember it, intruder. Before Sasuke can even think of anything, the now known as Momoshiki spoke again. As for what I want, your intrusion to our seabeds is intolerable. A punishment is in order. Surrender now, and your death will be swift and painless. I will even reward you, human, by letting me turn you into a chakra fruit to be consumed by me. In that sense, you'll continue to live on as part of me and your abilities and my glorious possession. Momoshiki finished as he shifted in his stance. Momoshiki? The name oddly felt familiar to the former Avenger. Maybe he had read it in one of those stone tablets he unraveled in one of Kagaya's dimensions. Sasuke was also in deep contemplation as to what seedbed means. The Uchiha finally recovered enough chakra to activate the Sharingan and had instantly done so the moment his chakra threshold reached for the activation of his clan's Jujutsu. Sasuke's calculating eyes scanned the battlefield for escape routes. Red glowing orbs with 3 tomos spinning ever so slightly around the pupil darted across the area, subtly searching for his goal. So far, the Uchiha only found 4 large windows that were at least 100 yards away. He can easily cross the distance but immediately dumped that idea. He doubted that the Otsutsuki couldn't be able to keep up with him should he dash towards the windows. His pursuer was easily keeping up and even matches every move, speed and all, the entire time. If he were to escape and go out into the open, it would allow more breathing room and flexibility for the Uchiha. But remembering where they were only made the idea even more of a bad one. As currently there's a harsh snowstorm outside, he doubted he'd survive the weather if he was exposed in it in his current condition, and he would rather not risk getting frozen to death in this cold and barren land. Sasuke cursed slightly under his breath for his ineptitude. Perhaps his battle sense had been dulled throughout the years. After the war, when all the shinobi nations united, when bridges were made, and friendships across the nations were finally possible. After peace had descended across the world, and Naruto was proclaimed the hero of the war, he had decided to travel the world on a journey of repentance. To see the world of what he has been blind to, and also make sure to investigate Kagaya's origin while he's at it. But so far in his travels, nobody really wanted to fight the Uchiha while knowing who he was and what his deeds were, particularly the negative ones. Lest they suffer a horrible and painful death, for he was after all the former S-ranked criminal who had slaughtered countless innocent lives. A mass-murdering monster, a vengeful psychopath who would cut down precious lives without a second thought, all for the accomplishments of his goals. The villainous defiant known as Sasuke Uchiha. But he digress. He wasn't that cruel and merciless. At least not anymore. Sometimes, he would visit a village to rest for the night, or to simply purchase some supplies or eat a decent meal at a decent eatery. Whenever the villagers gets a good look at him, or get a glimpse of the Uchiha crest at the back of his cloak, they'd then realize that this was the rogue S-ranked missing Nin, the Sasuke Uchiha they know and hate. They would then instantly scamper away from the raven-haired former outlaw, hiding behind the safety of their homes and other random establishments that didn't yet lock their doors for fear of him entering it. Parents protectively shielding their sons and daughters and then quickly escaping the Uchiha's peripheral vision, silently thanking the gods that the murderer didn't kill them just from being in his line of sight. And the few who actually had enough guts to be in his presence always kept a considerable distance away from him. His mere presence alone causes the weak-hearted villagers to faint. It was ridiculous, but oddly amusing at the same time. He genuinely thought they were overreacting, but given his past status and wrongdoings, it was somewhat understandable. His nefarious actions were without a doubt already widely known throughout the elemental nations even before that horrid war started. And Sasuke guessed it isn't just going to be forgotten that easily anytime soon, even with his major contributions in the war. Several years from now, maybe. But he doubted that he would truly be forgiven, though. Not that he cares, of course. Barring a few ignorant thug groups, and that Dark Thunder group who was ruining his already terrible image because of their pompous leader and her jujitsu. Though he had dealt with them fairly easily, and was even kind enough to pardon what the Chinook heiress had done. Not once after that had he fought anyone at all. He guessed years of no fighting, strategizing, and assassinating slightly keyword being slightly mellowed his fighting instincts and senses. Though he did train occasionally if not every day, so at the very least he wasn't as rusty as his rival. But if there were actually people who'd willingly foolishly fight him, even then they'd never even be a warm-up for him. Such was his life. He was snapped from his musings when he saw Momoshiki get into a ready position, probably to attack him once more. He raised his weapon for the clash that's about to happen. Then the albino Otsutsuki's smirk stretched wider. Sasuke's eyes narrowed at that. He's planning something. The dark-haired man carefully deduced. Someone with half a brain could conclude as such. Sasuke raised his guard even further, anticipating for even the slightest twitch of motion from his enemy using the Sharingan. Sasuke reminded himself that he was very close in solving the mystery that's shrouding the rabbit goddess and of the Otsutsuki clan, that he can't afford to die here. He must relay the scrolls he'd found to Konoha at all cost. The shinobi world depends on it. He was tired, very tired. But he wasn't about to succumb to the exhaustion just yet, although it was probably marred on his face. But on the other hand, appearing to be tired can make the enemy drop his guard in most cases. But regardless if he's tired or not, however, he was on a mission, and he wasn't about to fail. Sasuke had gathered enough chakra for the Rinnegan now, but its ocular abilities was not charged yet. 30 seconds to go, thought the Uchiha impatiently as he carefully counted the remaining time that's hindering the ninja from using his supreme Jujutsu, waiting for it to be available once more. Out of nowhere, Sasuke felt a presence other than the Otsutsuki that's in front of him. The ninja instinctively looked at the ground and saw a shadow looming overhead, a shadow that's rapidly growing in size the more he looked at it. Above, Sasuke mentally exclaimed, realizing what the shadow was. With extreme speed, Sasuke jumped away to dodge from what he thought was his impending doom. Turns out, he was right after all, as a split second after he had jumped away, a large, red poleaxe seemingly made of pure concentrated chakra was swung with immense strength and blinding speed that would have been impossible to dodge even for Kaga-level shinobi. Boom. The massive axe impacted the ground where he was previously standing and resulted in an explosion of dust and rubble. The resulting shockwave and some rubble still hit him though, further flinging him outwards and disrupting his maneuverability and effort to straighten himself. Shit, I forgot about the other one. Sasuke cursed mentally. He was too preoccupied in fighting the Otsutsuki that he forgot about his subordinate. The fact that he forgot about his enemy's ally in a dire situation like this was something completely unacceptable in his standards. Sasuke berated himself for his incautiousness. Sasuke steadied himself in midair and landed a distance away from the duo. When the dust cloud finally clears, Sasuke saw the one who had escaped his notice. He was a large, hulking man, currently towering over the shorter of the two. He was very tall. Sasuke extrapolated that the newcomer easily dwarfs even Ei, the fourth Raikage, who was arguably one of the largest shinobi in the elemental nations. Sasuke once again berated himself for having forgotten the very palpable man. He wore a white cloak over his head, partially covering his face, only showing his left Byakugan eye and his large singular horn that's protruding towards the left side of his head. The cloak extended to his shoulders, also covering it. Like Momoshiki, he also wore a white and lavender-colored kimono-style battle outfit over his overly large torso. Only it was much more larger in size than Momoshiki's. Abnormally huge hands that can easily grip an average human's body and crush it just as easily. Over his back was a red, circular arc of pure chakra which acted as the burly man's weapon generator. Heh, you really have gotten slow, Kinshiki. The white-haired Rinnegan wielder casually mocked, commenting on the hulking man's failed attempt at a sneak attack. Oddly enough, the smaller of the two wasn't even close to being disappointed. Momoshiki's grin stretched further at this development. The human just dodged a sneak attack from Kinshiki, who was praised among the Otsutsuki clan for his sheer speed and agility. Despite his size, the large Otsutsuki was actually one of the fastest fighters in the clan. And to have dodged an attack, let alone an actual sneak attack, was extremely impressive in his standards. No one has ever dodged a blow from him, not until the dark-haired Uchiha. Looks like he was going to enjoy this after all. 10 seconds. Sasuke subconsciously counted, anticipating the return of his Rinnegan's ocular prowess. Forgive me, Momoshiki-sama. It will not happen again, spoke the large one, Kinshiki, in a deep, raspy voice. Kinshiki was just as surprised as Momoshiki, though. He hadn't expected this intruder to last this long against his master, and he's even fast enough to dodge his attack. That plan, to let Momoshiki-sama engage the human in battle and attack where the enemy least expect it, was impeccable. And his speed, which surpasses lightning speed by a large margin, was supposed to be more than enough to ensure its success. This human was fast. Extremely so. This was not going well for the Uchiha at all. The smaller Otsutsuki, who was inferior in overall physical stats than the larger Otsutsuki, was already keeping him occupied. The addition of this newcomer will further raise the difficulty level of the Uchiha's task. To escape this situation with his life, Sasuke's battle-trained mind already whirled on how to make this dire situation to his advantage, no matter how impossible it is, predicting every possible outcome in every possible scenario. And with the duo's speed, 9 seconds is too large a time frame. The Uchiha stared dispassionately at his opponents, taking note on Kinshiki casually reaching to his back for another set of blades. He watched the duo's short interaction and the smaller Otsutsuki striding ahead of the large, albino Otsutsuki. Then became wary as he saw Momoshiki nodding to Kinshiki, seemingly giving him a silent command. 5 seconds. Kinshiki flickered in a form of pink lightning, disappearing from his previous position and appearing directly above the Uchiha, raising his blades in an attempt to slash his target in a downward stroke. Sasuke already anticipated this, though, and proceeded to block the larger Otsutsuki's powerful blow. Clang. Jichike. Sasuke grunted as the entire force of the blow fell on his sword, towards his hand and onto his body like a strong shock of electricity, feeling his bones creak under the pressure. A crater started forming underneath the ninja's buried feet. The dark-haired man quickly dislodged his feet and flickered away from the aggressive giant, narrowly avoiding the second swipe. For seconds, the last Uchiha didn't have enough time to rest even for a moment as the smaller of the two appeared behind him, preparing to thrust a chakra-disrupting rod in the Ravenette's back, intending to impale him with it. Sasuke twisted his body, parrying the smaller albino's attack. Guha. Unfortunately, he wasn't expecting a swift roundhouse kick that hit him square in the jaw. The ninja was sent flying away, briefly blacking out before focusing his mind again and shaking the concussion away, ignoring the pain as he landed and immediately shifted into a stance. 3 seconds. Sasuke grimaced as he panted tiredly, raising his sword in a defensive stance. By now, he was doing his best just keeping himself from losing consciousness. His Rinnegan's powers is almost ready, he just needed to hold them off a little longer. Sasuke's single hand went for a series of one-handed seals for his most familiar jutsu. The jutsu which he learned when he was 7 years of age. The primary jutsu for every Uchiha clan member. Fire release, grand fireball technique, shouted Sasuke as he spat out a giant fireball thereafter. It moved at great speeds that the normal variant of this jutsu performed by regular shinobi will move so slow in comparison. It's also very large that it easily engulfed the area. 2 seconds. Sasuke didn't use this jutsu to defeat his enemies, no. He doubted the duo would be defeated by a giant flaming ball. He used it in hopes that it would distract the Otsutsukis long enough for his Rinnegan to get charged. The raging inferno spanned far and wide, melting the piles of ice and snow, quickly changing the atmosphere from freezing cold to blistering heat, incinerating everything in its path with heat strong enough to melt steel and iron. Concrete floor instantly melted under the power of the jutsu. To his surprise, Momoshiki merely raised his right hand, which housed a Rinnegan, and proceeded to absorb the gigantic ball of fire the moment it connected to his palm, instantly nullifying its effects. Predapath. The last Uchiha said with certainty, observing the other Rinnegan wielder finish the last bits of the lingering flames. 1 second. The Otsutsuki then lowered his right arm and raised his left one. Here, I'll return it to you tenfold, Momoshiki said smugly as his blood-red Rinnegan started glowing. Sasuke readied himself for any incoming attack. Suddenly, flames burst out from the Otsutsuki's left Rinnegan and shot towards him. It was identical to his own technique. The only difference was that this one was far larger and packed more power compared to his own. It was also much more destructive that it melted the city block-sized pillars easily, rendering the upper floors unsupported and start collapsing onto the battlefield. Moreover, it moved at even greater speeds that it surprised Sasuke even with his Sharingan active. The Uchiha didn't have time to think. He immediately summoned the only ability that's currently available in his repertoire that can possibly defend against an attack of this magnitude with his meager amount of chakra. With a grunted effort, Sasuke raised his defense mechanism and successfully blocked the massive hellish heat and the giant fiery explosion afterwards, avoiding an untimely death via incineration. It left the entire surroundings charred and unrecognizable. Liquefied concrete was scattered everywhere. Flames still ablaze all around the place, and a giant fiery crater was created from the explosion of intense heat. Momoshiki looked on with anticipation as the smoke started disappearing and saw purple flames. The smaller albino man murmured quizzically, mainly because he hasn't seen this technique before. Susanoo's ethereal ribcage remained unscathed as though it never had just tanked a blast of extremely powerful flames. The last Uchiha stood inside the safety of his giant, flame-covered ribs, panting and very tired, but completely safe and sound nonetheless. He can absorb jutsu in his right palm, and then release the same jutsu in his left palm, greatly amplifying its effectiveness and firepower. Sasuke carefully deduced, recalling what the enemy did moments ago. So chakra-based attacks are out of the question. Not that he was going to use any had he not figured out his pursuer's ability, though. He still has a portal to make after all. It's ready, Sasuke mentally said. He deactivated the ribcage so as not to risk any chakra shortages. The once purple, ripple-patterned eye now sported 6 spinning tomos, indicating that his Rinnegan is now fully charged and completely operational. I need to get out of here, the Uchiha thought in mild desperation. He won't last long if he stays here, and he barely had enough chakra for a portal and 1 Amenotajikra usage. The single Rinnegan wielder quickly conjured a portal, instantly feeling the enormous amount of chakra drained from his body. He smiled in satisfaction after seeing the dark spiraling rift in space. It wasn't a gateway to his homeworld, though. He had just mentally selected a random coordinate and created the portal in his haste to escape from his pursuers. It didn't matter where it'll send him, and he didn't care if he'll spend another month or 2 recovering his chakra again. Right now, his main priority was to get away with his life as soon as possible. Momoshiki saw the spiraling rip in space, as did Kinshiki. So this intruder was planning on running away. He won't have that, though. As members of the prestigious Otsutsuki clan, this intruder shall not escape alive. Not once have they failed in apprehending even the most troublesome of creatures, never giving them even the slightest chance of escaping. And this one's no different. They will capture this human at all cost, dead or alive. Their pride is at stake here. Both flickered with extreme speeds again, intent only on capturing or more preferably kill the Uchiha. Both weapons ready to smite, approaching the intruder in a rush of pink lightning that would make the 4th Raikage version 2 lightning armor move like a snail in comparison. With his Rinnegan perception, Sasuke saw them coming. They reached the Uchiha's position a microsecond later, preparing to strike the Ravenette's kneeling form. As they raised their respective weapons and struck with blinding speed at Sasuke's direction, time seems to slow down to the Uchiha. He stared as both of their weapons mere inches from his face, about to smash him like a watermelon. Then their weapons 3 inches from him, and his certain death. 2 inches. 1 inch. Amenotajikra. The smaller Otsutsuki heard his soon-to-be victim utter something along those lines, just mere moments before their weapons collided with him, or so they thought. Crash. An ear-shattering sound of explosion later, a massive blast of dust and debris erupted, both blades having successfully smashed the intruder. The smaller of the two expected there to be a horribly mangled corpse. He couldn't have survived both of their combined strength after all. The duo waited for the dust to disperse, both not moving an inch, eager to see where they had struck the human. But when it finally did, instead of finding the Uchiha's bloody, lifeless form, there buried beneath Kinshiki's massive halberd and Momoshiki's chakra-disrupting rod was nothing. What greeted their eyes instead were only the shattered bits of the floor and some rock debris. No severed limbs, no smashed flesh, no dead intruder. How? Momoshiki thought in bewilderment. One split second he was there, the next he was gone. As if he was never there in the first place. Even his presence has completely disappeared, as though his very existence just ceased to exist. Then the white-haired man realized the technique the human had used earlier must have been the activation of his space-time jutsu, a teleportation technique to be exact. He saw Kinshiki sporting furrowed eyebrows, still clutching at his weapon. Clearly just as confused as he was. He turned to his left to find the dark, spiraling portal rapidly closing and vanishing as soon as they saw it. He must have deliberately conjured the portal just so he can jump to the other side using a teleportation ability. The smaller albino's face morphed from that of bewilderment to rage, pure unadulterated rage. He has escaped, Momoshiki calmly said, but Kinshiki could tell that he was barely suppressing his anger. The intruder had escaped. He actually escaped their grasp. After thousands upon thousands of easily apprehended victims, someone had finally escaped their onslaught. He hadn't expected his supposed victim to have held such abilities. He already knew he had a space-time technique to have crossed dimensions somehow, but he never could have guessed he possessed a teleportation technique on top of it up his sleeve. "Forgive me, Momoshiki-sama. It was I who Kanshiki apologized, but was cut off by his master. No matter, we will find him again. And the next time we meet, the outcome will not be the same," Momoshiki said with a malicious grin. He may have gotten away for now, but he will find the intruder. No matter where he is in the universe, or out the universe for that matter, as long as he isn't yet bleeding beneath his feet, they'll find him no matter what. Nobody escapes him. Never has, never will. 2 years ago, a 19-year-old Sasuke finally returned from his journey around the elemental nations. He wore a black, high-collared long-sleeved shirt under the midriff-exposing, gray-colored flak jacket that displayed the Uchiha clan's proud crest and light blue tattered pants. Most of this was unseen, though, as he wore a brown, also tattered poncho covering his entire outfit except for the black ninja sandals over his bandaged ankles and feet. He also wore a dark blue sash around his head, Kusanagi proudly swinging in its sheath. It's been 2 years since he left the Hidden Leaf Village. His journey of repentance has been going great so far. He had gone and saved villages from raiders and plunderers. He had vanquished countless criminal organizations that threatened the peace that they finally acquired through blood, tears, and sweat. He had saved countless lives and has been recognized as a hero at a few villages where he briefly stayed. He chuckled at that notion. Him, a hero? And so he thought it would be a good idea to visit his old home. The village that he swore destruction upon, the village that wronged him when he was but a child. The village that housed the fondest memories of his precious family and friends. And now, here he was, standing there just outside the village gates, contemplating whether to go inside or not. Sasuke cursed. It was his decision to visit the village, and now he was here. Why was he being a coward now? His 2 black orbs stared at the giant village gate in front of him with hesitation. His mind in a war of conflict, should he go in or not? Eventually, he finally came to a conclusion. He should go in. He had the trouble of coming here after all. With strengthened resolve, he buried his fears and hesitations under the weight of his unflinching willpower and took a step forward. Sweat graced his face as he nervously strode inside the gigantic gates of his home. Yes, Sasuke Uchiha was actually nervous. If the blonde idiot knew about this, he'd never live this down. And knowing the dope, he'd probably laugh at his face. And he'd be forced to assassinate the dope, ignoring the impossibility of the task. As he strode inside the village, he gave the guards, which he remembered to be Izumo and Kotetsu, a nod, indicating that the Uchiha acknowledged their existence. Both skeptically looked at each other before nodding back to him a second later. Sasuke wondered out of curiosity how the villagers would react to his return. Would they run and hide? Do they still fear him despite his efforts in the war known to them? Would they be furious? Or would they accept him and let a former missing nin roam around their beloved village? Now don't get the wrong idea. He doesn't really give a single damn of what the villagers think of him. He had gone and helped in preventing an event that would have been the cause of human extinction, ultimately saving their puny, insignificant lives. As far as he's concerned, they had no right to judge him, let alone drive him away from the village. And he need not worry of how his peers, barring Team 7, would react to seeing him again. They at least came in good terms before he left for his journey, with Kiba being the only hesitant one. Crushing the last bits of his uncertainty, he walked with more confidence now. As he was inside the village, Sasuke noted that some of it still hasn't changed. He saw the same buildings and structures he remembered he had seen the last time he was here. The village in general hasn't really changed that much, only the addition of a few new large buildings and skyscrapers were unfamiliar to him. He walked into the familiar road with side shops that he used to buy some packed bentos and rice balls within his time with Team 7, noting that some people still occasionally glares at him from time to time. He visited the Yamanaka flower shop and bought some flowers, only stopping for a short interaction with Ino, slightly impressed that her infatuation for him has ceased. Several flirtatious quips here and there, which he ignored of course. He then visited his family's graves after that, placing the flowers in their gravestones, muttering a simple goodbye, and left. As he was walking around the village, taking in the sights that greeted his eyes, he suddenly sensed a familiar chakra. Naruto. He strode towards the source of the familiar beacon of energy. There he saw him, his brother in all but blood, his rival, the one who freed him from his family's curse of hatred. The future 7th Hokage Naruto Uzumaki. Sasuke noted that Naruto drastically changed his looks. Now with black long-sleeved shirt which can be zipped up in the middle, a red sash tied around his right sleeve. Still the same orange pants and a bandaged prosthetic arm made from Hashirama's cells. His hair now noticeably shorter, having short tuft of blonde hair compared to his longer blonde spikes 2 years ago. He also wore a pair of black ninja sandals. The last Uchiha was satisfied that his rival was alive and well, just as he expected, although his worry for the blonde idiot was misplaced, as nothing could probably kill him at this point. And that he finally dumped his ugly orange jumpsuit. Not that he would voice it in front of his best friend, though. He wouldn't want to suffer hours upon hours of the blonde's unbearable, headache-inducing preach about how the orange color is the color of the gods, just as how ramen is the food of the gods. Still as exuberant as ever, Sasuke muttered to himself with a smile, observing the dope jumping around excitedly, chanting ramen continuously as his company finally caved in on them dining at Ichiraku's. Yada. Thanks a bunch, Sakura-chan. Sasuke observed the other figure. Sakura certainly have grown over the couple of years. She wore a pink jacket over her red battle dress, probably to keep herself warm from the climate. It was almost wintertime in these parts of the continent. Her still short and rosette-colored hair now with parted bangs in the middle, fully revealing the diamond-shaped thousand healing technique in seal on her forehead. He wouldn't admit it out loud, but he thought Sakura became much more prettier than before. Sakura sighed. Geez, Naruto, you should just take Hinata home and let her cook real food for you every day from now on, she teasingly said with a sly grin. The blonde uncharacteristically spluttered and blushed at that, embarrassed from the pink-haired Kunoichi's bold suggestion. Sasuke smiled at their antics. It's like they never changed at all. Like no war had ever occurred. Happily indulging in their now peaceful lives. Smiling and laughing about like they are free from problems and burdens. Like children ignorant to the evils and conflicts of the world. But he wouldn't complain. They fought the greatest war in the history of shinobi after all, and had finally created and spread peace throughout the shinobi nations. They deserved to be carefree for once. Naruto and Sakura walked closer to where he's hiding. He mentally noted that Sakura and even Naruto, who were undoubtedly the best sensors in the leaf, failed to detect his presence despite their close proximity. Slightly proud at the fact that his skills in suppressing his chakra as well as his stealth has greatly improved. Or maybe they had already sensed him but was playing dumb. Or they've dulled to the point where they can't even sense a familiar chakra such as his own. Sasuke snapped from his thoughts when he heard his teammates' voices getting louder and louder as they got closer to where he was. The last Uchiha finally decided to let his presence known to his closest friends. You haven't changed at all, Naruto, Sakura. His deep and smooth voice said in a nonchalant tone, cutting from the loud murmurs of the myriads of people that were there. His excitement of finally being able to interact with his two friends after 2 years carefully hidden under a mask of disinterest, only allowing to show the slightest of smirks. Naruto and Sakura's heads suddenly snapped at his direction so quickly that the Uchiha could swear he heard the bones of their necks snap from the sudden movement. Blue and green pair of orbs wide in astonishment while they stared at the direction of the familiar voice. Sasuke, he heard Naruto say, still staring at him wide-eyed, as did Sakura. Were they really that surprised of him coming home after just a couple of years? Sasuke, Naruto suddenly exclaimed loudly, realizing that his longtime best friend and rival has finally returned. The blonde lunged at the vagabond and gave him a bone-crushing hug. Sakura followed suit. Sasuke-kun, you're finally here. Welcome back. Sakura announced, delighted that her childhood and current love interest was finally back home after 2 years. Sasuke nodded to her in response, noticing the sickeningly sweet smile that Sakura sported. Of course, he was still aware that the Kunoichi's affection for him hasn't at all diminished. And to be honest, he actually thought of marrying her once or twice. But right now, he had no interest in love whatsoever. Hell, he hadn't even began understanding the emotion yet. Besides, he still have to go and search for clues about threats more powerful than Kaguya herself. And he doesn't want to have a girlfriend while he's out of the village most of the time. Stop hugging me, dope, he commanded the blonde teen, feeling the pain finally cease from his body as the blonde ninja put him down and stopped hugging him. Sorry, I got a little overexcited. Said the knucklehead ninja, scratching the back of his head sheepishly. The dope will always be the dope, he mentally remarked. Naruto haven't changed one bit. By the way, team, what's with the outfit? Are you trying to be a hobo or something? Naruto said, inspecting the Uchiha from head to toe with a hand on his chin. Sasuke kept quiet, slightly irked. Naruto kept looking at him and then laughed. Ha, you really don't have a sense of fashion, huh? Sasuke's eye twitched in irritation at his friend's remark. Look who's talking. Sasuke inwardly retorted. He didn't really want to hear that from someone who spent his entire life wearing a hideous, godforsaken jumpsuit. Well, At least he didn't remark on his sash. The poncho is for warming purposes. Sakura giggled at their interaction. You haven't eaten yet, right, Sasuke-kun? How about coming along with us? We were just going to the Ichiraku's. That is acceptable. Ramen would do for now. He hasn't eaten anything in a day. All right then, let's go. Wait. Both Sasuke and Sakura paused and turned to look at the blonde. Now that you're here, my ever-youthful eternal rival, we shall have our battle. This battle shall be more intense than the last. A bout between two youthful shinobi will surely shine. Throughout the village, the blonde teen buoyantly said with a thumbs up and a wide grin spread across his face. His teeth sparkled, completing the exuberant blonde's pose. Sasuke and Sakura's sweat dropped at Naruto's poor attempt at mimicking Gai-sensei and Lee's youthful personality. Naruto, what about ramen? Sakura tried to remind him. The ramen can wait, Sakura-chan. Right now, the team and I are going to do battle, stated Naruto with determination. Sakura, surprised at the fact that Naruto just denied ramen, stared at her blonde friend before sighing exasperatedly. Men. Fine. Sasuke accepted the blonde's challenge without a word. He wanted to find out how much Naruto had grown anyway. And what better way to find out than to duke it out? Sasuke smiled in anticipation. Surely he must have grown more powerful within 2 years. All right, follow me. The blonde chirped at the Uchiha, and he followed, ready to show Naruto just how much powerful he had become. Sasuke stood at the village gates, getting ready to embark on his journey once more. Naruto and Sakura looked on solemnly behind him, saddened that their friend was leaving so soon. Apparently, Kakashi was on a mission, so he wasn't in the village currently. The traveler thought that his stay in the village, no matter how brief it was, had been fun. Although he was pretty disappointed that their supposed to be intense battle turned out to be an eating contest. An eating contest? Sasuke prevented himself from face-palming at the memory of the blonde's ridiculous challenge. Earlier during their contest, he was trying his best the whole time in keeping his gobsmacked face from bursting out of his impassive mask from the sheer amount of audience this pathetic contest has garnered. Almost all of the village came to watch their intense battle, laughing, placing bets, and cheering them on. It was completely ridiculous. The eating contest had been called Taste Your Fears, in which the contestants have to eat 100 pieces of their most despised food. The winner was decided by whoever eats more pieces, and the one who'll throw up first would be the loser. In the end, he won their battle, with him eating 67 pieces of chocolate bars, and Naruto eating 63 tomatoes before promptly throwing his guts out, declaring Sasuke the winner. He threw up 5 seconds later. But still, the winner was the winner. The vagabond looked at his two teammates, nodding to them before walking away. He didn't need to have emotional goodbyes with his friends. They knew he would come back sooner or later. A nod is all he needs to express his goodbyes and sincere gratitude towards them. Sasuke, the Ravenet, paused in his tracks and turned his head to look at the source of the voice, which was his blonde best friend. No matter what you do, no matter where you are, remember that you'll always have a place to come back to. A place you can always call home. Me, Sakura-chan, and Kakashi-sensei, and even our friends, will all be waiting for you. Naruto sincerely said with a warm smile. A gentle breeze caressed their faces as they stood in the sunset. Sasuke, wide-eyed, pondered on the blonde's words before smiling back. He had understood what his best friend was trying to tell him, of course. Although he accepted Konoha as his home and felt like Naruto's speech was unnecessary, it still felt nice to be comforted. The dope will always be the dope. He looked at Sakura. She looked at him with so much emotion that it was almost unbearable to see. No doubt trying to come up with words to convince him to stay, but didn't voice it anyway. Tears threatening to fall from her eyes. Come back soon, Annie. The pinkette looked at him with watery eyes and a forced smile. Sasuke nodded to them once more and left the village. The last Uchiha recalled Naruto's speech in his memory. Every word of it resounded in his mind as he walked farther away from the village. That's right, he wasn't alone anymore. He has friends, friends that he can truly call his family, his precious people. He has friends that's waiting for him at home. Friends he can vow to protect. Friends. Family. Unknown location. The Uchiha groggily opened his eyes as he woke up from his slumber, still slightly dazed and tired from his previous battle. How long have I been asleep? He asked, mostly to himself as there was no one there to answer his question. Feeling the warm rays of the sun and the cool breeze on his face, he had noticed that he was lying in a grassy field. and by the sound of the loud rustling of trees and leaves by the supreme subjugation of the prairie wind, he assumed he was in a forest of some sort. Sasuke sat up and quickly clutched his head in pain, feeling a brain-splitting headache. A headache was the human body's primary form of retaliation for overusing chakra. He has had numerous headaches due to almost depleting his chakra before, but none comparable to the pain he's feeling now. It feels as though several truth-seeker rods were forcefully shoved in his skull. No, it wasn't a metaphor. It wasn't hyperbole either. Finally feeling the accursed headache receding and the dizziness falter after 10 minutes of excruciating pain, he slowly stood up in defiance to the gravity's omnipresent might. He still felt tired though, but he felt that his chakra reserves was slightly replenished now, and he wasn't as chakra deprived as he was before. Noticing that his potent chakra was already on the process of healing his wounds and scratches, flicking away the pieces of grass that stuck to his clothes, and stood at full height, fully observing the surroundings. One visible black orb assessed the terrain and saw that he was indeed in the middle of a grassy field surrounded by large trees. He probably was in the middle of a forest. I should find civilization, if there were any. Running should get him out of the forest quickly. The dimension-traveling ninja slowly walked towards the trees, intent on finding a river or a pond, a lake, somewhere he can drink fresh water from to wet his dry throat and quench his thirst. He remarked that this world definitely wasn't the elemental nations, as he cannot at all feel any chakra signature. Back in his world, everything including trees, rivers, plants, the wind, and even the air and atmosphere itself had tangible chakra signatures. But this world has none, not even an ounce of it. He also concluded that this world could not be one of Kagai's dimensions. Since the rabbit goddess creates worlds with her incredibly vast amounts of chakra, using the expansive Truth-Seeker orb, each and every one of those worlds created by her emitted large amounts of chakra or has properties of said energy, as proven by him in his interdimensional travels. Unless Kagaya learned how to conjure worlds without the use of chakra, which is highly unlikely. But rather than chakra, Sasuke could feel a foreign energy. This energy seems very similar, yet vastly different at the same time than his own energy. Very similar in the sense that it has ethereal presence akin to chakra. Vastly different that both energies are completely distinguishable from each other. This unknown energy seems to have large amounts of it in the atmosphere. It was very wild and bulky, but less potent and powerful as its counterpart. Odd. The shinobi activated his Sharingan and saw that while chakra was seen as blue in front of his Dojutsu, this new energy was seen as green, sparkling with a lighter hue of the color. It was floating independently in the air, like water moving freely on its current. He could also see the same energy inside living organisms, somewhat similar to chakra. He deactivated his clan's Dojutsu and ran towards the forest. He would find out about this foreign energy soon enough. Sasuke observed that these trees weren't native in his world. They're much bigger and seem very old, ancient-looking even. He also saw fauna that were unfamiliar to him. Winged boars, giant squirrels, armored lizards, and legged snakes were just the few of these weird creatures the ninja had seen. Strange, talking animals were the norm back there, so seeing this wasn't really that much of a shocker. Sasuke prevented himself from derailing his thoughts any further as he hopped from tree to tree. For now he was hungry and thirsty, and carelessly hunting in the wild would prove to be a very dangerous idea, since he doesn't know the biology of these animals. They may or may not be edible, or maybe they contain harmful poisons and bacteria that was fatal when ingested. While he was immune to most poison known in the elemental nations, he wasn't sure if his immunity would apply here, especially since these animals just seems too strange looking for him to eat. So he concluded that eating meat from the wildlife wasn't the wisest decision for the moment. I need to find a town, get some food, and then GA-. No. He was cut off from his train of thought when he heard a scream. At least there were humans in this world. It was of a woman and likely located slightly farther towards where he's heading. Perfect, he thought, pleased at this development. A person could lead him to a town and provide him with substantial information about this world. With that in mind, Sasuke traveled faster. Looks like he wasn't as unlucky as he thought. Chapter 2. Meetings. Lucky Alieta always considered herself as a strong, confident, and independent woman. She was one of the stronger females in fairy tale. Hell, joining the guild means you're already pretty strong. Not that the guild only accepts those who are strong, not even close. But because the fairy tale guild was infamous for being the strongest guild in Fiori, and housed the most powerful, destructive, and chaos-inducing mages the Magic Council had the displeasure of knowing. Well, at least 7 years ago. She may not be one of the upper-tier mages in the guild, but she was pretty strong in her own right. In these last 7 years since their guildmates, their precious family, were killed by Acnologia in the Battle of Tinra Island, and had subsequently rendered their guild from being the strongest to the weakest in the continent. She had committed herself on getting stronger, practicing every single day in hopes of improving her would-make magic. In time, her training had paid off. Loki's would-make is much easier and faster to cast now. The wood she generates are much stronger and thicker, and she can also masterfully craft even more objects using her would-make in offensive and defensive purposes. And now, she was currently one of the strongest mages in the guild, only next to Mikau and Wakaba. Of course, being one of the strong in a weak guild doesn't really mean anything in the grand scheme of the magic world. Lots and lots of weaker mages in a stronger guild would undoubtedly easily beat her. But the glasses-wearing mage didn't care. She was stronger now, and that's all that mattered to her. The strong shall eat the weak. That was what the Twilight Ogre Guild, the guild that replaced Fairy Tail as the guild that represented Magnolia, had always said to them every time they visit. Those assholes just go and smash their stuff up whenever they showed up, and they can't do anything to stop them from doing so. As even their current master, Mikau Combold, isn't even a match against those grunts. Especially when they still have to pay the ogre's master every month in order to remain in their building. So they just remedy the pain and sadness by crying their ass out as their guild was getting destroyed by the ogre thugs. But she isn't going to cry anymore. Crying is just wasting the precious eye fluids anyway. The would-make mage was going to get even more stronger to protect what's left of her nakama. Loki had always thought that she was stronger than she had ever been. She should be able to defeat some higher-class monsters like the Vulcans in Mount Hakob, or a wyvern, or at least a group of lizard men. But apparently that wasn't the case. Just earlier this morning, the lavender-haired woman has just chosen a mission. It was a simple monster extermination mission. It had a decent pay at least. 250,000 jewels just for ridding a camp of lizard men was a very generous pay. This mission was too good to pass up, and she was going to donate half of the pay money to their guild since they needed some more supplies and food after the Twilight Ogre grunts went wild again 3 days ago. They were left with only a single table intact. The rest were smashed to pieces. Since 7 years ago, when most of their guild had vanished, they were forced to take missions every time new ones were delivered. They dearly needed the money to keep the old rundown building as their guild hall, not to mention they constantly replaced their furnitures every time those thugs went there. They desperately needed money. So just as she was leaving for her mission, Alzac and Biska Connell went and asked the glasses-wearing woman that she bring their daughter with her. Since both of them had picked up a dangerous mission, and they didn't want to bring the little girl with them. She was reluctant at first, but she agreed anyway. They had said, "You're strong, so we have no doubt that Asuka would be safe with you." And things like that. But babysitting wasn't really one of her fortes, especially if she's out slaughtering lizardmen. Lizardmen were ugly creatures, with their reptilian face and a mouth full of sharp pointed teeth and fangs solely made for tearing down flesh. With thick, spiky carapace durable enough to take and withstand some magical attacks, as well as sharp claws capable of effortlessly bisecting the average human. They were also very fast and smart, being capable of chasing down prey and lay traps in order to get their meal. If the lavender-haired mage let her attention lapse even for a second, Asuka could be gravely hurt, and she won't forgive herself if that ever happens. But things don't always go the way they're planned. She was supposed to finish this quest in less than an hour or so, but it's been almost 2 hours now, and the lizardman's number just won't seem to lower. No matter how many of these monsters she defeats, there's always another to replace. This was supposed to be only a camp of lizardmen, but it almost seems like she just went in the middle of their nest. The female mage was tired, and her magical power was almost running on empty. She looked at Asuka's smaller form below her. The little girl was looking at her worriedly while hiding behind her leg. She was terrified. "I can't lose. Not when Asuka-chan is here. Alzac and Biska is counting on me." Loki thought with determination as dozens of lizard men stared at her, and then to the little girl, licking their lips hungrily as they stared at the delicious little human. The lavender-haired woman grimaced at this, eyes ablaze with rage. Like hell she's going to let them get anywhere near Asuka-chan. "Over my dead body." The would-make mage prepared an attack when she saw several lizard men charge at their direction. She quickly made the magical hand sign. "Come on, would-make, violent approach." Immediately, a large, spiky ball made of wood emerged from the ground and shot towards the targets, quickly knocking them upon contact. As the wood manipulator was about to cast another spell, she wasn't aware that a lizard man had snuck behind their backs and aimed a wooden club at her smaller form. Gahaha. The lizardman's club successfully hit her side with a thud, and sent her flying with a pained cry. Laki-ne-chan. The little girl shouted to her in worry, horrified. Forcing herself up and clutching her dislocated right arm, her expression instantly transformed from that of pain to horror-struck. She had been separated from Asuka. Damn it. She cursed mentally, ignoring the pain, and pushed herself up. There was no way she's going to let these lizards do whatever they want. She cast an eye over to Asuka and saw her looking up to the giant, humanoid lizard, cowering, tears pouring out of her eyes and paralyzed with fear. Laki froze. No way. She wasn't strong enough after all. She was weak, a weakling. She couldn't even protect a little girl. She had grossly underestimated the beasts, and now the little girl was the one who's going to receive the consequences of her horrendous mistake. She shouldn't have agreed to this. She shouldn't have brought Asuka with her. The glasses-wearing woman sat there wide-eyed and unable to move, watching the events unfold with a horrified expression. Not only had she failed her mission, but she had also failed to protect Asuka. How's she supposed to face the guild now? The monster raised its clawed hand, preparing to claw the little human to pieces, tongue lashing and licking excitedly at the prospect of eating something as fresh and soft as a young human's flesh. Its claw now in position as it gleamed, indicating that it is in top condition and very sharp. Asuka, get out of there. But there's no use. The girl was frozen to the world, unable to hear anything other than loud growling of the beast looming above her. No, please don't. Laki begged, ignoring the fact that these monsters cannot understand human speech. Desperation, hopelessness, dread and fear blanketed her very being. The lizardman smirked, saliva gushing out of its mouth. The beast notched its arm, now ready to bisect the prey. New. Laki screamed to the top of her lungs, tears now streaming down her face. But her hysterical voice fell on deaf ears. The lizard humanoid creature continued on its intended action. The wood-molding mage closed her eyes, refusing to see the slaughter that's about to happen. She should have been the one to die. She should have been the one to be clawed to death. But instead, an innocent little girl was going to die because of her incompetence. Well, she's going to die afterwards anyway. At least that way she'll be spared from seeing her guildmates' horrified and disappointed faces. Grower. With a loud roar, the lizard man struck the little human with its sharp claws, with enough force to shatter the ground underneath. Crash. Laki heard the loud burst of earth as the beast's claws seemingly sliced through the little girl, now sobbing uncontrollably. Why did this happen? Why am I so weak? The lavender-haired woman thought in self-hatred. Now that she had caused a little girl's life to end so soon, she can only pay this by dying herself. The lizard man looked down to where its claws had dug, expecting blood and flesh. But instead, saw nothing. The little girl disappeared. The beast's eyes widened considerably. Where was its prey? Did it escape? Impossible. Asuka's sudden squeak surprised Laki as soon as she heard it. Her grief-ridden face contorted in confusion. Did she succumb to the despair that she became insane? She heard the beast's claws impact the ground. There was no way Asuka could have survived that. Was she hearing things now? As soon as she jerked her head to look at the location where the lizard man had supposedly clawed the little girl, she was greeted to a sight she did not expect in the slightest. There was Asuka, healthy and alive, sporting a look of surprise on her small face. She was being carried by a man with spiky, black hair and fringes that framed the man's finely chiseled, handsome face. Long bangs covered his left eye. His single visible black orb stared at the little girl in his arm. The man wore a black cloak over a black long-sleeved shirt and black pants. She noticed that the man was missing a left arm as his left sleeve was fluttering in the wind. His face impassive as his eyes scanned Asuka for any injuries. You okay? She heard the man say. His voice deep, cool and emotionless, devoid of fear or alarm. It was soothing and confident, cold and at the same time warm. It sent shivers in her body. The little girl answered her savior's question, still wide-eyed while she stared at him. Asuka's alive. Laki thought in realization. She's alive. At that moment, happiness, joy, and relief welled up within her. Sasuke jumped from tree to tree towards the voice he heard moments earlier. Increasing his speed, he finally felt a presence. It was definitely a human, and another which was much weaker. He concluded that it belonged to a child. As he got closer to the location, he can now feel the numerous energy sources, albeit minuscule compared to the human. These numerous energy sources he felt feels like it belonged to a group of animals of all things. As he arrived at his intended location and hopped to the last tree that bordered a clearing to the forest, he instantly frowned at what was happening below. A child, a girl, no older than 7 years old, was about to be killed by a reptilian monster. Its claws in the air, signifying that it's about to claw the little girl. A light purple-haired woman several meters away from her. The child's mother, perhaps she seemed injured too. Now, if it was him 6 years ago, he wouldn't even bat an eyelash if he saw the same thing. But this was him now. He had changed for the better. He wasn't a righteous, goody two-shoes like Naruto, but he's certainly good enough person to not ignore people in danger. Besides, he had saved people back in his home world before, so it's not that big of a deal to him now. Naruto must have rubbed himself on me. The raven-haired shinobi sighed. Not that it's a bad thing. And without a second thought, he rushed to the little girl's rescue just as the reptilian humanoid creature swung its claws. With the speed he was going, everything around the Uchiha moved in slow motion. Sasuke took the girl out of harm's way and carried her like a baby in his single arm even before the reptilian's claws moved a few centimeters. He then distanced himself away from the creature. And with that, the ninja slowed himself down and time's flow came back to normal. Crash. The impact of the creature's claws to the ground slightly surprised the ninja. It was stronger than he thought. It would have no doubt squashed the kid had he not arrived on time. "You okay?" he asked the little girl in his arm. She had a long black hair which was braided at the back, a set of brown, leathery clothing which style is unfamiliar to him, as well as a large brown hat. She stared at him, confusion and surprise marred her tear-covered face. "She doesn't seem to have any injuries." The child answered with a slight nod. He turned to look at the lavender-haired, glasses-wearing woman, still sitting there with her eyes wide in surprise, clutching her injured arm. "How about you?" he asked the woman, who was still shocked and frozen, as if she had seen a ghost. This slightly annoyed the Uchiha, but given what they had just experienced, it was a reasonable reaction. A mother who was forced to watch just as her daughter was about to get killed isn't at all a pleasant sight. "Lucky-ne-chan." The little girl stopped staring at him and hurriedly looked to the woman's direction and called for her, worry laced in her voice. "Ah, so she isn't her mother then," he thought, correcting his earlier assumption. The little girl silently asked him to let her down, so he did. She dashed for the glasses woman who was now known as Lucky and hugged her. The lavender-haired woman, seemingly snapped from her musings and was forcefully pulled into reality by the girl, hugged her back. Tears streaming on both their faces, happy and relieved at the fact that they're safe. Especially in the girl's case. "Wah. Higa." They sobbed, letting go of the feelings they unknowingly held all this time. "I'm so sorry, Asuka-chan. I wasn't strong enough to protect you. I'm just so weak." She apologized, holding the little girl tighter. "You're not weak, Lucky-ne-chan. You're strong," replied the girl, reassuring the older woman. The ninja watched the heartwarming scene with a slight smile. The scene reminded him of his beloved mother. She was a worrywart, worrying over every little thing he does when he was a child, but confident that her children were strong and had no doubts about their skills. A loving mother, she was. Roark. The melodrama was harshly interrupted by a lizardman's loud roar. Sasuke spared a glance towards the direction of the irritating sound and found the same monster, which was supposed to be that Asuka kid's would-be killer. It was enraged, wildly flinging its wooden club around in a maddening rage, smashing all things in its vicinity with fervor, infuriated that its delicious meal had been wrongfully taken away from it. Hunger further intensifying the reptilian's blind rage. Sasuke noticed that more and more of these reptilian monsters had surrounded them, their weapons at the ready. Bloodlust and hunger for flesh evident on their scaly faces. He gripped the Kuzunagi's handle in position and ready to thwart their assault. He can't afford to use any ninjutsu for now. Taijutsu is a much preferable option, since his chakra reserves just started restoring itself. Besides, his swordplay should be more than enough to kill these savages. Thank you for saving Asuka. He glanced at the glasses-wearing woman, who was still tightly hugging the small girl. "There's probably nothing I could do that's enough to repay you. If it wasn't for you, Asuka-chan would have been." She looked at the little girl with a pained expression. She was going to finish her sentence, but Sasuke interrupted her. "Don't mention it." He didn't really need to hear her thanks, and he didn't need to be repaid either. It was simply an act of kindness. He simply saved the girl because it was the right thing to do. It was what Naruto would have done anyway. "I simply did it because I want to. There's no need to repay me," he genuinely said to the woman, reassuring her that he didn't need anything as a compensation, except maybe leading him to a town and tell him the basics of this world along the way. Lucky smiled at him, then stood up while still being held by the smaller female. The glasses woman had calmed down and held her composure now, wiping away the remaining tears in her eyes. She looked at him. "I'm Lucky Alieta." She introduced herself, then turned to the little girl and patted her head. "And this little cutie here is Asuka Kano." Said girl beamed at him. "Nice to meet you, Mr. Sasuke Uchiha." She nodded. "Sasuke-san then," the glasses woman suggested. "Just Sasuke will do," the ninja told her. He wasn't really one for honorifics. Ever since the destruction of his clan, he had never called anyone, be it elderly or someone who has more authority, with honorifics, merely calling them by their names. Hell, he didn't even call Kakashi, who was his former teacher, and Hiruzen Sarutobi, who was the third Hokage, with honorifics. Instead calling them Kakashi and Old Man, respectively. And in turn, he didn't want people to address him with honorifics. Even Orochimaru stopped requesting to be called with the suffix Sama by Sasuke, insisting that he'll either call him Orochimaru or Snake Freak instead. In the end, his former master settled with his name, without the suffix of course. Anyone may call him disrespectful, but he doesn't care. Grabba. The lavender-haired mage as well as the ninja snapped their heads towards the unpleasant sound. Some lizardmen got tired of waiting, it seems. Sasuke got into his stance and Laki prepared a spell. "Don't worry, Sasuke. I'll handle this," she said to him as she rose her uninjured arm, and instantly, a magic brown-colored circle with intricate scriptures written on it appeared right in front of her palm. Sasuke raised an eyebrow at seeing this. What kind of ninjutsu is this? He mentally asked. As far as he knew, there were no ninjutsu like this back in his world. Would make. The distance between the two is forever. She shouted her attack, which instantly took effect. Dozens of gargantuan wooden limbs such as fists and feet went on a rampage and thrashed the lizard men that was in its reach. Wow! Asuka exclaimed excitedly at seeing Laki's magic. Sasuke, upon hearing the attack's name, nearly face-faulted at its sheer level of absurdity, but prevented himself from doing so, as such an action would be unbefitting of an Uchiha. It was utterly out of his level of comprehension how someone could make such an absurd name for an attack. If you made a list of people with ridiculous naming skills, she'd be number one. Absolutely nothing so far has surpassed that level of preposterousness. With the Yondaime Hokage a close second. That's when he realized. Mokuton. He unintentionally said out loud, mainly in surprise at the sight of the Shodai Hokage's familiar Kekkei Jinkai. Nobody heard him though, as the woman was too busy keeping the beast at bay, and the little girl was still squealing at the older woman's display of power. Sasuke stared at the wooden limbs with a slight widening of his eyes. How? She can't possibly be a Senju, can she? There can't possibly be Senjus in this world. This one's a Mokuton user at that. Unless there were actually Senjus here, or maybe Mokuton is considered a normal ability in this world. Sasuke leaned towards the latter. Besides, her style of using wood technique seems to differ from how Hashirama uses his. And her wood seems meager, weak and lacking compared to the first Hokage's. A newbie Mokuton perhaps? Her style of wood manipulation reminded him of Yamado's than the previous Hokage's. The Uchiha watched the female Mokuton user prepare to cast another jutsu. He knew this because the seemingly magical circle disappeared and then reappeared again. This time, it was smaller and its design and scriptures changed, though the ninja couldn't clearly tell. Sasuke waited in anticipation, eager to see what more can this woman do. Would make, the dam of shy love. As soon as the lavender-haired mage finished invoking her spell, gigantic wooden tools sprouted from the ground and struck the mob of reptilian humanoids. Multiple wooden tools such as knives, saws, hammers, scissors, and other cutleries cut, bashed, and stabbed the lizardmen. "Whoa!" shouted Asuka, just as impressed as Laki's first attack. Sasuke crushed his urge to facepalm yet again, instead settling for a deadpan face. Now, he was convinced that the woman was watching a drama of some sort while naming her attacks. The last Uchiha sighed, first day in this world, and he already met weird people. Her jutsu's not as impressive as the Shodai Hokage's wooden dragon, or Makujin, and definitely not more impressive than the Hokage's Shinsa Senju, but at least she has creative wood molding skills on a smaller scale. The ninja watched on as a wooden hammer knocked the last monster down. "Ah, I did it," Laki said, panting with exhaustion. Her two most powerful attacks certainly took a large chunk of her magical power, but that's not important right now. She had done it, she got rid of the monsters, thus finishing her mission. And Asuka was safe too. But just as she was about to sit on the ground to rest, more and more lizard men bursted out of the ground, replacing the batch of lizard humanoids that the wood molder had defeated, and most of the monsters that was knocked out earlier had already started waking up. She froze. There's too many, even more than earlier. Seriously, this was supposed to be just a camp of lizard men. She can't possibly beat that many, and she's too tired to cast any spells. Laki glanced at the raven-haired man, and was surprised to see his calm expression, as if bored at their predicament. He seems to be battered up as well. The wood user thought, taking notice of Sasuke's slight injuries and scratches. But why is he so calm in a situation like this? It's like he doesn't have a care in the world. It can't be helped. The last Uchiha had been debating with himself whether or not he used ninjutsu. Capping it taijutsu would certainly not hinder his chakra restoring process, but it would take too long, especially if there's this many of them. So using ninjutsu, only one ninjutsu, should take care of this problem quickly. It wouldn't really slow his chakra recovery that much anyway. Duck. He told Loki. The woman only looked at him quizzically. Sasuke scowled. The former Avenger activated Chidori in a single hand. In an instant, a powerful, concentrated flare of electricity appeared. The loud sounds of countless chirping birds emanated the area. Both humans with him stared at his lightning-covered hand with their eyes wide in wonder. Wow, so bright and pretty, Asuka said, enthralled at the lightning-transformed energy. Loki also decided to voice her thoughts. So you know magic as well, the Woodmake Mage said, staring at the man's spell. She also wondered why there wasn't any magic circle. It was instantly casted. To her knowledge, only powerful and experienced mages like the Wizard Saints were capable of such a feat. But she decided to stay quiet. I said duck. Now understanding the Uchiha's command, the Wood Mage crouched and held Asuka's arm, making her sit as well. Satisfied, Sasuke then looked at the beasts as they ran closer to them. Then began his attack. Chidori Sharp Spear. The ninja held out his lightning-covered palm, and the blue lightning extended, like a long, sharp spear of bright blue energy. It pierced the lizardman in its direction as it completed its extension of 10 meters. It was previously only 5 meters, but further use and extensive training gave it a boost in both power and size. The Uchiha swiftly swiped the lightning spear in a circular motion, immediately bisecting all of the beasts in one move, killing them all in less than a couple of seconds. Both females gaped, staring at the bloodied corpses of the reptilian humanoids in astonishment. The black-clothed man had just promptly annihilated a huge number of lizardmen in a very short amount of time, and even made it look easy. Even high-B-to-low-A-ranked mages would be hard-pressed at that. They looked on, mouth agape, at the show they just witnessed. Wow, so strong. The little girl suddenly blurted out, breaking the silence. Amazed at this Nii-san who had saved her all of a sudden, and then proceeded to cut the monsters in an instant. Why yeah, Loki agreed, still stupefied at the scene. This guy, this super handsome guy, just did something 2 of her strongest spells couldn't do, with little to no effort at that. His lightning sword thing just went and sliced something as durable as a lizard man, especially with their hard carapace, like hot knife through butter. With his performance, the glasses-wearing mage could already tell that he's a pretty strong mage. He was very fast as well, considering he saved Asuka from a lizardman's claws mid-swing. Or was that teleportation? She couldn't really tell. Maybe she should invite him to Fairy Tail. They needed more manpower anyway. And maybe beat an ogre grunt or 2. Now that would be a satisfying spectacle to watch. Loki was about to suggest to him her idea, but Sasuke spoke first. Are there any more of them? Sasuke asked her, making sure that no lizard-faced creatures would jump on them later. These reptilian creatures came from below. There's probably a whole colony underground. I think not. Usually, lizardmen always comes to their brethren's rescue when they are hurt. But none came out after your attack. Loki explained, slightly adjusting her glasses while doing so. It was then that Sasuke remembered something crucial that he had conveniently ignored earlier. Wait, magic. X791. Sasuke, Loki, and Asuka were now aboard a train to Magnolia Town. The ninja was pleasantly surprised upon seeing the mechanical contraption. Last time he had seen a train was in the Land of Snow, and it was years ago. The Land of Snow was the only land in the whole continent to have housed it. Apparently, trains were common in this world. And based on what he had seen so far, like metal contraptions, machineries, and even transportation devices and airships, this world was technologically superior to some degree. The Woodmake Mage had led into a town called Ashibana, which was the central point of railways in Fiori, the country he was in. It was a mildly bustling town, with people going about in their businesses. Shops, houses, and large buildings adorned the peaceful town. One thing Sasuke had noticed was that the architecture of the buildings, and even the houses and some shops were vastly different from what he knew back at home. This is mostly because he was used to the Eastern style and hasn't seen Western-styled architecture until now. Although they finally arrived at a town, Sasuke still wasn't able to eat anything since Loki was in a hurry to claim her reward money, and she was the only who can pay him a meal for now. He doesn't really want to genjutsu people into letting him eat for free. The Uchiha swore to himself that he won't use genjutsu on people unless it's necessary or for interrogation purposes. The lavender-haired mage had explained everything to him, from basic information of this world to her earlier struggle against the lizard men. She had blurted out, "Did you live under a rock? And are you from Idolas?" when he asked her for information. What is Idolas anyway? Yet another question needing to be answered, but that's hardly important. Sasuke's mind whirled on what to tell her, telling Loki that he's a misplaced interdimensional traveler who had traveled through space and time in order to search for clues about a planetary threat, and was currently resting in this world because he was tired from his epic battle with two aliens. Isn't exactly believable. So he chose to lie instead, telling her that he was from a secluded village in a faraway land. She was disbelieving at first, but didn't pry on it any further, thankfully. According to the knowledge he acquired from the glasses-wearing woman, this world was called Earthland. And right now, he was in Fiori, one of the countries in the continent of Ishgar. There is also another continent northwest of Ishgar called Alakatasia. The currency were jewels. The ninja's eyes widened considerably when Loki told him that jewels, practically gemstones in his world, were the currency. Were the people in this country so rich that they can accommodate everyday living and financial expenses by casually paying precious stones? Or maybe precious stones were nothing but meager coins for everyday use in this world. The dark-haired ninja mentally made a note not to forget to bring a bag full of these jewels when he goes home. Loki also told him about the green, sparkling energy he'd felt and saw. Presumably, this energy was called ether nano, an energy source that inhabits the atmosphere as well as all living organisms. This ether nano is used by mages to cast magic spells, much like chakra is required for ninjutsu. And according to the lavender-haired mage, there exists extremely powerful spells out there that was capable of manipulating space or time, or manipulate the very construction of the planet, or even reality itself. This piqued the Uchiha's interest. Loki also told him that these spells were called lost magic, as their origin were mostly unknown to the magic world, and only very few people actually possess this kind of magic. Another thing that's interested him was that two of these lost magic were Dragon Slayer and God Slayer magic. That definitely sounded powerful to the Uchiha. Apparently, dragons roamed this planet and had taken care of a human in order to teach them their magic. And God Slayer magic, with enough training and experience, was supposedly capable of taking down a god. Sasuke had a very hard time taking all of this information. Most of these were just too surreal to him. It's like this world belonged to a fantasy book that mothers tell their children as bedtime stories. Even the concept of magic is hard to swallow. Back at the elemental nations, magic was but a myth or tricks used by grandfathers to impress their grandchildren. Also, the fact that dragons used to inhabit this world was inconceivable. Dragons were also only myth back at home, only shown through some jutsus based on what the ancient scriptures and paintings depict a dragon's appearance, a serpentine, reptile-like creature with both front and hind legs, sharp claws, and can breathe fire. The Uchiha wondered if that description fit the dragons in this world. And Loki's wood manipulation isn't Mokutan. Rather, it was wood make, another application of magic. The wood manipulator also explained to him her earlier impasse. Apparently, the client made a big mistake about the mission. It wasn't only a camp of lizard men, but a place where lizard men laid their eggs, in other words, their nest. The monsters were said to have already killed about 20 travelers who passed that area, so he made it a mission to get rid of the reptilian creatures. Of course, Sasuke knew the lizard men were only protecting their domain. It was a reasonable action for them to kill intruders. Loki told the client about what happened during the mission. And as a result, the client, who was a very wealthy businessman, gave her way more than the original reward. 1 million jewels was certainly a huge profit. Sasuke couldn't stop his gobsmacked face when he looked at the check that Loki had shown him. With 1 million jewels at your disposal, you can easily buy a country back in his world. You'd be one of the richest people there. The mage had said that it was practically because of him that both females are alive and even completed the mission. For that reason, she offered him half the amount. To which the Uchiha merely shrugged and agreed. He didn't need to be repaid, but right now he needed money. By the way, Sasuke, what happened to your left arm? The ninja was snapped from his thoughts when a curious Loki asked. Asuka perked at the question beside her. You don't seem to be hindered too much with a missing arm. It was blown off in a battle. Sasuke casually answered. Asuka's eyes widened at that. The woodmake mage wondered what kind of spell could have done such a permanent damage. Oh, I see. It must have been quite intense, said an impressed Loki. Said female mage had promised him that they'd eat at the guild as soon as they arrived, suggesting that he try their popular dish, the Kinana special, which, as the name suggests, was made by a talented chef named Kinana. She'd also volunteered on helping him find a place to stay. He was disinclined at first. After all, he had slept outdoors numerous times before, but decided not to argue with the mage. A simple apartment would do. He planned on joining their guild for now, as only official mages in an official guild was allowed to take missions, and he would rather not steal or use genjutsu on people into willingly giving him money. According to Laki, the cheapest apartment would cost at least 150,000 jewels a month. So he would have to stack some money for the rent, food, and other everyday expenses. Not to mention that he may have to recharge his Rinnegan for at least several months. As the Rinnegan space/time portal tends to destabilize at times and dumps him somewhere else instead of his intended location. Hence, repeated usage of the technique is necessary to reach any destination he chooses, and thus would not risk having chakra insufficiency during dimension traveling. And he would rather not cross paths with the Otsutsukis again. Sasuke sat there, bored, with his chin resting on his hand, looking outside the window, willingly taking in the sights and beautiful sceneries of this strange, new world. They had already traveled for 2 hours now, and he was only getting hungrier. The last Uchiha turned his head to look at the mage sitting across him and ask her if they were gonna be arriving soon, only to halt in his action when he saw both females sleeping peacefully, with the little girl making use of the older woman's leg as a pillow. Sasuke sighed and continued staring out the window, if only to avert his thoughts and hopefully forget about his hunger until they arrive. After what seemed to be an eternity to the ninja, the loud, unpleasant sound of the horn finally blew, signifying that the train will soon arrive in their destination. "We are now arriving at Magnolia Station. We are now arriving at Magnolia Station," came the loud, booming voice of the conductor. Finally, Sasuke muttered lowly, slightly excited at the thought of finally being able to eat this Kanana special that Laki and Asuka seemed so enthusiastic about. Both females woke up and quickly got out of the metallic contraption before the mob of passengers can scurry out of it. Sasuke followed. Magnolia Town was bustling with people. It had more population compared to Ashibana. As they walked through the town, the ninja immediately saw a large building in the distance, situated in the middle of the town as though it's the town's center of attraction. That building used to be ours 7 years ago. But ever since our top mages vanished, the Twilight Ogre Guild took it over and replaced Fairy Tail. We, the remaining members of Fairy Tail, were forced to move out of town, the Woodmake Mage gloomily said, noticing the ninja taking a look at their former guild hall. Then her mood took a sudden change. "Alrighty then, let's hurry to the guild. It's just right in the outskirts of town. Let's not murder the defenseless minutes any longer, come on." Asuka chirped a little, "Yeah," and hurriedly followed the older woman, with Sasuke following them wordlessly. The Uchiha diligently observed the town. All the houses being Western in style and the buildings reminiscent of medieval architecture, they were yet again unfamiliar to the otherworldly warrior, just like the previous town. Children running and playing about in the busy streets, vendors accommodating their customers, businessmen and delivery men alike hurriedly trotted to their respective works. It was a lively town, much like Konoha. "You're quite popular, aren't you, Mr. Ladies Man?" Sasuke abruptly stopped his observation when he heard and felt Laki's teasing. He looked at her questioningly, silently demanding an explanation. The Wood Molder merely gestured her head to the left, asking the Uchiha to look at the direction. He did, only to glower at what he saw. Girls and women of all ages gazed at him, with blushes clear on their faces, some even whispering and waving in his direction. Seems things just doesn't easily change, even in a separate universe. "Yup, Sasuke and Ai-chan is cool." Asuka chirped in agreement to the older woman's comment. The ninja noticed that the little girl had gotten accustomed on calling him with Ai-chan at the end of his name, not that he minds, though it reminded him a little of his days with his brother. They arrived at the guild after an hour of walking. The guild building was relatively small, with concrete front wall, wooden door and side walls, thin steel roof, and an orange banner at the front, with what he thought was the Fairy Tail's crest inscribed on it. The building doubled as a windmill, located in a wooden area on top of a hill. "Come on, Sasuke." Laki called out for him, pushing the guild building's door open. "Let's go, Sasuke and I," childishly commanded Asuka, excitedly dragging the ninja by his hand inside, exhilarated at the prospect of introducing her hero to everyone. "We're back," shouted the Woodmake Mage, making her presence known to the present guild members. They greeted her in kind with a wave of their hand. As soon as the ninja got inside, he immediately scanned the guild building's interior. The inside of the building was a small space, only fitting several wooden tables and stools, part stone and flooring, as well as a bar at the right. It was a small tavern all in all. "Ah, Laki, welcome back. How was your mission?" A blue-haired man greeted the female mage. Sasuke deduced he was 30s or 40s in age. Donning a light-colored jacket with high collar, underneath is a light blue vest, and with a pair of black trousers. It almost went grimly, but this guy saved the day. Laki motioned for him to come forward, still getting dragged by the little girl. The blue-haired senior looked at him. "And who's this?" The man questioned her. Laki answered almost immediately. "His name is Sasuke Uchiha. He saved Asuka's life from a lizard man and even helped me complete the mission. The female mage's face turned morose. We'd have died if it wasn't for him, Loki truthfully told the senior mage. The older man listened with a dumbstruck expression on his aged face after hearing Loki's story. Her mission almost had a dreadful aftermath, but this man saved his nakama from danger, or maybe even death. Yeah, a monster was going to get Asuka, but Sasuke Nii-chan saved Asuka. The little girl told the master, wishing and whooshing in a childish attempt at reenacting the ninja's heroism. The Uchiha wasn't really paying attention to their conversation though. His focus was on the members. They don't particularly look that strong to him. There was an artist on the right, a man who wore a large turban to the left, drinking some alcohol. Two people on the middle left. One was obese, happily munching on some food, the other an orange-haired man. A wild-looking man to the left who poured his concentration on a board, and the last person a brown-colored vest-wearing man with dirty blonde hair. After mentally gauging them, he concluded that none of them were threats to him. The sound of footsteps found itself in Sasuke's ears. He finally averted his attention from the members and craned his head to the source of the noise. Sasuke Uchiha, was it? The man, Mikao, if he remembered Loki's earlier ramblings correctly, started speaking to him. I cannot thank you enough for saving the lives of my precious family. If there's anything I can do for you, please don't hesitate to ask. The blue-haired man deeply bowed to the Uchiha, thankful to the savior with all his heart. All the members present watched the scene, equally thankful to him. I only did what I think was right. No need to thank me. Sasuke repeated what he told Loki, moderately annoyed that he wasn't being served some food yet. For you, there isn't. But for us. The members looked down in sadness, remembering their precious family that had been taken away from them. Sasuke knew that feeling all too well, even at such a young age when he lost his family. That feeling of deep and intense sorrow that seems to slowly eat away at your soul. It means so much to us. Mikao finished and stood straight, awaiting for a reply. Sasuke sighed, what a stubborn bunch. Well, I am hungry. The ninja said dryly, further accentuated by the loud gurgling of his stomach. Everyone fell silent. Ah, I forgot. Kanana special. Where's Kanana? And just like that, the guild's sulky atmosphere quickly changed. The members resumed to their activities like nothing emotional had ever happened. Amused at the lavender-haired mage's comical antics, the guild master decided to answer her question. She should be in the kitchen. Loki raced at the said location as fast as her legs can carry her, Asuka following her behind. I'll be right back with your Kanana special, Sasuke. Then she vanished behind the kitchen door. Ah, that's right. I forgot to tell you my name. The master stated after watching the amusing scene. It's Mikao Kombold. I'm the current master of Fairy Tail. A pleasure to meet you, young man. Mikao held out his hand, to which Sasuke shook. Likewise. The black-haired ninja replied, and then retracted their hands soon after. This place might be a little run down, but please make yourself at home. Sasuke muttered a low, thanks, and sat at a bar stool, awaiting for his well-deserved food. That Wakaba, what's that idiot taking too long? He was supposed to return here with the booze hours ago. Mikao fumed. You drink, right? The question was directed to him, to which he replied with a nonchalant shrug. He drank before, although it was only during ceremonies, like Naruto's wedding celebration and Kakashi's Hokage inauguration and things like that, and most of the stuff he drank was sake. He wondered if sake existed in this world, or at least something of similar taste and alcohol intensity. He had gone and liked its taste the few times he had the chance of sipping it. He's not a drunkard by any means, though he admit that the liquor was delicious, especially when you're stressed out of your mind. That's mainly the reason why Tsunade loved it when she still was the Hokage. All the present members decided to introduce themselves to him. The artist's name was Rizz Jonah, the obese one was Droy, and his partner's name was Jet. The turban-wearing mage was named Vegeta. The man with the dirty blonde-colored hair was called Max Allure. And true to Mikao's words, a newcomer arrived with 12 barrels of liquor of different kind. The Uchiha curiously wondered if they were even capable of finishing that much alcohol, considering their paltry number. After a brief scuffle with the guildmaster, the man introduced himself as Wakaba Mine. He was the same age as Mikao, wearing a light-colored jacket with fur trimmings on its edges over a simple shirt and a blue pair of pants. Additionally, he had a cigarette in his mouth. Wakaba thanked him for his valiant deeds after the master told him the tale. One Kanana special, coming right up. The woodmolder bursted out of the kitchen door, holding the steaming hot delicacy in one hand. Asuka and another woman, he assumed was the one named Kanana, trailing behind. His cunning eyes automatically scanned the woman. She was a fair-skinned woman with violet-colored hair and green eyes, wearing green-colored blouse that is complemented by a long white skirt, as well as a pair of green boots. There was a certain air of shyness and meekness to the woman, much similar to Naruto's wife. Sasuke's eyes widened. This presence a snake? The ninja thought uncertainly. This woman. She's no doubt a human, but her smell and presence was that of a snake. That he was certain of. The Uchiha had been around with snakes ever since his training with the snake Sannin, that he promptly developed an affinity to the reptilian animal over the years. To the point where he can sense, smell, or hear a serpent nearby, and snakes likewise feel a connection to him. Due to this, the ninja had befriended all of the snakes at Ryuchi Cave and had learned a lot about their biology, characteristics, diet, and all there is to know about the reptile. He'd unwittingly became a snake expert before he knew it. What is it? Sasuke was snapped from his deep observation when he heard the woman squeak. The Uchiha saw that the violet-haired female was blushing madly under his scrutinizing gaze. He mentally slapped himself for having been so obvious in his visual inspection and even got lost in thought. He averted his eyes from the meek female, realizing that he had been staring at her as soon as she came out of the door with the intensity of a hungry condor's predatory gaze. Could this be love at first sight? Mikao suddenly said in a faux surprised tone, with his lips curling the biggest teasing grin he could muster. Needless to say, the shy woman fell to the trap. Master. The violet-haired chef stuttered, utterly failing at her faulty attempt at reprimanding the veteran mage. This only made the master's grin lengthen even more, if it was even possible, that is. Teasing the young people was always hilarious, especially the meek ones. It's one of the only joys in a life of a senior. Sorry, boy, but Kanana's a property of the guild, so you can't take her. This time, it was Wakaba, cigarette miraculously sticking in his mouth as he spoke. His words' effect on the violet-haired woman was instant. The bright red-colored face of the poor woman changed into a darker shade of the color straight away. WWW Wakaba-san, Kanana exclaimed, but found her effort fruitless as the veteran mage only stifled a laughter. Now outright flustered and embarrassed, and devoid of any plan or action to hinder the continuous reddening of her face, went for a last-ditch attempt to stop the growing embarrassment from further escalating by covering her flushed face with both her hands and hurriedly dashing towards the kitchen door. Everyone in the building laughed at the ephemeral scene. Even Sasuke couldn't stop a bemused smile from gracing his face. He subconsciously compared the woman to his best friend's wife. How very similar they are. Asuka watched the scene obliviously, not understanding what's happening. Geez, you old men should act your age. Feeling a little bad for the chef, Loki gently scolded the veterans. Anyway, here's your Kanana special, Sasuke. The glasses-wearing woman placed the famous among the members' delicacy in front of him. Sasuke's mouth almost watered at the tantalizing sight and smell of the food. The Kanana special consisted of 2 large, well-done steaks smothered in sauce, chicken wings and legs at its side, and some vegetables littered around the plate. But the cause of the heavenly smell was within the sauce. The pleasant smell of unknown herbs and spices lingered in the ninja's trained nostrils. He'll be sure to ask the violet-haired chef these ingredients later. For now, he would be sure to savor this moment. His stomach growled, commanding him to eat the delectable food already. Sasuke happily complied and dug in with gusto. Delicious. He slightly widened his eyes upon tasting the food. The ninja had tasted many savory meals and delicacies of the elemental nations, but none can compare to this. So Sasuke, did you really just fell in love with Kanana? Loki asked him, mostly driven by curiosity. No man would stare at a girl like he did after all, especially someone who he had just met. Hell, said girl still hasn't even introduced herself to him. Slightly disappointed that it wasn't her he fell in love with, if it was the case, that is. Sasuke gave her a look of incredulity. Did she really just believe their ludicrous teasing? It's nothing of the sort. She just reminded me of someone. Or something. The ninja answered Loki in a matter-of-factly tone, mentally adding the last part. Is that so? The female mage muttered unconvincingly, but decided not to poke on it anymore. It wasn't really her business whether he likes the chef or not, though she couldn't stop feeling a little envious to the violet-haired woman. Ah, that's right. Alzak and Biska are waiting for you at Alice's bake shop. Bring Asuka with you too. Wakaba told Loki. In an instant, the wood molder froze and swallowed a lump in her throat. What would she tell Alzak and Biska? Would she tell them the truth about her blunder? About how she had easily given up on protecting Asuka from that lizard man? That's right. She should tell them. It's only right that they should know. She didn't know how they would react. But if they end up despising her, then she'd gladly accept their feelings. Lockie didn't know how she would tell them, but one way or another, she would try her best on telling them what really happened, in great detail if needed. All right, let's go, Asuka-chan. Your mommy and daddy are waiting for us. The female mage told the little girl anxiously. Okay, don't worry, Lockie. I'm sure they'd understand. Besides, Asuka's here, safe and sound. They have no reason to be mad at you, comforted Mikao. The lavender-haired mage nodded to him, a little reassured by the master's words. She held the girl's hand and headed to the door, but before they can even move a few steps towards it, the guild's door violently burst open. There, shadowed by the bright rays of the sun, revealed 5 figures. The members of Fairy Tail immediately stiffened with fear and anger as they saw the unexpected visitors, standing there menacingly. Condescending smirks that promised evil intentions manifested on their faces. Gehaha, so how have you weaklings been? Mocked the leader of the group. He marched inside the building, his lackeys following not far behind. Mikao's face twisted into a frown. Twilight Ogre, what do you want now? The Fairy Tail master questioned the visitors in displeasure. Now, do you really want to speak to me that way? The leader said smugly, strutting to the guild master's direction. He took out his weapon, a kanabo, from his back and brandished it threateningly. A frightened Asuka hid behind Lockie. Don't worry, Asuka-chan. Everything's gonna be all right. The wood manipulator comforted the girl, then growled under her breath. These guys are at it again. Seriously, it hasn't even been a week since their last visit. What the hell do they want now? It's like their bullying was getting more and more frequent. Sasuke disinterestedly glanced at the aggressors. So these guys are members of the Twilight Ogre Guild that Lockie had told him about. They look no different from the average thugs of the elemental nations. Sasuke sighed. Still, these guys certainly picked the wrong time to mess with the guild. He was currently dining in it. He may be a reasonably good person now, but if there's anything that irked him more than most, it's disturbing him when he's peacefully eating, and these guys had done the deed. The Fairy Tail's master held his ground despite the Twilight Ogre thug's menacing magical power being exuded. The leader slowly walked until he was a mere foot from the master. I apologize, what do you want? Mikao grit his teeth in anger as he spoke. For the safety of the members, he must not aggravate them. Good boy, the leader mocked. Well, since you asked nicely, I'll get straight to the point. The ogre thug leaned on his large kanabo. We're gonna have a party tonight, and you're... He poked Mikao's chest with his finger. Gonna give us 10 barrels of booze and a week's supply of meat. What? Wakaba and Lockie both exclaimed in unison, dumbfounded at the ogre thug's unreasonable demands. We spent most of our guild's funds on buying those booze, and now you want us to give it to you? Are you in Sadash? The veteran's outburst was cut off as he was suddenly punched in the gut by one of the Twilight Ogre member. Irk! Wakaba knelt from the sudden blow and recoiled in pain, clutching his aching stomach. Wakaba! The lavender-haired mage worriedly shouted to him. She and Asuka hastily moved to his side and supported him. Lockie glared at the thug. They're getting more and more violent as well. Seeing as his longtime best friend was fine and nowhere near in mortal condition, Mikao faced the Twilight Ogre leader again. Please reconsider. We barely have enough money to provide food and drinks to the guild. If you take Awa Dash, the guild master wasn't able to finish his sentence as the thug interrupted him. You don't have a choice, the ogre leader said with a condescending grin. And with a snap of his fingers, the ogre member's lackeys started smashing the already puny and measly furnitures. The tables, stools, the cabinets. None was left unbroken by the Twilight Ogre's wrath. Please stop, we just bought those. But the master's plead was left unheard. They continued to break the few surviving wooden tables and stools until nothing was left but the smashed fragments of the former useful furnitures. As the Twilight Ogre finished their rampage, the guild looks as if a hurricane just passed in it. In no way. Lockie muttered dejectedly. The Fairy Tail Guild members clenched their fists in anger, but remained unmoving and downcast. Their guild was yet again destroyed. Looking at what's remained to the guild with sadness and sorrow at not being able to do a thing against the ogre's assault. The little girl in the wood molder's arms was now weeping hysterically. The thug leader's shadow impended on the females of the guild. Now then, if you don't give us what we want, we just might hurt your precious family. The leader said threateningly, looming over Lockie and Asuka with his large hammer in hand, ready to pummel some weaklings should he choose to. Wide sinister smirk spread across his face. Sasuke has had enough. Eating the last of his meal, with an air of nonchalance, he strolled to face the ogre leader. No, please don't hurt them. All right, I'll give you what you want. Wait, Sasuke. Mikao diverted his attention from the thug to the ninja when Sasuke sauntered past him. Sasuke, what are you doing? Sasuke. Boy. In-chan. He ignored them and continued, only stopping when he was a close enough distance to fully observe the Twilight Ogre leader. The leader of the group had poofy black hair and wore a red shirt with dark-colored pauldrons on his shoulders. Wrapped around his waist was a waramaki-like cloth covered in elongated dark spots, dark pair of pants reaching to his knees paired with a pair of light-buckled shoes. He looked even more pathetic than the average thug in his world. At least thugs back there bothered to look intimidating, unlike this clown-looking fool. And who the hell are you, pretty boy? You're not a member of this pathetic guild, right? Better run along now before I destroy that face of yours. The leader declared condescendingly, patting his kanabo's handle as a way to intimidate the black-haired man. Unfortunately for the Twilight Ogre grunt, the ninja has faced much more powerful and intimidating opponents unfazed. Sasuke stayed unabashed and continued staring him down. The poofy-haired leader stared back at him, slightly taken aback by the man's bravery. Who is this guy? As the leader stared back at his deep, black orb, he suddenly found himself swallowing a lump in his throat he didn't know he had. The next thing he noticed was that he was sweating bullets as he stared into his seemingly bottomless eye. His eye, it wasn't normal. It looked so cold, empty, and no trace of any emotion. All he could see in it was death, his death. The Twilight Ogre leader took a step back, feeling intense fear suddenly well inside of him. He felt as if a giant hand was gripping his entire body, preventing it from moving even a single muscle. He gulped and his knees started to shake violently. Danger! Danger! Death! His brain desperately called for his attention, telling him to run away from this person as far as his legs can carry him. Tebow. One of the grunts called to their leader in concern, confused as to why he suddenly froze the moment he landed his eyes on the black-haired guy. Surprisingly, the Twilight Ogre leader mustered all his courage and willed his entire body to stop shaking and move. He's just one guy. He inwardly reassured himself. The leader of the pack gripped his kanabo and raised it in the air. I ain't afraid of you, Sasuke/boy, shouted his newly acquired acquaintances in worry. The ogre leader, Tebow, as his lackeys call him, swung his giant mace down to beat the living daylights out of this arrogant guy. He increased the velocity of his swing, looking to completely flatten the former avenger. Clang. A shockwave was felt inside the guild as the kanabo landed on the ninja's form. The members of Fairy Tail as well as the Twilight Ogre lackeys watched intently. But instead of the gigantic mace successfully smashing the black-haired man, what he saw shocked him, his lackeys and the Fairy Tail guild members alike. Sasuke stood, still rooted to his position. A casually raised forearm was revealed to have effortlessly blocked the Twilight Ogre's weapon. What? Tebow blurted out in confusion and bafflement. This guy. He was even sporting a bored expression on his face, hinting that it was indeed done rather casually. The ogre leader raised his giant mace again and aimed to strike the Uchiha in the head. But before he can even move his kanabo towards the Ravenet, a strong, seemingly invisible force came into contact with his face. The Twilight Ogre leader was sent flying outside the guild, knocked out. Tebow. What in the blazes just happened? Was that his magic? Were the Twilight Ogre members befuddled mutterings? The members of Fairy Tail seemed to be in similar state, unable to comprehend what just happened. It's as if a sudden vacuum of air and wind had hit his would-be attacker. Loki stared in amazement. He already demonstrated lightning elemental magic earlier, and now some kind of wind manipulation magic. It was strong as well, enough that the grunt was flung tens of meters away. Sasuke smirked in amusement when he noticed their puzzled faces. Of course, he didn't use any jutsu nor any sorcery like they thought. That was a punch, a plain old simple punch. Hell, it wouldn't be considered a punch due to how he restrained his strength to lessen the force of the impact, so as to prevent the thug's sudden demise. It was more of a jab than an actual punch. But then again, a simple blow such as a jab from him could easily kill a human. The last Uchiha executed it so fast that it practically can't be seen by the naked eye, be it trained or untrained. Even Naruto, who utilized his precognition to the point where he can see something happen before it actually happens, found his strikes futile to dodge. I don't know what kind of magic you used, but we're still gonna beat that smirk off your face. One of the Tebow's lackeys exclaimed as the remaining Twilight Ogre members jumped into action. Weapons and magic spells directed at the Uchiha's still stationary form. Regrettably for them, the ninja was leaps and bounds much faster than them. He moved from his position and proceeded to deliver swift jabs each on their ribs, strong enough to deter their movements and attacks but not enough force to knock them unconscious. As he was using his high-speed movement, everyone, including the Twilight Ogre members and the Fairy Tail members were partially frozen, only showing very slight movement. He then stopped behind his attackers. Immediately, the Ogre members began dropping to the floor one by one, clasping their aching body part. The Fairy Tail members were dumbfounded at what they just witnessed. As they cannot track Sasuke's speed, all they saw was him standing there when his aggressors leapt to attack, then vanishing from his spot and instantly reappearing a couple of paces behind the enemies. Thereafter, the ogre grunts collapsed to the floor apparently in pain. That couldn't have been teleportation, since teleportation magic doesn't have offensive capabilities like that. Or was it? Nobody could really tell. G.H. Arg. Groa. The ogre members groaned as they clenched their ribs. As soon as they had enough strength to stand up and regain their footing, they briskly ran to the door right of the bat, fleeing from the Uchiha in a newfound terror, taking their unconscious leader with them. We'll get you next time. Silence reigned in the guild until Asuka decided to break it. Wow, so strong. The little girl cheerily blurted out, tackling him with a hug. You're really strong, Sasuke and Ai-chan. Yeah, the members shouted all at once. They approached him, thanking and patting him in the shoulders. The Uchiha could clearly see that they weren't simply happy just because he prevented the Twilight Ogre from taking their booze and food, or just from driving the grunts away from the building. It was from the extreme satisfaction of seeing their bullies get beat up, which none of them were capable of doing. Getting pushed around for 7 years must have been difficult for them. You won't believe how satisfying that was, seeing them get beaten and scampering away like little rats. Wakaba said jovially, taking a puff of smoke from his cigar while speaking. Indeed, my friend. We have longed for this day for someone to stand up to them. Mikao grinned in delight. Loki told him that this young man has no current guild. He must invite him to Fairy Tail. He just had to. It would be such a waste to let such a strong mage go, seeing that they lack any. Sasuke simply nodded to them, as he tried to gently pry Asuka off them, but to this futile effort, the little girl only latched onto him even more tighter as a response. Anyway, Sasuke, how did you do that? The Wood Molder asked him. Mikao, Wakaba, and even Asuka turned their heads to him, piqued at the question. Do what? He playfully responded. You know, the wind magic and that attack you did just now. The Wood Mage answered, recalling what the Uchiha did a few moments earlier. Sasuke smirked. Magic. He replied cryptically, much to their dismay. Loki puffed her cheeks in annoyance. You know, being secretive will have unpleasant side effects. Loki chastised. HN. Loki, don't you have somewhere else to go? Mikao reminded her. The Wood Mage jolted straight away from her sitting position upon being reminded of her task at hand. Ah, that's right, I forgot. Let's go with Asuka-chan. See you later, Sok. And bolted to the door while carrying Asuka with her. Once the guild had finally quieted down, Sasuke once again thought of his plans and course of actions. As he was stuck in this world for now, he would have to join a guild in order to legally carry out a mission, which is the primary source of income to the mages, then find a place to stay and learn the rules and regulations of this world, or at least on this country. He didn't have to remind himself of what to do after that. As a genius of planning and strategy, he had already figured out his methodology on living in this world. And he already determined the possible negative and positive outcome, and pros and cons that those actions might entail. Then he'll remind himself not to blatantly kill someone in this land. Presumably, there's a strict no-killing policy among the guilds and their mages. And he didn't want to become a globally wanted criminal in this world like he was in his own. So with that in mind, the Uchiha advanced to the first step without any delay. Mikao, you're the master of this guild, correct? The master was about to reply to the ninja's question, but Wakaba beat him to it. As ridiculous as it sounds, and as much as I despise to say it, yes. He's the current master of Fairy Tail, to our greatest disappointment. The veteran mage mockingly said, faking a disappointed tone in his voice. A shit-eating grin spread on his face as he shook his head disapprovingly. A tick mark appeared on the master's head upon hearing the other veteran's obvious challenge. Bolting from his seat to butt heads with his longtime rival. What did you say, you curly-haired cigarette-eating buffoon? Mikao retorted, clearly accepting his friend's challenge. Well, isn't it the truth, you monkey-faced moron? At least I don't use freaking smoke as my magic. Why you? Sasuke exasperatedly sighed. Two veterans fighting like little children was one of the many things he certainly hates to see, coincidentally. They continued headbutting for a while, until the last Uchiha decided to voice his intentions. Then if it's possible, I'd like to join the guild, Sasuke stated. The veterans ceased their petty squabble upon hearing the ninja's request. Well, that's convenient. The guild master mentally deadpanned. He was just planning on recruiting the young man, but currently, he was still in the middle of brainstorming on finding the Words to say to the Uchiha for him to not refuse the offer. But apparently, he didn't have to do that, much to his pleasant surprise. Mikao regained his composure and gladly replied, "Of course, Sasuke. We'd be happy to have you in the guild. But first, you'll have to sign a paper for you to be a legal guild member approved by the Magic Council." The master explained. Sasuke replied with a nod. This Magic Council has the supreme authority among mages, supposedly. Being 10 of the most powerful mages in the continent of Ishgar, and been branded the title of Wizard Saint. There's even 4 among them who were renowned to be the strongest of all Wizard Saints, calling themselves the 4 gods of Ishgar. Sasuke chuckled at the title. How big-headed of them for proclaiming themselves as gods. But if they're as strong as the rumors say, then he'd like to fight them in the near future just to ascertain how high he is in this world's hierarchy in terms of power. After a little while of waiting, he had finally been able to sign the paper. It only contained trivial questions of little to no importance to the guild, so he answered them honestly, to some extent. And then the name as well as the signature. Kanena brought the guild insignia stamp with the paper just a while ago. Said girl was reluctant to go out of the kitchen at first, but hearing that there will be a new member to join their puny ranks, she had then swallowed her embarrassment and did what she was told. He introduced himself, but Kanena already knew him, courtesy of Laki. "Where do you want your guild crest, Sasuke?" Kanena asked, readying the stamp. "And what color?" Sasuke opened his shirt's collar and emphasized his name by slightly tilting his head. "Here." He pointed at the spot where Orochimaru had branded him the cursed seal of heaven. "Make it black." The fairy tale chef nodded and did the instructions exactly as she was told. "Welcome to Fairy Tale, Sasuke." She greeted him, with closed eyes and a kind, warm smile adorning her beautiful face. "Listen, everyone," Mikao shouted to the guild. "Our hero, Sasuke Uchiha," said Hiro cringed at being called as such, "has joined our guild. He's new to this place, so be sure to teach him everything there is to know about our system, even though that's completely unnecessary. And treat him well. Now we may lack numbers and our tables and stools may have been smashed to pieces, but those facts won't hinder us from having a goddamn party." The blue-haired veteran announced to the guild with even more enthusiasm, raising his mug of liquor as he finished his speech. "Yeah," the guild joyously shouted in response, raising their own mugs of liquor. Sasuke smiled. What a troublesome bunch. After 3 hours of partying, which Sasuke participated by sitting there in a bored manner the entire time, he had met the remaining member who weren't in the guild, specifically Asuka's parents, who were named Alzak and Bisca Connell. Asuka's father, Alzak, was a man he assumed was in mid-20s in age, wearing, to his amusement, a brown poncho similar to one he had worn 2 years ago. He had spiky, black hair and black eyes. Underneath the poncho was a maroon shirt paired with a pair of light brown pants. And Bisca, Asuka's mother, wore very revealing, dark bikini top under a red leather vest. She also wore a skirt of similar color with a series of light strips hanging down from it in the middle, as well as a pair of high-heeled boots. Both of their clothing, like Asuka's, were unfamiliar to him, especially the woman's appearance. He averted his eyes away from her as soon as he saw what she was wearing. Her outfit showed so much skin that he thought he had seen whores back home dress more appropriately than her, but he wasn't about to judge. They had profusely thanked him for saving their precious daughter. Despite him repeatedly saying that they didn't have to thank him, nonetheless they were still very thankful to him. They also said the Wood Mage begged them for forgiveness nonstop, ignoring their incessant attempts at reassuring her that there's nothing to forgive. Rather than being furious, they were worried for Laki's well-being instead. Were all the members of this guild this kind-hearted? And now, satisfied that the first step went on without a hitch, Sasuke was now looking for a mission. He wanted a very high-paying one that has a reward that he can spend for as long as he stays in this world. So he searched for an S-class mission. The Uchiha's keen eye spotted something in the request board that piqued his interest. He snatched the piece of paper and read, Monster Extermination, rank, SSS class. Synopsis. The monster Tortuga has been harassing ships and destroyed villages near the shore of Sillery. The monster has been active these last few months. Fearing that this creature will wreak havoc once more and increase casualty, it must be stopped at all cost. In need of 10 or more powerful mages. Capture or kill. Must be a team of 10 or more SS-class mages. Target, Tortuga. Location, Silerizia, south of Alakatasia. -15 kilometers west of Paradise Spa and Resort. Known abilities. Magic resistance, said to be able to withstand powerful spells. Can shoot pressurized water cannons capable of obliterating mountains whole. Devastating roars. Notable characteristics. Despises lightning element. Very arrogant and merciless. Has very durable shell and skin. Will kill if given the chance. Say to be as strong as a dragon itself. Appearance. Appears to be a large turtle. Spiky shell. Gray and black in color. How to summon/lure. A lightning elemental magic must be available. Should a lightning elemental spell projectile to the sea directly below Cerealy Cliff. Wait for at least 20 minutes. Tortuga should feel the electrical vibrations within that time frame. It will then appear. Beware. It will be severely aggravated upon summoning. Be careful. Reward. 1,500,000,000 J. Client. Mr. Leto Mahogany. Sasuke smirked in satisfaction as he read the request. Yes, this will do. He must be quite desperate to put up such a large amount of reward money. He thought in delight. Should he leave for this mission now, he could arrive at the other continent within 3 hours, assuming he can still summon Garuda in this time-space, since using complete body Susanoo is out of the question. He doubted that giant, flying, purple humanoid creatures with massive wings exist in this world. It would doubtlessly garner too much attention if spotted. If indeed Garuda can't be summoned, then he'd be forced to water run all the way to Alicatasia. That option isn't a problem to the Uchiha by any means, but he'd rather choose the more convenient ones. Looks like it's his lucky day after all. The Uchiha then showed his selected mission to the master and get his approval. Mikao and Wakaba looked at the paper that the newest member has handed them. But this is. Mikao muttered in disbelief. The other veteran wasn't faring any better either. The Uchiha had chosen an impossible mission. SSS-ranked missions were the equivalent of century-old quests, and needs many S-class mages to complete, and even then, the chances of them succeeding would be obscure at best. And supposedly, his new member was ready for this kind of mission. Alone. Sasuke, I'm sure you're a very strong mage, but this needs multiple S-class mages to administer, and only a few of those mages, or maybe none at all, can come back alive. The guild master explained. Please understand, this mission might be far out of your league, and will be extremely dangerous for you. Please rethink your decision and find another mission. The guild master persuaded, but the ninja wasn't convinced at all. My league, huh? Sasuke inwardly chuckled. He had already set his eyes on this mission, and he will get it, regardless if Mikao approves or not. He may have to use Genjutsu after all. He's right, boy. The thing you're supposed to kill is said to be as strong as a freaking dragon. Even guildarts wouldn't be able to pull off something like that. Wakaba added in between puffs of smoke. Sasuke sighed in annoyance. They had harshly underestimated him. Granted, they haven't seen what he's truly capable of. But still, assuming people is that weak or strong, unless you have proper knowledge and information, would be a serious offense in the ninja world, and would bring about serious repercussions in a battle. You said you'd do anything to repay me, right? Then I'll just take this mission as your payment. The two veterans flinched at that, the ninja's statement apparently silencing the two. They hadn't expected the ninja to use his earlier deeds as a means to convince them. Yes, we're very grateful to you beyond words could describe, but even still, the safety of my family is of top priority. And you're one of my family now, Sasuke, Mikao said with sincerity. It would be very tragic to them if their newest Nakama would die from this mission just because he approved of it. Why does youngins have to be so reckless? I am fully aware of the risks and dangers that this mission might bring, and I assure you, I have more than enough abilities necessary for this mission's completion. To his relief, Mikao actually seemed to consider his words. After several seconds of thinking, the master finally made his decision. All right. Wakaba widened his eyes in shock at his friend's answer. Mikao had just doomed a boy who has his whole life ahead of him, but unfortunately will be cut short because of this idiot of a master's stupid decision. Are you insane? The other veteran's sudden outburst was ignored, but only on 2 conditions. Mikao handed the request over to Sasuke. If you somehow succeed, donate some of the reward to the guild. Sasuke nodded in agreement. And the other one? The ninja inquired. The guild master looked at him in a serious manner. Just don't die, Mikao flatly stated. The Uchiha nodded again. Seems easy enough. He was slightly impressed at how caring the guild master was and at how much he loves the guild and its members. But if he doesn't stop babying them like he's doing now, they won't grow stronger on their own, and their guild would remain the weakest. Pushing the guild's limits is necessary to their development as fighters, and not let them settle with meager quests to prevent stagnation to their skills and experiences. That's how the Hidden Leaf Village seemingly mass-produced skilled ninjas. Sasuke smirked triumphantly. He doubted an oversized turtle would be able to kill him, but he won't underestimate either. The Dimension Traveler wasted no time. Then I'll be going. I should be back soon. Having said that, he turned to leave. He'll be a billionaire after he's done with this mission. Oh, I forgot to tell you, Sasuke. The ninja turned his head to look at Mikao. The continents of Ishgar and Alakatasia aren't really on good terms. Therefore, there are no legal intercontinental transportation from Ishgar to Alakatasia or vice versa available, as it's strictly prohibited. You'll need to find someone who'll be willing to hire you a boat. There could be some in Harjan, but you'll have to pay decently to hire one. Mikao told the Uchiha informatively. And it'll take 10 days to get there by boat. He added. Sasuke simply accepted this new information with a nod, then continued on his trek. He was thankful to the master for telling him something he didn't already know. Though hiring a boat was highly unneeded, as he has much faster ways of getting there, like simply running, to name one. Do you reckon he'll survive? The smoker questioned his friend, truthfully wanting to hear his opinion about their new member's safety. He'll be fine, Mikao answered, looking at the Uchiha's back as he got farther away from them. Besides, I'm sure you've already noticed, he's no simple young man. His eye and the way he held himself somehow told me that he's some kind of a war veteran, Mikao said with certainty. This young man was indeed very mysterious. Yeah, I kinda noticed as well, Wakaba said in reply to the master's words. They watched the Uchiha's figure disappear from view as he walked deeper into the woods. In the end, only time will tell. Chapter 3. The World at Large. As Sasuke was out of the guild's view, he quickly went for his summoning technique's activation. The ninja bit his thumb and went on a series of seals with his single hand, and then slammed his palm on the ground. Intricate, circular markings instantly appeared. After a medium-sized explosion of smoke later, which was then dispersed by the wind, Sasuke smirked in satisfaction. There, stood in front of him, was his majestic hawk summon Garuda. Looks like I can do the summoning technique in this time-space after all. The last Uchiha rubbed Garuda's beak. The hawk summon happily indulged in the pleasure. He mounted the hawk and patted its head, commanding it to fly. Go northwest. The giant hawk squawked loudly and obliged. Conveniently, the request paper came with a map, complete with arrows pointing to the spots where he assumed to be the client's resort and the destination. The view was even more beautiful when viewed from above. He would travel at moderate speeds for now, since he's fully enjoying the breathtaking view. The Uchiha's odd expression was evident on his normally impassive face as landscapes, cities, forests, and rivers came to his view, and relished the feel of fresh air hitting his face. The sensation of having to roam the skies in a foreign world was a thrilling experience to the ninja, though he didn't at all expected there to be a school of flying fishes. But again, he reminded himself that he'd seen weirder things than this. Realizing that it's already been an hour since the world traveler had left Magnolia, he decided to end his sightseeing in favor of heading to the client's locality. Sasuke patted the hawk's head, commanding it to fly faster. The hawk promptly amped its speed, now moving at hypersonic speeds. As he was flying in the middle of an ocean, Sasuke couldn't see any land for miles away except for the rapidly growing silhouette of an island ahead. As he came closer, he saw that it was indeed an island. It had what seems to be a town on it, so he concluded that it was inhabited. He could use a drink. He'll stop there for the time being. Landing on a spot where no one could see him, he hopped off Garuda and examined the area with his Sharingan, coming to the conclusion that there were no humans nearby. Stay here, Sasuke instructed his hawk summon. The hawk squawked, seemingly obeying its summoner. The island was called Caracol Island, and the town appears to be a resort. It was mildly large, filled with shops, restaurants, and hotels. There was a large number of people there. Tourists and mages alike relaxed and bathed in the beautiful beach. It was a sightly island overall. South of the resort was a decent-sized pier with over a dozen ships currently parked in it. As the Uchiha was walking around, he stopped at a particular shop. Star Mango Gelato, huh? How long has it been since the last time I ate something sweet? He didn't remember really, though he could guess the last time was during him and Naruto's epic match 2 years ago. Deciding that eating something that's sweet every once in a while wouldn't hurt, he strolled towards the shop and sat on one of the stools. He dislikes eating sweet stuff, but not eating them would mean admitting inferiority to his rival. Even unimportant things like this hold weight when it comes to their rivalry. Good day, young man. The shop owner greeted him boisterously. Sasuke nodded at the old man. He looked at the menu, which wasn't really a menu, as this shop only sold mango-flavored gelatos. It rather displays the available different sizes of the gelato cup. I'll have a medium cup of your dessert, Sasuke ordered. The shop owner promptly got to work as soon as his customer finished his order. After a few minutes of waiting, his food was ready to be served. Here you are, enjoy. Sasuke looked at the dessert dispassionately. The Star Mango Gelato was a soft, rich golden-colored ice cream. He can already taste the sugar just from looking at it. Oh, by the way, we're having prizes today to celebrate the 7-year anniversary of my fabulous shop, said the bald owner of the shop buoyantly. If you see a card containing a prize written on it at the bottom of the cup, Hand it over to me, and I'll give you the prize," he explained to his customer. Sasuke looked at the displayed prizes. Most of them were stuffed animals and toys, clearly intended for women and children. There weren't anything that looked particularly useful to the Uchiha, but he didn't come here for the prizes. He came to eat something sweet. Sasuke took a spoonful of gelato and reluctantly ate. "Too sweet," the ninja mentally commented, but continued eating it nonetheless. Giving up is not an option. He finished his dessert with a sigh, and indeed, at the bottom of the cup was a prize card. Sasuke picked it from the cup, not bothering to read what he won, probably just a stuffed toy. "Excuse me, I think I won one of your prizes." The Uchiha handed the card over to him. The older man took it and squinted his eyes to read the card's miniature scribbles. "Oh, how lucky of you, young man. You've won a free large cup of my delicious gelato," the shop owner cheerfully announced, then went back to work once more. "Great," Sasuke sarcastically deadpanned. "Beauty Lady Brandish, Lady DeMaria is waiting for you. You know how she gets when I fail to bring you to her." Sasuke heard the voice behind him. It was a man's voice, albeit a little squeaky. "Relax, Marin. Just tell DeMaria that I will meet her tonight." This time, it was of a female. The voice exuded with power and authority, probably a mage. "I finally have the time to come to this island and eat some star mango gelato, or is it that you don't want me to eat some?" The female's voice, he assumed was 18 or 19, said in a threatening manner. "And no, not at all, Lady Brandish. Please enjoy your stay." After that, Sasuke never heard the male's voice again. The ninja was slightly amused that a man was frightened by a woman, but the way he addressed the woman means that she's likely his superior, or that she could be a noble. He also found it peculiar that the man just vanished. No sound of footsteps was heard. Even his presence disappeared. A teleportation ability, perhaps? "Here you are, one large cup of star mango gelato." The shop owner placed the dessert in front of him. Sasuke didn't know if he could eat another cup of these. He was already gritting his teeth earlier from the sheer sweetness of the dessert, and found the medium-sized cup a challenge to finish, let alone a large one. "You're very lucky. You know that? This is the last cup of gelato for today. My gelato is very popular, so I usually run out of it before the day ends." The older man grinned at him, gesturing for him to eat the delicious, golden-colored dessert. The last Uchiha unwillingly picked his spoon to begin the deed. As he was about to pick a spoonful of the dessert, the Uchiha felt someone sit beside him. He glanced at his fellow customer. It was a young woman. Sasuke guessed this was the same woman he heard earlier. Green hair and a bobga with what seems to be a pair of cross-shaped horns attached to the sides of her head, and a pair of cross-shaped earrings. Upon seeing her attire, Sasuke inwardly cringed, and he thought Bisco was bad. This woman was somehow perfectly fine with only wearing some dark-colored swimsuit and a golden fancy coat with blue fur at the edges. In her neck was a gold choker with attached chains, completing her look with a pair of dark high heels. In general, her outfit showed good portions of her well-developed body. The world traveler wondered if it's completely allowed in this world for people to be scantily clad. What's more, she was strangely phlegmatic even with men ogling at her very attractive form. Also, he confirmed that she was indeed a mage, as he can feel humongous amounts of magic power from her. She didn't even acknowledge his existence despite him being right beside her. "I'll have a large cup of star mango gelato, please," she ordered impassively, not showing even a drop of emotion. Brandish, being a member of the Spriggan 12, a group of powerful mages that served Emperor Spriggan as a shield, had so very little time to visit Caracol Island, being that her missions and duties don't usually cross the continent's border. But today, she finally had a free time, and a free time means a chance to eat her favorite dessert, and she'll take the chances she'll get. "I'm so sorry, madam, but I'm all out for today. Come back tomorrow," the nervous shop owner said to the young woman apologetically. She was a regular customer, once or twice in a week, and he knows she wouldn't just lash out just because he ran out of the dessert. But still, being in the presence of such a powerful mage and even disappointing said mage by not providing her with the dessert was still a very terrifying experience. Immediately after hearing that, her excitement and inner joviality was utterly crushed, like the obliteration of an apple under a mallet's blow. "Ah, I see," Brandish muttered gloomily, not even bothering to hide the depressed and disappointed tone in her voice. Crestfallen and dejected upon hearing that her favorite dessert, which she waited for days to eat, the dessert which was the sole purpose of her having the trouble of coming to this island, was currently unavailable. She turned to leave, but stopped short when she heard a voice. "Here." Brandish looked at the tempting dessert that was placed in front of her, then to the man sitting beside her. One visible black orb stared at her dispassionately, spiky black hair with a long fringe that framed the right side of the man's face, and a large portion of bangs draped and covered his left eye. with pale, unblemished face, untarnished from any flaws and imperfections. He was handsome, very handsome, even more so than Emperor Spriggan himself. While the Emperor had a cute, crybaby charm to him, this man was calm, cool, sharp, and calculating. Easily the most good-looking guy she had seen so far. Brandish kept staring at him and suddenly found averting her eyes away from his face a difficult challenge. She thought it was impossible, but for the first time in her life, a blush crept on her face. "Is something wrong?" the man asked her. The shield of Spriggan gave a sudden jerk to her head when the young man spoke, and came to the realization that she's been gazing at him. She fought down the pink hue on her cheeks from reddening at this. "Well, what?" Brandish managed to utter dazedly. Was she actually attracted to this man? That can't be it, right? That idea was simply too absurd to her. In her missions and travels as a shield of Spriggan, and in her conquest of entire countries, which subsequently earned her the moniker of Country Demolisher, she had seen countless good-looking men. Though she would admit that she found them attractive, none of them really interested her. However, she had always thought that the concept of romance is an annoyance, and that falling in love would be next to impossible for her. And frankly, she wasn't interested in love either. "It's too much of a bother," she would always say. But just from looking at this man made her heart aflutter. "I said I'm giving this to you," the black-haired man said with a raised eyebrow. "Don't worry, I haven't taken a bite from it yet. What's more, he's offering her his cup of star mango gelato." Such an act would be considered the most selfless action a human could ever commit. Well, to her at least. No one could possibly hand over a cup of star mango gelato to someone else, especially if it's the last for the day. The green-haired woman hesitantly accepted the black-clothed man's generous offer. Thank you." The man merely nodded, then directed his attention to the shop owner. "How much was it?" 200 jewels. The bald owner answered immediately. After paying, Sasuke casually stood up and left. Deciding that he wasted enough time, he walked away from the shop, aiming to go back to Garuda in order to continue on his journey. "Wait." The ninja stopped in his tracks as he heard the woman call out to him. He partially tilted his head to look at her, enough that she can see the right side of his face. "What is your name?" the green-haired mage asked, or more like demanded. Despite being thankful, pride and power still lingered in her voice. Although she did try to sound gentle and less haughty as much as possible. She didn't want the first man to ever catch her fancy disliking her. Sasuke Uchiha." The Ravenet answered impassively. "Sasuke Uchiha, huh? Odd name," Brandish mentally remarked. As far as she knew, names like that were very rare in Alakatasia, perhaps a native of Ishgar. "I see, my name is Dash." "Brandish, right?" Sasuke cut her off. A subtle smirk manifested on the ninja's lips when he saw the young woman widen her eyes. "Wah, how did you dash?" A confused Brandish uttered inquiringly, surprised, but was once again interrupted by the raven-haired man. "I overheard your interaction with your friend earlier." "Ah, so that's how." She was more bothered at the fact that Marin was mistaken as her friend than him knowing her identity by conventional means without her knowing. Marin? A friend? How preposterous. A pet is more fitting of him, and even then, that's being generous. The young man, which introduced himself as Sasuke, half-heartedly waved at her. "See ya," and continued walking. Brandish looked at his back for a few seconds, before happily digging into the delicious dessert. The green-haired mage squealed in delight as the rich, savory flavor and sweetness of the golden-colored ice cream melted in her mouth. Because of that raven-haired gentleman, she had finally been able to indulge in the pleasure of eating some star mango gelato. Looks like her troubles of coming on this island didn't come for naught after all. If she was going to meet that man in the future, she'd be sure to reward him. But right now, Kaya. Brandish girlishly squealed again after taking another spoonful of the heavenly dessert. Too bad he's not a mage, as she cannot sense a shred of magic power from him at all. He would have been a potential boyfriend. The shop owner watched the youngster's interaction with a pleasant, nostalgic smile. "Ah, young love." Sasuke quickly got back to Garuda and continued on his trip. After 2 long hours of flying, he can finally see the slight silhouette of the shore of Alakatasia. The Uchiha looked at the map in his hand, making sure that he's going to the exact spot as the arrows were pointing. Thankfully, he was, as he can now see the incredibly large resort. Sasuke was flabbergasted at the resort's very large size. It spanned for several kilometers in width. It would pass as a small city at least. The Uchiha could now see how the client could easily pay billions of money. If he's this rich, then millions, or even billions would be child's play. As he came close enough, he finally commanded his giant hawk to descend at the gates. Ignoring the horrified screams of tourists as an unusually gigantic hawk prepared to land at the paved ground, sending gusts of wind in all directions in the process. As the hawk summon finally landed, Sasuke muttered a low thank you to his trusty summon and immediately deactivated the summoning technique. Garuda disappeared in a large puff of smoke afterwards. Unlike Caracol Island, which was brimming with people, the resort's entrance only had a few people in it, and most of them looked like ordinary tourists. Hiding Garuda was unnecessary. Sasuke entered the large gates of the sophisticated resort and observed that the people there were eyeing him suspiciously, mostly due to the fact that he just landed out of nowhere on a giant hawk, and then said hawk having suddenly vanished in a smoky explosion. Those events would no doubt rouse some attention. Or is it because of his clothing? Loki had said that his garbs highly resembled that of an assassin mage's, but he didn't care. Sasuke ignored the stares and continued on his course of action. Excuse me, sir, do you have a ticket or a reservation? Sasuke looked to his left to see a man in a uniform speak to him. He assumed he was a guard. The ninja shook his head in reply to the guard's question and held out the request, showing it to the man. I'm here for this mission. The man looked at it with scrutiny, then nodded in affirmation. Another batch of mages actually had enough guts to attempt this mission. Now there's something you don't see every day. Last time someone accepted this quest was 11 years ago, if he remembered correctly. Ah, right? So, where's the rest of you? The resort's guard asked, scanning the area to see if there were more mages with him. The older man hadn't expected that there were mages out there who'd be interested on taking this quest. This mission was pretty much impossible. Whoever this merry bunch of suicidal idiots were, they'll probably not be going home alive. The guard heaved a displeased sigh. Poor fools. I'm alone, said the young man casually. As expected, the older man widened his eyes in shock. What? You do realize what this mission is, right? 15 S-class mages couldn't finish this quest, yet you think you can? Keep dreaming, kid. I suggest you go home and slay some tigers or something. The older man scoffed at the Uchiha. Annoyed at the guard's loud, mocking tone, with visible effort on his part, he suppressed the strong, almost unstoppable urge to shove Kusanagi down the man's gullet then and there. With a deep breath, the ninja calmed himself down. I've completed missions much worse than this, Sasuke informed with his usual impassiveness. Whether this man will let him in or not, he will get in regardless. He was gradually getting more and more vexed at being underestimated. Thankfully for them, he wasn't his usual self anymore. They'll have Naruto to thank for that. Fine, but don't say I didn't warn you. The guard huffed. Go straight over there. He pointed at the tallest building in the middle of the resort. Mr. Mahogany should be at the top floor, he informed the younger man. Sasuke gave the guard a grateful nod and left for the tower. The Uchiha would be lying if he said he wasn't impressed. If Sasuke had to guess what heaven would look like, it had to look like this. The resort contained so many structures that looked like palaces. Hotels and large shopping centers scattered all over. Pools of all shapes and sizes adorned the resort grounds, as well as different kinds of rides filled one particular area. This place was like a mixture of an amusement park and a resort. But then again, Sasuke hadn't really gone in any amusement parks back in his world. Are there even any amusement parks in the elemental nations? Sasuke was cut off from his thoughts when he spotted a group of girls in swimsuits, their squeals and giggles clearly directed at him. Sasuke tried to ignore it before, but now he was sure this world's majority of women had large chests, because he had yet to see a small-breasted woman. Not that he was paying attention to such things. His strides were now getting faster as he neared the tower's doors. Sasuke could almost feel the insatiable hunger and lustful stares from the women population as he got deeper into the famous resort. The unpleasant aura of the insatiable women population of the resort were getting thicker and thicker by the second. It's like they're going to pounce on him any moment, like a predator slowly creeping on its prey, waiting for the perfect moment to attack. The Uchiha shivered in slight fear. Finally arriving inside the resort's main tower, Sasuke heaved a sigh of relief. The Uchiha then observed the building's interior. It was heavily decorated, with ornate vases and marvelous paintings. Beautiful, rare, and exotic plants were placed at the corners, and chandeliers lined up in the middle of the ceiling. A fountain was placed in the center of the room, completing the room's design. Everything was shiny, pristine, and luminous. After a brief sightseeing, Sasuke spotted a counter with a woman in it, working on some paperwork. So he strolled and paced to the counter's location. The clerk raised her head at the sound of footsteps. May I ask where Mr. Mahogany's office is? Sasuke asked. He already knew the client's office was on the top floor. He wanted to know which office is the client's, since finding it room by room would be a waste of time, especially if you take into account the building's size and the number of rooms in each floor. The woman, which Sasuke identified as Angela, thanks to the small, metallic name tag that was hooked on her uniform, was mature-looking. With light purple hair, a blue uniform, which didn't at all hide the ample shape of her chest and a pair of glasses. She halted at her current task at hand and looked at the ninja. Despite being quite stoic, she still found herself blushing slightly at the sight of the young man. Yeah, it's in the top floor. It's the middle room in the right. It's the biggest office, so it's rather obvious which one. You can use the elevator over there. Sasuke looked to his left to see a door, with a staircase next to it. The female clerk finished with held composure. Sasuke thanked her and left the woman to her work. The last Uchiha didn't know what this elevator is, but he's not going to waste his time knowing what it is or how it'll work, so he took the stairs instead. Sasuke arrived at the client's office and got in without any delay. The office has simple decorations in it compared to the last floor, containing only a large painting in the right wall, for vases on each corner, a single chandelier hanging overhead, and a rather large bookshelf. There in front of him was Mr. Leto Mahogany, slouching on his desk. Behind the resort's owner was a wide window, which one can view the southern side of the beautiful resort as well as the sea beyond it. "I've been expecting you, young man," the old man said, which caused Sasuke to narrow his eyes in suspicion. "He's been expecting me?" the Uchiha thought in question. The older man noticed this. "Haha, don't worry. The guard called me through a lacrima communication device. He informed me that you were coming." Sasuke relaxed at that. So communication devices were already common and widespread in this world, whereas the ninja world recently just invented the phone, also a communication device. He would know what this lacrima is later. "May I know your name, young man?" the client inquired. "Sasuke Uchiha," he answered. The man nodded. "So, young man, you think you're strong enough for this quest?" Mr. Leto Mahogany asked the ninja rhetorically. The man wore a simple business suit. He was a man in his late 60s, with hair already on the process of getting white with age. He was a simple man. Sasuke didn't at all expect this for a billionaire, but he didn't care about that. He would convince this man, even if he have to use genjutsu to do so. "Yes, I am." "All right, I believe you," the billionaire said almost immediately, no questions asked. Sasuke faintly widened his eyes. This certainly was a surprise. Who he thought was the greatest hurdle in getting this quest turned out to be a non-factor. This was somewhat very easy compared to how he initially thought it would turn out, thankfully. You see, it's been many years since someone took the quest, and the last group of mages weren't even able to drag the battle for even half an hour. The resort owner said morosely. They were all utterly defeated. 3 of them were killed. The rest got grievous injuries. The man's downcast eyes looked at him. "We don't know when or where the monster decides to go on a rampage next, but chaos and destruction follows it. And hundreds of people will die again." He spoke with utter seriousness, then stood up from his seat and bowed to the Uchiha. "That's why, please, you have to stop it. Get rid of it. Kill it. I don't care how much it'll cost me. I'll double the reward." "He'll double the reward?" Sasuke thought in amazement. Just how rich is this man? A contented smirk graced the ninja's lips. "Just please, get rid of that monster and stop it from ever rampaging again," the distraught resort owner pleaded, still bowing to him. Sasuke could practically hear the desperation in his voice. What he said was the truth. But it wasn't simply because he cared for the nearby villages or its people. He was afraid the monster might decide and choose his resort as its next playground. That was partly the reason why he was very desperate. Sasuke was very satisfied now. This turned out much better than he had predicted. The client even announced that he'll double the reward money should he be successful in this quest. After this, he wouldn't just rent a room. He'd buy a whole estate. He would plan how he would spend the money later. The Uchiha went back to listening to the older man. The client now stood up from his previous position and spoke again. A mage who would go up against Tortuga alone. The idea was simply too ridiculous. But you understand the situation, right? You could die from this. For you to be this confident means you must have some tricks up your sleeve. So I trust you. Please don't let any more people suffer from its wrath," the client said, now noticeably calmer, finishing his speech. "Don't worry about me. Just prepare the reward." Sasuke turned to leave, glancing at the client one last time just as he opened the door. "I should be back in an hour." Sasuke stood atop of Cirrus Cliff, looking down at the seas below. If he remembered correctly, a lightning-based technique is needed to lure out the monster. The last Uchiha activated his strongest piercing attack, Chidori, in a single hand. And with a casual flick of his wrist, he shot a Chidori projectile to the waters below the cliff. Shortly after, strong, electrical currents spread on the surface of the sea. Strong enough to easily blow up large animals such as an elephant upon contact. This Chidori projectile should lure the monster out in less than 20 minutes. With that done, Sasuke deactivated his lightning-based piercing attack and sat on the cliff, waiting for the behemoth to surface. He reread the request again as a precaution. He was sure he would be able to defeat the beast, but like always, he won't be underestimating the creature, especially if it had such reputation. Sasuke unsealed a bag of rice balls and tomatoes from his wristband and ate. He might as well eat while waiting. He looked at the clouds and enjoyed the serene moment. He must always remind himself that no matter how long he had to stay in this world, he mustn't forget to return to his. The scrolls he discovered contained significant information about Kaguya and the Otsutsuki clan. He must relay this to Konoha and warn Naruto about those two. Those Otsutsukis were undoubtedly threats to both of them. They could attack the shinobi world at any moment, and forgiving himself would be impossible if he won't be there to protect the newly unified villages and let them destroy the peace. A tremor took Sasuke's attention. The ninja stood up and looked down to the waters below to see it violently swaying. It's about time. It's already been 11 minutes of waiting. As the seas became more and more furious and waves became more bigger and violent, there, finally out of the water, rose the gargantuan creature. Seawater streaming down from its massive form as it rose to accommodate the cliff's height. The request only said that the beast was large in size, but Sasuke could deduce the turtle was as massive as a small mountain. Its size was certainly impressive. Roar! The giant turtle roared to the heavens. Sasuke could now see the monster's full appearance. Just as what was written on the request, it had a large, spiky shell which covers its entire body, large armored limbs and head. Giant menacing, green eyes stared at the much smaller human. It stopped moving and focused on him. Who dares awaken me from my slumber? Tortuga bellowed like thunder. Its voice so loud and intimidating that any warrior would buckle their knees in fear. Its presence so overwhelming that any mage in comparison would feel very minuscule. It talks? Surprise briefly lingered on the ninja's face. To think this monster was actually an intelligent being. From the rumors and information he had gathered thus far, it sounded like the giant turtle was a mindless being, only knowing how to instill calamities to the lands. Not only that, but it seems that this creature was a magical being as well. Sasuke could sense a considerable amount of magic power from the beast. Seeing as the black-clothed human was alone, the turtle stared at him questioningly. "Where's the rest of your brethren, human?" Tortuga asked, voice booming while doing so. If he was going to fight, it might as well have some fun. And nothing beats maiming and killing a bunch of weak, pathetic humans. He was awakened from his sleep for this after all. The ninja merely stared at it and smirked. "I don't need anybody else. I am more than enough to kill you," Sasuke answered with a subtle hint of arrogance in his emotionless voice. The turtle, unmoving and speechless, stared at the human incredulously, as if he just grew a second head. Hiki. Bah ha ha ha. The giant turtle laughed a hysterical laughter. It wasn't a mocking one, but out of pure, genuine amusement. Its laugh was so loud that it probably resonated for miles. Ha ha. Ha. Tortuga calmed down. "I haven't laughed like that in centuries." The creature once again focused his sights on him. "You know who I am, yes? Or are you just simply clueless? Normally, I'd kill you right now for insulting me." To say that anyone can kill Tortuga alone right in front of his face would be the biggest mistake any human could ever do, and it'll also be his last. But for entertaining me, and even making me laugh like that, Furi decided to spare your life. Turn tail, retreat, and never come back. The giant sea creature boomed. Sparing a human this courageous, if a bit clueless, should be a generous enough payment for making him laugh for the first time in ages. But instead of running away, like the giant sea creature had expected, Sasuke merely activated his Chidori. "Let's just get this over with." The ninja thought impatiently. This creature was unexpectedly talkative. Seeing the human's lightning-covered hand, Tortuga let out a toothy grin. "So, you decided to fight after all. I would commend you for your immense courage if you weren't immensely foolish as well." The sea creature thundered. Tortuga hasn't encountered a human like this before. If only humans were as fearless as this one, he would be having fun every day. And not just go on a hibernation for another decade or so, waiting for a challenger, and occasionally wake up just to satisfy his hunger for death. Too bad this one's life will be cut short. "Enough talk. I'll finish this in one move," said the ninja sternly. The extremely potent electrical energy further intensified as Sasuke poured more chakra into it. The ground creaked, and gusts of wind and sand flew from the jutsu's vicious power. This much should do the job, he mentally concluded, feeling the strong chakra in his hand stabilize. The sounds of countless chirping birds became louder and more apparent. The lightning bolt on the human's hand was strong enough that Tortuga could feel it prickling on his heavily plated face. This human was stronger than he thought. "Very well, do your worst, human," Tortuga challenged. With Chidori in hand, Sasuke leapt high in the air. gaining more momentum and velocity as he prepared to thrust the lightning-based piercing attack on the creature's head. With a mighty roar, Tortuga responded by shooting a large torrent of pressurized water from its mouth. This very attack had killed countless humans, including S-class mages, shattered countless villages and settlements in a single volley of water-imbued roar, and buried hundreds of lives in watery graves. But Sasuke met the attack head-on by simply swiping his lightning-covered hand through it. The giant tempest of water was promptly split in half, allowing the ninja an entrance directly to the creature's armored head. The strong currents of electricity clung to the water fragments and hit the ninja's body. But Sasuke was immune to his own lightning chakra, so the best it did to him was make his clothes slightly wet. Tortuga, on the other hand, grkh. The sea creature growled as the streams of electrified water fell on him. The turtle flinched a little and forcefully shook the pain away, but couldn't rest even for a second as the ninja was getting closer. This human was fast, he got close too quickly. With their distance, the giant turtle couldn't do anything to halt his attack now. The best Tortuga could do was hope his armor would endure the attack, which he had no doubt it would. His thick, armored plates coupled with his high magic resistance should shrug his attack easily. But then again, water droplets with electrical fragments in it hurt him. The attack itself would hurt much more. But hopefully, it'll only give him substantial amount of injuries, which can be healed in a good night's sleep. The human now closed their proximity in his descent. Tortuga braced himself. Sasuke, now a few paltry meters from his target, slammed his attack. Chidori, the ninja muttered. The powerful lightning connected with the turtle's snout. Soon after, large streams of electricity coursed through the monster's body. The Uchiha could see the turtle trembling under his attack. Satisfied after seeing this, Sasuke once more shoved his attack with even greater force. The seas below went on a ferocious rage. Giant waves now rivaled and even surpassing the cliff's full height. It's like a giant storm chose that particular area to lay waste in. Grayer. The giant turtle gnashed its teeth. This pain. To think I of all creatures could feel such unimaginable pain. Tortuga thought in shock as he channeled the entirety of his magical power to his snout in a desperate countermeasure to defend against the lightning. But it seems that his magical resistance was doing its work, as he could see that the lightning attack hasn't yet penetrated his armored snout. Haha. Do you understand now, human? No magic in this world can possibly pierce my armor. Even while enduring the pain of powerful energy coursing through his armor and into his flesh, he still managed to utter provokingly through gritted teeth. But instead of losing determination as the beast had hoped, the human instead increased his strength. Exclamation point. Tortuga could feel it, his armor slowly cracking away. The powerful lightning was piercing his impenetrable armor. I am possible. The turtle quickly uttered in fear. The sea creature widened his scaly eyes in realization he was actually terrified. To a human at that. The cracks fissured across its armored head and became more prominent and noticeable. Its blood bursted out from the large holes and cracks in its rapidly thinning armor. Grah! Tortuga screamed in pain. Tortuga's thick, spiky shell started breaking apart. Countless giant shreds of plated armor disassembled and fell to the waters below. Sasuke pushed his arm one last time. Unfortunately for you, I don't use magic, the ninja said in a bored manner. The ninja's Chidori released a series of electrical surges before finally detonating. Boom! A massive beam-like explosion suddenly erupted from Sasuke's lightning-covered hand. The blast radius having completely engulfed the sea creature's form. This is impossible. This can't be real. The beast bellowed in agony as the blast easily tore through its armor. Its once diamond-hard shell gave away, the intense heat disintegrating it to dust. The beam vaporized most of the sea creature's hard, craggy exterior and continued eating away on its completely exposed flesh. No! Screamed Tortuga in horror and anguish as its muscles, bones and organs were turned to ash in a matter of seconds. A satisfied Brandish was now aboard her ship, on her way to the continent of Alakatasia. As a member of the Spriggan 12, she was rewarded with her very own ship, which she can use to travel back and forth from Alakatasia to Caracol Island. To Brandish's delight, the ship was far faster than regular ones, that it can cross the distance within hours which normally can be crossed for several days. Thus her abusing it every time she'd have a free time is non-avoidable. Her crew, or should she say her loyal pets, did their work diligently while she relaxed on a foldable chair, basking under the warm afternoon sun and enjoying the fresh ocean breeze. She was currently on her way to Paradise Spa and Resort, as Marin had told her where Demaria was waiting. The green-haired mage took a spoonful of gelato from an unusually large chalice next to her and happily ate. Having the ability to freely manipulate mass was such a blessing. She can practically indulge in a never-ending gelato spree until she goes sick of it. All she had to do was increase the gelato's mass, eat and repeat when she almost finishes it. Despite that fact, she's very self-conscious of her figure, and she doesn't want to get fat. No Shield of Spriggan should be. So Brandish would always remind herself not to get her addiction the best of her. Still, it was a very satisfying day. She had been able to eat the dessert and been spared from having a terrible day. Not being able to eat the dessert would be worse than terrible to her, all because of that man. Brandish subconsciously wondered what he was doing right now. She wasn't convinced that she was in love. That idea was still too asinine to her. Although she would admit that the man's face would pop up in her mind once or twice. Wave incoming, brace yourselves, the captain shouted to his crew. Upon hearing it, Brandish immediately stood up and walked to where a bunch of ship crew were looking out on the open sea. The men promptly stepped aside and made way for her as she strutted. There she saw, indeed, was a giant wave coming towards their ship omnidirectionally. This is bad, Lady Brandish. If a wave as massive as that were to hit the ship, it'll be easily obliterated, the captain told Brandish in panic. The green-haired woman mentally agreed to the captain's deduction. The incoming wave, as she can see it, encompassed the ship twofold. The ship, no matter how durable it is, likely cannot defend against that. But that's why she has her magic. Brandish turned to the men, which was in a state of panic. Fear not, for I am here with you. As you have served me well, I will save you, the young mage announced to the sailors reassuringly. As she finished her announcement, the crew visibly relaxed and held onto something, preparing for the inevitable impact. The sailors prayed to their gods as the giant wave rapidly neared their ship. But Brandish stayed phlegmatic. Not even a hint of fear or panic can be seen on her beautiful face. With a snap of her fingers, the ship instantly grew in size, about 3 times its original mass. Her analytical mind concluded that enlarging the ship's mass at least 3 times should hinder the ship from faltering. The crew snapped their eyes in alarm as the wooden posts, railings, and other parts of the ship which they held to prevent themselves from getting flung around grew drastically. They observed the ship, seeing that the deck, the stairs, the windows, and even the barrels, everything became larger and thicker. The crew resorted on hugging the wooden parts when they found their hands unable to keep hold to their enlarged versions. Brandish can just easily increase her mass and survive herself, but that would require her to abandon ship. And there's no way in Hades was she going to do something as foolish as abandoning and letting the seas destroy a billion-jewel ship. She cares very little for the men aboard, but they still had their use at least. The enormous wall of sea water slammed the enlarged ship. And just as the green-haired Shield of Spriggan thought, it only rocked, iphonly slightly the ship. Despite the aftermath of the impact effectively decreased, Brandish and her men still found themselves wobbling and disoriented in their place. Crates, barrels, and sacks, food, and equipments littered the place untidily as the ship rocked. As the giant walls of water finally passed the ship, another wave was coming. Though this time, it was considerably smaller and weaker. The ship swayed less this time. After several waves, each smaller than the last, the seas had calmed down, at last. Brandish, seeing that there were no more waves, turned her ship back to normal. Thanks to her magic, the ship withstood and survived certain doom without a hitch, saving its occupants in the process. After that, the crew celebrated for this yet another chance at life, thanking and praising the green-haired mage, almost worshipping her like some kind of deity, actually. Stop dilly-dallying, get back to work. Brandish commanded the crew, leaking a flimsy amount of magic power to intimidate them. Why, yes, ma'am. Without delay, they scampered to their respective assignments. The young mage relaxed and leaned on the deck's railings. Still, what could have been the cause of a wave as massive as that? The Shield of Spriggan looked to her right to see the young captain, a telescope in one eye, observing the surrounding seas. He continued speaking. It couldn't have been a tidal wave. The wind isn't strong and there are no signs of submarine quakes. What's more peculiar was that the wave came from a direction where there is land. What the? The captain suddenly exclaimed, surprising Brandish. What is it? Irked, the green-haired mage asked somewhat irritably. There, at Cirroli Cliff, there's some smoke pluming up from there. The man said in a rather confused manner. Was there an attempt on Tortuga again? Brandish looked at him inquisitively. She held out her hand. Lend me your spotting device. The captain handed it to her without a word. Inspecting Cirroli Cliff through the captain's telescope, Brandish saw that there indeed was smoke rising up from there. She also noticed that the water ripples came from that direction. Those waves likely originated from there. She said, who would have thought that there were still people stupid enough to accept that mission? There's no trace of the gargantuan monster, so the battle could have already concluded, and the turtle may have already rested after killing the poor fools. In fact, that's probably what happened. What are your orders, Lady Brandish? Shall we go there and investigate? The captain asked, awaiting for orders. Brandish handed the spotting device back to him and strutted back to her chair. No, that's too tiresome. Head straight to Mr. Mahogany's resort. The green-haired mage ordered. As you command. The captain obliged immediately and went back to operating the steering wheel. Brandish returned to her chair, only to find her chalice full of gelato spilled on the floor. She comically slumped down, disheartened and depressed yet again. The men quickly got out of her proximity as she released a threateningly cold aura. Well, I was on a diet anyway. Brandish tried to convince herself, though her gloomy voice suggested she had utterly failed on doing so. The shield of Spriggan's eyes shone with a murderous glint. If there were survivors of that battle, she would be the one to kill them. Sasuke stood on the blood-stained waters, looking as fresh as he was prior to the battle. There littered around the Uchiha were what's remained of the once prideful and imperious sea monster. Plates and scales of all shapes and sizes floated about in the reddened waters. The once invincible armor now, but mere shards and fragments to what it once was. Some of it still burned and sizzled. Seems your power is lacking, unworthy of your size. The last Uchiha muttered disappointedly. Tortuga's power wasn't even comparable to the tailed beasts back at home, especially the stronger ones. The giant turtle was certainly much larger than the three-tailed turtle back in his world, but it was no doubt weaker. The ninja looked to the sky, mentally inferring that it was almost 3 in the afternoon. Sasuke prepared to leave, but not before taking a proof with him. He would report the mission's success as soon as he arrived at the client's place. Mr. Mahogany sat outside the resort gates. The young man had told him that he would be returning in an hour, so he waited. He found it extremely ridiculous that a single mage could get rid of the monster, and do it in under an hour at that. Still, something about the young man made the resort owner immediately entrust the mission to him. When he made eye contact, something told him that this mage was truly capable of lifting his affliction. Because what Mr. Mahogany saw in his lone visible eye was not a young, inexperienced mage, but a warrior, a seasoned veteran who had fought a war and won countless battles. A soldier, a hardened killer. He had his doubts at first. He could have very well sent a boy on a suicide mission, an impossible suicide mission, but he willed himself to trust the boy. He wasn't just a normal S-class mage, that he was sure of. Sir, are you sure he'll be able to come back at all? A young woman, his assistant, asked him. The young woman had a professional air to her, with dark purple hair in a ponytail, as well as a pair of professional-looking glasses. She wore a formal office uniform which evidently did not stop the unwanted shaking of her sizable bust, and a pair of high-heeled shoes. She had the look of a strict supervisor which every office had. The resort owner's assistant stood beside him, getting more and more aggravated at the fact that they were waiting for someone who's more than likely dead. If he didn't weasel out before summoning Tortuga, that is. Don't worry, Elise. I trust him, he'll be back. Mr. Mahogany simply told her in reply. He either chose to ignore or was just simply oblivious at the woman's blatant snort of indignation. The assistant, now named Elise, couldn't hold back a sigh of frustration. She seriously didn't know what the kid has for Mr. Mahogany to be this faithful to him, especially when he already witnessed multiple groups of S-class mages utterly fail the mission. Yet he trusts this mage, a single, young mage who didn't even confirm if he's an S-class or not. A gust of wind stole their attention, snapping their heads upwards to find a gigantic bird descending towards their direction. Elise could tell that it was a predatory bird, thus her first course of action was to protect the resort's owner. Stand back, sir, the assistant instructed Mr. Mahogany while she prepared a spell. Wait, Elise. Don't attack, the old man commanded. The guard told me that the young man rode a large bird when he arrived. Let's wait and confirm whether or not that is him. The rich man told her. The young woman hesitantly complied. As the large hawk came close enough, Mr. Mahogany sighed in relief. Riding the large bird was the young man who had accepted his mission. Elise watched as the giant predatory bird neared the ground and prepared to land. He must have came back to tell Mr. Mahogany that he changed his mind. There were absolutely no other logical reasons other than that for the young man to have returned so quickly. Garuda landed on the ground, and the young man jumped off the giant hawk. Thereafter, the giant predatory bird vanished in a puff of smoke. He then strode towards them, feeling thankful that the resort's owner was waiting outside, saving him the trouble of going inside that horrible bear trap that is the resort. Ah, young man, I take it you finished the mission? The rich man asked somewhat unsurely, not really expecting a yes as an answer from the mage. In truth, he was actually expecting for the young mage to say that he decided to give up on the mission. He trusted the mage, but at the same time, there's this nagging feeling of uncertainty, telling him that the young mage cannot possibly survive a battle against the monster, much less come out on top. Being reminded of the horrific results of the previous mages that battled the beast made him doubt his decision on sending such a young mage to fight it. But it seems he didn't have to worry about his safety, as he returned without so much a scratch on him. This fact only served to further solidify the resort owner's conclusion that the young mage did not in fact battle Tortuga. Which is okay. As a matter of fact, it was a big relief that he hadn't sent another mage to a suicide mission, only to die within the first couple of minutes trying to fight the giant monster. Yes, I have. I've come to report to you that I am successful in slaying the monster Tortuga. Sasuke spoke with his usual monotone. Both the old man and the female clearly weren't ready for the young man's unforeseen response, if the evident expression of shock on their faces were to go by. The rich man was about to say something, but the woman next to him spoke. Or rather, exclaimed first. What? Having recovered from the surprise she just received from the mage, she started rather brashly. You completed the mission? You killed Tortuga? Do you realize how ridiculous you sound? You just come here and tell us that you were successful without even bothering to bring a proof with you, and you expect us to believe you. The woman shouted to him, clearly agitated. Sasuke didn't know what problems the woman has with him for her to be this sharp-tongued towards him, but he really couldn't give a single damn about an ill-mannered woman or spend a single cal knowing what her complications may be towards him, so he ignored her outburst. The woman didn't seem to take this graciously. Why, you little dash? Calm down, Elise, reprimanded the rich man, then once again turned his attention to the ninja. I apologize for this young woman's rudeness, but she's right, young man. We cannot know for sure if Tortuga was truly slain or not without a proof to confirm your success. Unless you have a legitimate proof with you, I can't give you the reward. The man explained. The last Uchiha merely stared at him expressionlessly, then spoke. I've brought a proof with me, he informed them. Then please, show us, the billionaire said. Not wanting to waste any time, Sasuke obliged. He took a storage scroll from his pocket and opened it, revealing intricate scriptures in a spiral pattern written on it. He then bit his thumb and smeared some blood in the middle of the circular writings, then threw the scroll tens of meters away. These actions confused the two, but continued watching him with profound interest. All of a sudden, a massive explosion of smoke materialized on the location where the Uchiha had thrown the scroll, taking them by surprise. Both the Earthland natives shielded their faces as the smoky explosion sent strong gusts of wind in the vicinity. They watched with undivided attention as the smoke slowly dispersed, only to become pale-faced after seeing what was revealed inside the rapidly receding plume of smoke. This is impossible. How can a single mage possibly defeat Tortuga? The woman muttered in pure disbelief. The billionaire on the hand was speechless and slack-jawed. Both wide-eyed, stared at the Uchiha's proof in obvious shock and amazement. Anyone with half a brain would have similar reactions as the two. As after the smoke had completely dissipated, there in its place was Tortuga's gigantic armored head, or at least, what's left of it. The turtle's armor was totally hollow, with the flesh inside it having been disintegrated by the Uchiha's technique mere minutes ago, leaving only the huge, empty, plated shell of the sea monster's head. There was a massive gaping hole where the turtle's armored snout should be, and most of it had apparent signs of burns on it. It was colossal, with the biggest of trees mere specks in comparison to its size. If the resort's owner had to guess, it would cover at least 1/4 of his resort's full diameter. The woman strode to it and inspected the giant mass of armor in order to authenticate it. After all, there are still enough reasons to believe that this was fabricated. The billionaire's assistant touched it, scratched it, felt it. With thorough and careful probing, she scanned the carapace with utmost scrutiny, only to widen her eyes once more. This, without a doubt, and undeniably was Tortuga's hide. The old man looked at the woman expectantly, waiting for her judgment regarding her examination on the supposed-to-be turtle armor. The woman, seemingly noticed this, turned to look at her boss. It's real. With a rigid nod, Elise told the rich man with a barely hidden undertone of incredulity. After the woman's confirmation, the old man went stiff as a board. He did it. The rich man muttered rather monotonously. He actually did it. Tortuga is no more. He continued muttering, slowly getting more and more enthusiastic as he spoke. Tortuga is no more. The billionaire suddenly exclaimed cheerfully. Too cheerful, in fact, jumping around while doing so. He started dancing rambunctiously, albeit unskillfully, as happy as a child that had been given his first toy car as a gift on Christmas. Then, without warning, to Sasuke's unpleasant surprise, the happy old man dashed towards his direction and hugged him. "You did it! You did it!" The young man, on his part, tried to awkwardly push the old man out of his personal space. "Oh, thank you. Thank you. Thank you, young man. I'm so happy, I could kiss you right now," the old man announced, much to his annoyance. "Please don't," the Uchiha deadpanned. To his relief, the woman pulled her boss by the collar, freeing Sasuke from the man's grasp. The ninja gave her a grateful nod. "Sir, we know you are very happy from this unexpected turn of events, but please refrain from embarrassing yourself." The woman scolded the old man, shaking her head in a disapproving manner. "Bah, I apologize for my behavior. I simply couldn't contain myself knowing that Tortuga has finally been vanquished," the billionaire quipped sheepishly. "To think that a young mage such as yourself is capable of ridding the damned monster. If I have to say so myself, just from this feat alone, you're pretty much stronger than the Spriggan 12 themselves, not counting August and Irene, the Scarlet Despair, of course." The woman, as much as she hates to admit it, couldn't agree more to what the rich man had said. Even most members of the infamous Spriggan 12 could not get through Tortuga's immense magic resistance, their attacks merely giving the giant sea monster some minor irritations. And they're typically much stronger than your average S-class mages. Only August and Irene could likely defeat the monster, given their frightening magic power. But this man, on his lonesome, not only defeated the beast, but slay it, with no visible injuries or even scratches on him. Heck, there's not even a trace of weariness or exhaustion can be seen. Virtually no one in history had been able to even drag their battle with the monster for longer than 10 minutes before it kills them. But this guy fought and won against the beast unscathed in such a short amount of time. Such occurrence is unheard of. The mage more than likely used a fire elemental magic, as she could see that the armor was mostly covered in burns, like it's been through gruesome incineration. Still, what kind of fire elemental spell could produce such power that it could bypass the monster's magic resistance and natural defenses like it's some kind of feeble barricade, and even incinerate the flesh that was safely hidden inside? Not to mention that the fire element is not at all effective against Tortuga, as its affinity of water counters it. Such spell must be a very powerful one, destruction capacity-wise. She hadn't met August or Irene, but if he did genuinely defeat and kill the monster, which she now had no doubt what really happened, then he'd be the strongest, most powerful mage she had the honor of meeting. To think that a mage this powerful actually existed. Elise wanted to ask him how he defeated the beast and what spells he used against it, but stopped herself from doing so. She may admit to herself that she indeed was far weaker than this mage, as she's incapable of beating Tortuga alone. But regardless, she still had her pride as a mage. Sasuke stored the names he heard in his memory. The way he heard it from the man, they're likely the strongest mages in this continent. The old man now held his composure. "Now, young man, if you would be so kind as to follow me to my office, I'd like to formally reward you now," the billionaire said to him as he started walking inside the resort, much to Sasuke's chagrin. It was now 30 minutes since the ninja followed Mr. Mahogany back to his office. Thankfully this time, Sasuke didn't feel like he was going to be preyed upon by the ladies' population of the resort as much as his first visit. He stood outside the large, golden-colored gates of the sophisticated resort, completely satisfied. He looked at the shiny check in his hand, which contained 3 billion jewels, 3 billion gemstones in his possession. With a smirk of contentment, the last Uchiha stared at it. He stared at it for all it's worth, not even paying attention to his surroundings. Even the combined worth of Konoha's shinobi clan's riches couldn't compare to this amount of money. If these jewels had the same value as the jewels in his world has, then he's practically the richest man in the continent of elemental nations. "Are you sure you don't want to stay a little longer, young man? You can relax in the resort, you know." Sasuke turned to look behind him. Ah, that's right. He almost forgot Mr. Mahogany and his assistant were still accompanying him outside. "It's fine, thanks for the offer," the raven-haired ninja told the resort owner. Besides, he didn't think he could ever relax inside that resort. Heck, 5 minutes inside it, and he already feels naked under their stares and gazes. Horrible feeling it was. Well then, suit yourself. But know that you are always welcome to relax in my resort anytime you want, for free. The rich man told the ninja boisterously. Sasuke nodded to him in response, and then to the woman. Then I'll be going. He faced forward and left. Come back soon, young man. Mr. Mahogany shouted to him. Said young man only waved at them. Both stared at his back, his form getting smaller and smaller as the Uchiha's constant strides lengthens their distance, until they could no longer see him. So, Elise, remember that little game we had? The one where you said you'd do anything I say if there were actually mages who'd take the mission? The rich man questioned his assistant with a triumphant, almost perverse grin. Yes, I won our little bet. The purple-haired woman sighed. Fine. What do you want me to do, sir? She asked in a defeated tone. How about a massage? He cheerfully suggested. That's fine. Is there anything else? His assistant inquired. A striptease would be nice. The rich man said with a perverted grin stretched across his aged face. The woman's aura turned cold. Do you want me to separate a vertebrae during this massage of yours? I was just jesting, my dear. He told her nigh instantly, not wanting to further agitate the woman. Elise doesn't usually get angry easily, but when she does get angry, it wouldn't be pretty. Right then, I think it's time for us to return inside. The man walked inside the gates, with the woman following wordlessly. Brandish arrived at Paradise Spa and Resort and was now hurriedly strutting to Mr. Mahogany's office. She had so many questions needing to be answered. One particular question in mind that stood out amongst all other questions was that why there was a giant empty shell that coincidentally resembled Tortuga's massive head outside the resort. It stuck out like sore thumb that Brandish and her men instantly spotted it even while they were still in the ship, preparing to dock. Believing that there were actually a group of mages strong enough not only to defeat the monster, but kill it, would be an impossibility. There must be some kind of explanation as to what it is. A counterfeit, perhaps? It couldn't truly be Tortuga's shell. But then again, it looked very real to her. Every single detail, from the thick, plated scales to the damages that was inflicted upon it, just seems too genuine to doubt. She reached the resort owner's office and without delay, waltzed inside the room. Ah, Lady Brandish, you look as beautiful as ever. What brings you here, if I may ask? The billionaire greeted her as soon as she got inside. Ah, that's right. De Maria is waiting for you. She should be at the biggest pool right now. Not even acknowledging this piece of information, Brandish started. Tell me, Mr. Mahogany, what is that thing outside? She asked impatiently. This question has been itching in her mind ever since she arrived here, and a satisfactory answer is a requirement to quench this curiosity of hers. A proper explanation as to what it is or who conjured it would do. The rich man raised an eyebrow at her question. The thing outside? Was she referring to Tortuga's shell? That must be it. There weren't anything worthy of note outside his resort except for that gigantic thing. Magnificent, wasn't it? Came the old man's rhetorical question. Why do you ask? Wasn't it rather obvious, young lady? It was what it looks like. The billionaire, as a matter of factly, told her. That did not answer her question at all. And I ask of you what it really is. She replied, getting more and more peevish by the second. The old man sighed. This young woman sure is stubborn. It was what's left of Tortuga's head. He finally answered in a serious manner, rather unusual of him. Brandish was visibly taken aback by this. That must be some kind of a joke. Are you telling me that a group of mages were competent enough to kill Tortuga? The green-haired mage questioned with a noticeable tone of sarcasm. Not a group, but a single mage. A lone mage did that. Keeping his serious demeanor, the billionaire told the mage. To say that Brandish was shocked would be a severe understatement. She stood where she was, as stiff as a statue and as silent as the grave. Wide-eyed and unmoving. Apparently stunned by the old man's absurd statement. It wasn't long before the old man determined that she won't be breaking out of her stupor soon, so he continued speaking. We couldn't believe it at first, but Elise confirmed it herself. There's no mistaking it, it was indeed Tortuga's shell. A single mage. Killed Tortuga. She muttered, now more or less out of her stasis. Practically nothing at all can surprise Brandish, being that her nature is that of a passionless person. But this sudden intake of information did more than merely shock her. To say that a single person was powerful enough to rid of the beast was a nonsense of the highest degree, and would probably come off as a bad joke. Now entirely out of the shock that hindered her from thinking clearly, she once again focused on their conversation. You must be kidding. A single, no-name mage killed the monster? She queried, incredulity all but oozed out from every word as she spoke. I shit you not, I assure you. He replied, somewhat crudely. Then it wouldn't be too much trouble if I asked for this mage's description now, would it? Brandish inquired, a bit challengingly. The billionaire nodded, then placed his hand on his chin in a thinking position. Of course, it wouldn't. Let's see. The young man had spiky black hair with long fringes that reminded me a bit to that of a crow's wings. She perked at this description. And as far as I can remember with this old memory of mine, he wore a black shirt and a pair of black plants underneath a black, high-collared cloak. He finished with a firm nod of affirmation, confident that he described the young mage accurately. What? She, once again, was taken by surprise at the old man's description of the mage. There was only one person who she had met wore the same clothing as Mr. Mahogany had described. And as she recalled, he didn't have a drop of magic power in him. She doubted that he was a mage, much less strong enough to kill a monster renowned to be just as strong as a dragon, unless he's skilled enough to completely conceal his magic power. But even then, she should still feel a bit of his magic power, considering their close proximity. Does this mage have a red and white-colored fan emblazoned at the back of his cloak? And does he have a sword that was loosely strapped on his hip? She questioned. This time around, her tone became forceful. The billionaire looked at her quizzically, taking note of the young woman's erratic voice. Why, yes, he did. I do remember him having that crest behind his cloak. As for the second question, yes again, he had what seems to be a sheath hanging from his waist. He answered. I see. She muttered, apparently in a trance again. Maybe who the old man meant was someone else who, coincidentally enough, had near identical attire as the man she met. No, that wasn't it. Mr. Mahogany's description of him was too on point to deny. And he even affirmed the details that she pointed out. Are you okay, young lady? She flinched slightly when she heard the man's voice. Yes, I'm fine, she answered tiredly. These sudden influx of information proved to be too much for her, being the passive and unmotivated person that she is. If you don't mind me asking, have you met this young man? You seem to know how he looks like. The old man asked. Yes, I may have met this man, Brandish answered. She clutched her head, feeling a headache coming. Deciding that she had conversed with the man long enough, she turned to leave. Relaxing in a pool sounds very heavenly right about now. Where did you say De Maria was waiting for me? She inquired, glancing at the man. She's at the biggest pool, located at the right side of the resort. He informed her. I see. I'll be going now. Thank you for your time. The green-haired woman said, her voice getting noticeably weary, though still loud enough that the old man can hear it clearly. He nodded. Very well. It was a pleasure talking with you, young lady. Brandish left the room thereafter. Things got rather interesting, to say the least. But for now, she would avoid from thinking troublesome thoughts, as she's too tired to do so. She would contemplate about this all she wants later. An exhausted sigh escaped her. She sure had overworked herself today. Delightfully for the green-haired mage, an entire week of well-deserved relaxation awaits her. And she would enjoy this opportunity to the fullest. Sasuke thought of returning to Fairy Tail immediately, but something clicked into his mind. He remembered a secret entrance which he failed to unearth during his dimension traveling. It possibly contains a scroll. So he decided that right now would be a perfect time to discover what's hidden in it. He had now recovered a substantial amount of chakra, enough to conjure at least 2 portals, and could still have some left for full-body Susanoo. The Uchiha had walked all the way to a forest, several kilometers away from the resort. This should be safe enough to use his space/time gateway. He mentally selected the exact coordinates to Kagaya's Genesis dimension, the world where Team 7 had defeated Kagaya 4 years ago, and sealed her inside the 6 paths, Chibaku Tensei. Sasuke then created the portal, only to clutch his eye in pain. NGH. Such immensely vast time-space. He thought in surprise. To think that Kagaya was capable of transporting not just herself, but also others, in these dimensions with casual ease. He can only wonder how much power the goddess must have possessed. The portal had now stabilized and fully opened for him to enter it. Closing his left eye to conserve chakra, he strode inside the dark, spiraling interdimensional gate. This portal took much more chakra than he initially calculated. He must be careful how he would spend his chakra for now. He came out of the other side of the gateway to see the familiar terrain, the world adorned with countless, large plateaus. He looked up to the sky and saw the same moon that housed Kagaya's body. Sasuke wasted no time and went to his objective right away. Arriving at that specific mound of land, he saw that there was a thick wall of earth that safely barricaded the entrance inside, hindering Sasuke from accomplishing his goal. Activating his Sharingan, he discerned that the wall was reinforced with potent chakra, perhaps to null the effects of any ninjutsu. But he can still destroy it with brute force. Susanoo. The Uchiha activated his Manjikyu Sharingan's ultimate power. In an instant, purple flames surrounded the ninja's form, and then transformed into its skeletal state. Concluding that the ethereal warrior's skeletal form will not suffice, he poured more chakra into his technique. Ethereal flesh now covered the warrior's framework. After moments of undergoing changes, version 3 humanoid Susanoo was now complete, with 2 right arms, one for aiming and one for notching. The purple humanoid's gaze shone above its menacing smile. With a single punch from the ethereal warrior, the chakra-fortified wall was shattered to tiny shreds of dirt, granting him access to the narrow passageway. Sasuke went inside the plateau's cave, and to his pleasure, found a scroll placed on a platform with unknown writings inscribed on it. Immediately after, he took the scroll from its place and promptly got out of the rocky compartment. Sasuke was pleased, very much so. He had accomplished so much in less than a day, and even uncovered a new scroll, no doubt containing significant data. With a gratified smirk, he sealed the newly acquired item in a storage scroll and called it a day. The Dimension Traveler didn't know if he could directly travel from here back to his home world, but he was willing to find out. Sasuke created a gateway to the elemental nations. Or at least tried to. TCH. He grunted in displeasure. The portal he tried to create instantly closed the moment it reached the size of a basketball. It seems that the vastness of the time-space was too much with his current quantity of chakra. But at the very least, he now knew that he can indeed travel from this time-space back to his world, just that it needs an unquantifiable amount of energy. Inferring that a gateway to his home world was currently unattainable, he instead conjured one to Earthland. Despite a failed attempt at returning to his own time-space, he was still very delighted at how things turned out so far. He can only hope things in the future would go just as splendidly. Earthland, outskirts of Magnolia, X791. The once quiet rundown building was unusually rowdy today. The reason being that the fairy tale's missing, or thought to be dead, members had finally returned after 7 years. So they partied like there's no tomorrow. They joyously ate and drank with their long-missing family. Natsu and Gray clashing heads, agitated at each other for some trivial reason, as per usual. As some members laughed at the scene like some kind of spectacle, Urza sat a bar stool, happily eating a slice of strawberry shortcake. Lucy sat at a table, conversing with Levi, with Mir Jane and Kinana as waitresses, serving some food and drinks to the members. Gajeel on one corner with his black cat, Panther Lily, munching on some steel. Elfman challenging a member on an arm resting, with Lisanna there to make sure her older brother doesn't go overboard. All the members enjoyed being in each other's company again. Oh, how they missed this. Mikau sat at a bar stool, in the middle of a conversation with Makarov, who was standing on the bar table. They watched their family with pleasant smiles on their faces. Ah, by the way, Master. Mikau started. We had a new member. Makarov looked at him with interest. A new member, you say? Yeah, quite a strong one he is. He defeated 5 Twilight Ogre mages in a blink of an eye. The blue-haired veteran told the Master. Oh, the small Master muttered. Mikau's topic clearly caught his interest. Beside the veteran, the armor-clad female listened. Without him, we wouldn't see Laki and little Asuka right now. Mikau said, his voice laced with relief. Watching the little girl being carried by her father, Alzak. You mean? Muttered Makarov, eyes widening in realization. Yeah, he saved their lives. Mikau told the Master with no small amount of seriousness. The aged Master was silenced as he listened to Mikau, seemingly pondering on his words. Makarov slumped down at the bar table. Then we have much to thank for to this new member of ours. The short elderly man stated while stroking his chin. Urza, having finished eating her slice of cake, placed herself in front of the 2 elderly men. Indeed, we have. Where is he? So that I may give him a hug of appreciation, to express my deep thanks to him. So, what's this about a new member? A half-naked Gray asked, strolling towards them, with Natsu beside him. Both had bruises and scratches on their faces. Apparently, they solved their issues by fist-fighting, just as they always do. Happy floated beside them. We have a new member? Is he strong? Where is he? I want to fight him. The Dragon Slayer exclaimed excitedly, getting all fired up, spitting out a stream of fire from his mouth as he did so. Shut up, Flamebrain. You're too loud. Gray quipped. Oh yeah? How about you make me ice breath? Natsu retorted, butting heads with his rival yet again. Natsu. Gray, are you fighting again? The scarlet-haired mage asked, glaring menacingly at the duo. Haha, course not. Right, Natsu? Haha, yeah, we're good buddies, see. Both slung their arms over the other's shoulders in a pathetic attempt in convincing the scary woman. Urza smiled at their antics. I see. I'm glad to see you're good friends. Aye. The blue cat assented. Do we have a new member? All the fairy tale members who engaged in the conversation turned their heads to the direction of the voice to see the Strauss siblings walking up to them. The one who asked such question was Mira Jane. Yes, and this new member of ours saved the lives of our family, Lockie and Asuka. Urza answered her question with a firm stare. The white-haired beauty gasped, covering her mouth with a hand. Ah, I see. To have saved the lives of our precious Nakama, he must be a man among men, Elfman declared, raising his massive fists in the air. Lucy had selected a mission and was now looking for her pink-haired friend. She found him with the others shortly after. Hey, Natsu, let's go on this Miss Dash. She didn't have the chance to finish what she wanted to say, as Natsu suddenly dragged her by the arm. Eek! Lucy screeched in surprise at the sudden action. Hey Lucy, listen to this. We have a new member. An excited Natsu told the blonde. Lucy blinked. Really? She uttered quizzically. So, where is this hick new member? Hick, Kana, who had unknowingly listened to their conversation all this time, asked, a bit drunkenly, holding her barrel of booze like it's full of treasure. Yeah, where is he? Is he here? Lisana inquired, looking around the guild to see if she can spot an unfamiliar face. Macau flinched upon hearing the question. Well, about that. The veteran muttered guiltily, scratching the back of his head. The master looked at him suspiciously. What is it? The former master hesitated for a few seconds before answering. He's on a triple S-class mission, Macau said anxiously, already regretting his decision of ever bringing up the topic. The group froze, and a pregnant silence ensued for a few seconds. What? Was what resounded inside the guild. Chapter 4. The City of Flowers, a Draconic Encounter. There was a particularly big one. Of course, news of moderate importance would hardly be of consideration to the members of the Magic Council, unless it concerns to the topic of dark guilds, which they, especially the chairman, hates with a passion. So this news they had received must be of utmost significance to have garnered the attention of all the members of the Magic Council. Upon hearing the news from both head captains of the Custody Enforcement Unit themselves, the chairman immediately called for the attentions of his fellow council members to discuss the matter in a formal meeting. Grand Doma, are you certain of this? Surely you must be jesting. A tall, elderly man asked in disbelief, his face contorting to that of bafflement. The man had a considerably long beard, as well as a mustache. A pair of pointy ears and dark-colored eyes, which one of it was kept close almost the entire time. He wore multiple layers of robes, and a bat-like ornament was placed on his head. Org has a point. As we know, we already came to a conclusion that even with our combined might, we, as the Wizard Saints, wouldn't be able to defeat that monster. But somehow, due to some absurd miracle, a group of mages killed it. A very short, old man questioned in rhetorical manner in accord to the previous speaker. The elderly man sported a dark green beard and wore a dark-colored shirt, a light-colored vest with large buttons. He also wore a large blue hat, as well as a pair of glasses. How many were they? And what guild was it? He inquired. The chairman merely shot them with a firm stare. You all should already know by now that I am not one for jokes, he replied with an expression of utter seriousness. Though they couldn't really tell, as the chairman always sports a serious face. The man never finds anything funny, and he never smiles. Ever. Even his closest companions and acquaintances never once seen a smile, or even a smirk gracing his face. But his serious disposition was no doubt only one of the elderly man's many characteristics that truly made him the powerful and revered mage that he is. It was considered a mystery how he was able to live as long he has without finding any joys in his old, miserable life. The chairman, identified as Grand Doma, was a tall and fit elderly man, sporting an impressively long beard. He was moderately clad in fitting armor, and an ornate cape was draped over his shoulders. Wearing a stereotypical wizard hat, and carries around a staff with a designed serpent head on it. The old chairman continued speaking. But if you wish, you can ask the bearers of the news themselves, he stated. Ad then craned his head to look at a nearby servant, call Laharl and Doran Bolt immediately. Grand Doma commanded the frog humanoid servant that was stationed inside the meeting room. It bowed. As you wish, sir. The amphibian obeyed, and then went out to call both captains. Within moments, both men arrived at the meeting place. What is it that you need from us, Chairman? An aloof-looking man, Laharl asked. He was a slim man of average height, with long fringes framing the man's face, somewhat similar to the ones which a familiar former Avenger also sported. His attire is that of a high-ranking associate's, consisting of a long, blue jacket, scrap cuffs over a high-collared shirt bearing the council symbol, with white pants and white cape held close by a gem-decorated buckle, with shoes bearing serpentine design. They wish to know more about the news that you have brought, preferably directly from the both of you. Laharl nodded in understanding. Very well. Without delay, the curious councilman fired the first question. Org, the second seat of the Magic Council, gazed at the duo challengingly. Then I'll be the first one to ask. The old man started. Is it true that the monster Tortuga has been slain? Both men looked at him, then briefly shared a look, as if silently mulling over on who should be the one to answer. Eventually coming to an agreement that Laharl would be the one to do the answering, as he is more skilled when it comes to vocal communication and reasoning. The dark-haired captain nodded. Yes, that is correct. We heard about the rumors firsthand when we were conducting field investigation regarding constant attacks of dark mages at Harjan Town. In our curiosity, we decided to hire a boat and confirm it ourselves. Laharl explained. Unsatisfied, the second seat gestured for him to continue. And I assume you confirmed it? The short, elderly man interjected. He nodded. And when we arrived at the destination where the monster had supposedly dwelled, at Cirolai Shore, we were greeted at the sight of 100, if not thousands of shattered pieces of shell, some of which are larger than this entire building we're in. We took some samples of it which you can see for yourself. Laharl finished calmly. The Magic Council members went on a silent stasis, with some of them sporting surprised expressions. Ord looked at the speaker with a skeptical stare. Wolfheim cleared his throat. Now then, my turn. He adjusted his glasses and focused his experienced eyes on the younger man, as if inspecting for even the slightest of lies. Assuming your words are the truth, did you know who these mages were, and where might these mages came from? Surely you must have dug more deeply into this matter. Both captains frowned. Now here comes the difficult part, the dark-haired man thought. He glanced at Dorian Bolt, who nodded at him. He nodded back, as though silently agreeing to something, then returned his stare to the old council member. He answered. After a brief investigation at Cirolai Shore, we decided to visit the client himself. Before he could continue his story, Wolfheim interrupted. Wait, how did you even manage to go inside Alakatasia's borders, let alone the client's place, without getting suspected of being from Ishgar? He was suspicious, they noticed. We disguised ourselves as civilian interviewers. Ah, do continue. He nodded. As we arrived, what we saw with our very own eyes wasn't believable in the slightest. We had a hard time comprehending the thing that immediately stood out within our vision. Laharl paused briefly. It was the monster's head, or at least, its shell. They widened their eyes upon hearing this. Org and Grand Doma took this information rather reasonably, with them only settling narrowed eyes. Even Grand Doma hadn't known this. Have you considered it being fake? A very bloated elderly man with a large beard decided to voice the question. Yes, we have indeed taken it into account, the possibility of it being made solely by magic. That is until yesterday, when our professors themselves confirmed it's real. It even had the exact same DNA structure as the fragmented shells. Laharl looked at Dorian Bolt, silently asking for him to take over. The other man sighed and accepted his comrade's request. Said man wore the exact uniform as Laharl had worn, with a few differences here and there. Sporting a messy mop of black, with 3 distinctive scars that diagonally connects each other through his eye at the left side of his fierce but nonetheless good-looking features. The other captain decided to continue where Laharl left off. But it doesn't stop there. We went to the client's office and interviewed him. He began, a frown slowly creeping on his face. We asked him some questions, such as the names of the mages, how many mages had done it, and where they came from. The man's demeanor turned deathly serious, further accentuating his intense facial features. If you think the previous piece of information you heard from Laharl was unbelievable, then compared to the client's response to our questions, it's a million times more credible. Both men got ready for the council's inevitable reaction they predicted they would have, of utter incredulity. The speaker got over it. The sooner he can deliver his speech, the sooner the meeting will conclude. And he's getting antsy by the second. The monster was slain not by a group, but by a single mage. He delivered in a forced monotone. As Dorian Bolt finished his sentence, a series of loud collective gasps could be heard inside the room, just as they had foretold. The sudden drop of temperature was something they'd predicted as well, somewhat. A pregnant silence reigned in the conference room for a few seconds, before the members burst out in incredulous mutterings. A single person? That's impossible. That's got to be a lie. There's no way a single mage could do that. The loud mumble and whispers continued for longer than a few moments before Org decided to cut it. The second seat of the Magic Council cleared his throat loudly, attempting to cease his fellow councilmen's clamorous, inaudible voices. It was proven effective. As shortly after, the muttering stopped. Org appeared as calm as he always had, but nonetheless just as surprised. "Are you certain of this?" he queried, disbelief expertly hidden beneath a stony mask. "That is his response to our question. Whether you believe it or not is entirely up to you," Dorian Bolt simply replied. "He could be lying, you know." Seam intervened. "There's absolutely no reason for him to do so. Unless you count the possibility of him recognizing us as Ashgardians, but the possibility is negligible. And the way he acted as we delivered each question showed no muscle tensions that hints he was lying. He was genuine enough." The councilman shared unsure looks before resuming to the interrogation at hand. "And of the other questions?" Wolfheim inquired, ushering the younger man to speak. "After that, we asked him where this mage came from. He said that he was a member of an Ashgardian guild." The black-haired captain answered, his eyes darting from one council member to another. The sudden murmurs his statement had elicited told them that it caught them by surprise. Grand Doma raised an eyebrow at this, but said nothing, instead diverting his attention to one council member. He was a bald, burly mountain of a man, donning a yukata which did little in hiding his bulging muscles, with a traditional hakama and a pair of wooden geta sandals. "Jura, would it be possible if one of those saber-tooth brats had done it? They are currently ranked as the strongest guild in the continent after all. If there's anyone who's remotely capable of doing such things, they more than likely came from that guild." The chairman fixed an inquiring stare at his fellow member. Jura glanced at the chairman. "I would say that they indeed are very strong, stronger than any guild in Ishgar, but not nearly strong enough to pose a threat to the creature. I believe it was not one of them." The bald man answered knowingly, sounding very sure of his assertion. Grand Doma nodded in agreement to the councilman's words. Wolfheim narrowed his wizened eyes in thought beneath his glasses. But if Sabretooth didn't do it, then which guild did? Dorian Bolt took that as his cue to continue. "That's where this whole ordeal gets interesting," he said, earning the attention of the council members. Seeing that their curious gaze was laid on him once more, he carried on. "We asked the client if he knew the guild that this mage was affiliated." He stopped for a brief moment, watching them as they anxiously waited for him to finish. He suppressed a chuckle from escaping his lips as he saw them itching with impatience like little children. According to him, the mage was from Fairy Tale. What? Both captains prevented themselves from covering their ears as the sudden, loud outburst permeated inside the room. Shouts of befuddlement and confusion echoed around the conference hall like wildfire. Looks of shock covering the faces as his words landed on their ears. Even the apathetic chairman in the calm second seat widened their eyes. How could they not? Fairy Tale has, and always has been the weakest guild since 7 years ago. Since their top mages had vanished in the battle with the Dragon of the Apocalypse, and had remained at the bottom of the food chain since then. What's remained of their once powerful and esteemed guild, the guild that was once crowned as the strongest in all the land, were but a bunch of weak, inadequately trained mages who wouldn't even pass up as C-class mages, and had the guild's title as the strongest taken away by Sabretooth. And rightfully so. Fairy Tale, as they are now, was but a washed-up, severely depowered version of their former strength and glory. So learning that one of them had slain the monster was incomprehensible beyond words. Heck, it was incomprehensible as a joke. The weakest guild, slaying a monster which the strongest guild could not even hope of scratching? But a joke it was not. That's impossible. That pathetic guild had remained the weakest since the disappearance of their members. The presence of such mage possessing that much power would undoubtedly exalt the guild's name itself. Indeed, since that incident 7 years ago, I believe that none of the remaining members were notably powerful. Maybe they recently recruited a particularly powerful mage? That is possible. Their erratic conversation lasted for several more seconds before Org decided to break it by directing a question to the chairman. Grand Doma, were there any new members of that guild? The elderly man nodded and stroked his beard. Why yes, I do remember the master of the guild, Macau, I believe, submitting a slip of membership document 5 days ago. I believe it was a mage by the name of Sasuke Uchiha. He answered with mild effort to recollect his memory. Seam snorted. So they've gotten themselves a powerful new member? Seems a bit far-fetched that such a mage would just walk in on their guild and then decide to join them, especially if that person knew of their status. The bloated man stated with an apparent tone of mockery in his old voice. Or perhaps they just landed on a gold mine. Wolfheim interjected. So with all this known to us, what should we do about this matter? The chairman hung his head low and closed his eyes for a few moments, seemingly pondering on a decision. Nothing. The elderly man decided. We are forbidden to take part in Alakatasian matters. For now, I want you, Doran Bolt, to observe the guild. Make sure to report any unusual occurrences within it. And if possible, take as much information regarding the new member as possible. Grand Doma instructed. Without hesitation, Doran Bolt accepted the task with a nod. Will do, Chairman. The old man nodded. That will be all for now. The meeting is adjourned. As the last of his fellow council members got out of the room, he plopped tiredly on his seat, heaving an exasperated sigh. The revelations from the meeting came barreling back in his mind like a tidal wave. With a groan, he massaged his aching head. If those information turned out to be true, what would he do then? Should he let him be? A mage who could be a potential threat to his motherland. A mage who holds enough power to raise the entire continent into shambles, run around unobstructed? Do they even have the power to apprehend him? Maybe he should give this individual the honor of acquiring the prestigious title of Wizard Saint, perhaps to solidify his allegiance to Ishgar. Besides, a powerful mage like that is no doubt deserving of the title. The very fact that he killed an SSS-ranked monster would already make him a qualified contender for the #1 spot within the Wizard Saints. But what if he decides to turn his might against them, against the light guilds, against Ishgar itself? He shook his head, forcing such thoughts to disappear. That was indeed a very grim prospect. Hopefully not. For now, he can only wait and see. Perhaps he would see this person this upcoming Grand Magic Games. Present time, X791. Sasuke felt tired. His muscles spasmed and his aching bones felt weary. He had used so much of his chakra not even a day after arriving in this world. He could only hope the consequences would not be too severe. Dimension hopping to Kaguya's dimensions was a risk, but it was a risk he had to take. Chakra was expendable and will regenerate in time. Information like this was not. Information like this holds key information about the invaders, and he should collect them before the Otsutsukis could. The next step would be to relay the information to Naruto. Reverse summoning should do the job. The Dimension Traveler had returned to the forest in which he had crossed dimension, on the exact same spot where he had conjured his portal. In his travels using the space/time technique, he had noticed that he'd returned to the same spot where his last lingering presence was left. It seems the gateway does not randomly pop up to any point on the planet when he decides to conjure one to travel to a dimension he's already been in. Sasuke deduced that the technique can detect the last traces of his chakra, so the portal would logically be in that same space. An interesting discovery. The ninja got out of the other side of the portal. His lips immediately curved up in a relaxed smile as the soothing sensation of forest wind hit his face, feeling his clothes flutter comfortably in the breeze. The sound of the chirping of unknown birds only adds to the forest's relaxing effect. In contrast to Kaguya's dimension, which had comparable weather to a desert, suddenly feeling a cold breeze of fresh air was a sudden relief. He inhaled, taking in a large whiff of fresh air before releasing it from his nostrils with an exhale. He stretched his body, starting with his neck, to his arms and torso, down to his legs, feeling a slight contentment as the aching on his body was considerably reduced. The rip in space vanished as Sasuke's person had completely passed through it. He walked at a leisurely pace, feeling the warm morning sunbeams through the thick clusters of leaves as he strolled through the evergreen forest. Then he paused. Wait, morning sunbeams. He though in question, his face morphing in a confused frown. It was in the afternoon, at 4 to be exact, when he left for the other dimension. The rays of the sun shouldn't be as bright as this, as the earthland skies had already metamorphosed into its orange-y afternoon hue. Bewildered, the ninja ran, intending to go out of the forest bounds to confirm his suspicion. Getting out of the tree-infested area, he was greeted to the sun's gentle caress of warmth and radiance. He blinked, then blinked again. His suspicion has been right. It was morning, and based on the fact that his shadow was tilting slightly towards the east, it was 7 in the morning. The sky was a bright blue, and white fluffy clouds adorned every corner of the endless space. Morning birds flew and sang a melodious tune overhead. If he was confused, which he probably was, he didn't show it. Somehow, he had managed to return to this time-space during morning when he only left for Kaguya's dimension for a short period of time, 20 minutes at most. The ninja's mind stormed and searched for any possible explanation and logic behind this peculiarity. His eyebrows scrunched and his lips curved into a frown as he went into deep thought. A moment passed and Sasuke's mind clicked on a very plausible explanation to this sudden elapse in time. There must be a difference between this world's time flow and the Genesis dimension. Wondering if this was the morning after the day he had jumped dimensions. He hoped it was only the day after. The second possible reason behind this that settled into Sasuke's mind was that his space/time portal had destabilized yet again. But this time, instead of the space part altering as the ninja had experienced several times, it was time. He could have traveled into this world's distant past or future if that's the case. But then again, those trees looked exactly the same to him, so he put that hypothesis on hold. For now, the first one was more likely. The worst-case scenario would be that Kagaya's main world differed so much in contrast to this world's time that years or even decades had already gone by. He hoped that wasn't the case. Thinking about it, the space between the worlds had great disparity, too vast, too wide. For all he knows, his assumption that he had indeed jumped a great length in time could not be entirely out of the realm of possibility. The lengthening of time for chakra recovery was troublesome enough, but now, a mysterious elapse in time had occurred. Sasuke ran a hand through his onyx hair and sighed exasperatedly. Seems whatever deity watching over him out there had some kind of perverse fondness of burying him deep into more problematic shit. And he can only expect more in the future. It was troublesome, but this newly acquired questions that incessantly haunted his mind must be answered as soon as possible. The ninja must go back to the resort and ask the owner himself. Hopefully, his resort was still there and not in ruins caused by the subjugation of time, and his former client alive and not buried 6 feet under. With that mentally settled, like a speeding bullet, he dashed to the resort's direction, sending gusts of sonic booms in his immediate vicinity. His muscles ached from the physical exertion, mentally reminding himself not to push his body's limitations for now. With a grimace, he shrugged the pain away. He arrived at the resort gates in no time, silently sighing in relief at the sight of the resort standing tall and strong, and still exactly the same as it was when he had left after his mission's success. He reduced his speed so as not to leave any sonic booms inside. The last Uchiha entered and continued running inside, not even paying heed to the guard. Sasuke's dash was fast, even with considerably lessened speed, but still had enough finesse that even with such insane speeds, he hadn't left any gusts of wind as he ran past the mobs of tourists and resort enthusiasts. Not even a slight breeze could be felt. In fact, those people seemed completely oblivious that someone just passed them, like a speedy phantom. Had this been an assassination, or an intended massacre by a demented, vengefully deranged psycho, they would all have been dead as soon as he set foot inside. He arrived at his former client's building, halting in his dash to enter the doors. He arrived at Mr. Mahogany's office soon after. He strolled inside without delay, earning the attention of the room's occupants. Once again, he sighed in relief at the sight of the resort owner. It seems he hadn't changed all that much, so he assumed he hadn't jumped too far in time. Upon hearing the slight, smooth, creaking noise of the door, Mr. Mahogany, as well as his assistant, snapped from whatever they were doing and looked to see the visitor. At the sight of the young man, the elderly resort owner's expression immediately lit up. "Ah, young man, how have you been?" he greeted good-naturedly. "Have you come to relax now? It's been a while since the last time you've been here, and you didn't even do as much as a single soak in a kiddie pool," the old man said. His assistant stood in a regal manner beside him. He could swear that she was glaring at him underneath her glasses. Sasuke nodded as a response to the old man's greeting, but then paused as the old man's words registered itself into his brain. He narrowed his eyes. The resort owner's greeting seems to imply that he was gone for quite some time, though not long enough for the old man to forget about him, or at least what he looks like, given his old age. Based on this, he extrapolated that he hadn't jumped years into the future, to his relief. The Uchiha stopped in front of the rich man's desk. "Tell me, old man, how long was a while? How long has it been since the last time I've been here?" he asked, his relaxed voice completely obscuring the impatience from surfacing. The old man and the female shot him a curious stare, raising their eyebrows at the Uchiha's unexpected question. Certainly this young man cannot have a weaker memory than the elderly man, does he? It hasn't really been that long of a time span that young people his age would outright forget. Even he, an old man, still remembers it as clear as the day. Does this young man have memory problems? The man briefly glanced at his assistant, which she returned, then settled his attention to him once more. "Well, it has been 3 months since you left." Sasuke slightly widened his eyes, surprised that he had skipped that much time in a span of 20 minutes. though that surprise quickly diminished into an expression of pure relief. At least now he knew for sure he hadn't advanced for longer than a few months. But something much more pressing was currently occupying his mind. Something that had so relentlessly tugged his head the moment he came up with his hypothesis. Something so remarkably grim that just thinking about it made his very being wallow in turmoil and depression. Worse, this idea would not be impossible if he thought about it more deeply. Just like the Genesis dimension, elemental nations too must have different time flow compared to Earthlings. The problem lies at the fact that the contrasting time flow between the two worlds was indefinite. He doesn't know how much the discrepancy in time was between those time spaces. Minutes in this world could be years in his. He could one day return in his own dimension only to see his friends as crippled and decrepit grandparents. Except for Orochimaru, of course. The snake just seems to find a way to cheat death one way or another. Worse than that, he could return to a distant future where the shinobi civilization doesn't exist anymore, where the world of ninja is no more but mere fragmented memories of. He forcefully stopped that train of thought. Damn it, he knew he was always like this. Rational and logical, but always the negative thinker. Always taking the most logical and least fortunate outcome to any scenario he came up with. This time around, though, his overwhelming negativity was getting on his nerves. "Are you okay, young man? You've got quite a frown there, my boy," the old man asked in concern, noticing his worried facade. "I'm fine." The old man nodded. "As I was saying, it has been 3 months since you set foot here," he repeated, then switched his attention to the woman. "Am I right on that account, Elise?" She nodded. "Yes, it has been 3 months, 1 week and 2 days to be exact," Elise explained stoically. That's all he needed to hear. Satisfied that his questions had been rightfully answered and the foreboding buzz in his head had been vanquished, he turned to leave. "I'll be going now. Thank you for sparing me your time." "Wait, aren't you going to relax?" Sasuke managed a strained smile. "Maybe next time. For now, I have somewhere to be." And with a nod of appreciation, he left. He needs to get back to Fairy Tail. They probably think he's dead by now. After he would show them that he is in fact alive, he would then look for a lot that is for sale, in which he can construct his new villa, and then hire an exceedingly talented and capable architect to design it. Of course, he would be supervising, as he wanted his new villa to be similar in design to the Uchiha compound. He doubted any architects in this world had seen anything similar to the architectural designs he knew. The ninja, for the first time in a really long time, was genuinely excited about something scarcely related to power or revenge. Thinking that he had enough money to practically build his own place of comfort was rather exhilarating. Thinking and planning about how he would spend 3 billion gemstones made him giddy for some reason, though he didn't show it, of course. He was not a money lover, nor was he financially greedy and power-hungry financially. But thinking that he had this kind of money in his hand made him happy. Thinking back to the construction of his temporary new home, he thought of making a garden along with the villa. A garden so wide and long that it spans for 1 kilometer in length. Of course, more than 1/2 of said garden would be dedicated to producing his favorite fruit, the tomato. And then he'll also make a pond for koi fishes. He had missed those. The last time he had seen one was when he was but a child, in his clan's compound. The Uchiha was pretty much accustomed in taking care of fishes, most particularly the koi fish. Though that's only if this world housed the koi, or something similar at least. Now outside the resort gates, he then summoned his trusty hawk and mounted it, commanding the summon to fly to the other continent's general direction. And so it did. His flight was mostly uneventful, just as it was before. Though seeing a few flocks of unfamiliar birds was always a sight he welcomed. The otherworldly ninja was a bird enthusiast, particularly a certain species of majestic, predatory birds called hawks. So discovering for himself what kinds of alien bird species this world had to offer was quite a bit enjoyable. Sasuke felt his stomach growl in hunger, as though demanding food like a caged lion. So he stopped at the island resort again. He was now strolling through the resort after hiding Garuda, glancing from one establishment to another, intent on finding one that looks like it serves food. Eventually finding a restaurant that seems to specialize in seafoods. The Uchiha hasn't eaten anything from the sea apart from fish in ages. It was always the usual sushi. Maybe they serve crustaceans like crabs and crayfishes. He loved eating them as a child. So with that decided, he stalked towards the eatery, which was affectionately named Seafood Delights. Wait! Before he can even move a few steps towards the chosen establishment, a familiar feminine voice called out to him commandingly. He turned his head to look behind him, where the voice was heard more loudly than others. He saw, standing there, was the green-haired, scantily clad mage he had met at the gelato store. To his amusement, she was panting tiredly and sweat trickled down her slightly flushed cheeks. She was positively fuming. The mage looked tired and irked, for some strange reason. He rose an eyebrow at this. "You," she growled, strutting towards him with heavy steps. "You? How dare you avoid me?" She huffed, stopping a meter away from him, sporting an angry scowl on her face. Sasuke shot her a confused, and in some degree, innocent look. Avoiding her? He had done nothing of the sort. As soon as he had arrived on this island, he had done nothing but look for a fitting establishment to sate his hunger from. Though he admit he was in a slight haste in finding one since his stomach had incessantly demanded food. He hadn't even noticed that she was here. That fact, though, can be interpreted as his own ineptitude. But he blames it on his hunger. "HN." He grunted quizzically. Calming down, Brandish took a deep breath in. "I have been chasing after you since I saw you half an hour ago, but you somehow keep vanishing from my sight," Brandish said in exhausted exasperation, her face displaying unbridled anger. A slightly considerable amount of magic power leaked out from her form menacingly, directing its attention to the male like a pack of hungry wolves cornering a rather juicy rabbit. It seems that her attempts at calming herself down was an utter failure. Just earlier, she was just walking to her favorite shop, when she caught a glimpse of a familiar spiky black hair walking towards the opposite direction. She immediately recognized the man. It was that gentleman that so kindly offered her a cup of star mango gelato. The man that had woken strange feelings and emotions and had triggered it to emerge. The very first man to have ever caught her eye, which no man had ever accomplished. And the man who was supposedly the slayer of the monster Tortuga. Sasuke Uchiha. He was here. He's on this island. She must not let this opportunity go to waste. This was a chance to interrogate him. Question him about that recent event, about the monster's extermination. To finally know the truth whether or not the old man's account on him was true or false. So she chased after him. Unfortunately, the person of interest proved to be quite formidable to track. He was insufferably sneaky and slippery. One second he was there in front of her, the next, in a blink of an eye, he was gone. He just seemingly vanishes from her vision. Minutes later, she would spot him again amid the crowd of never-ending tourists and would successfully track him for several moments before he would once again slip away from her sight. The mobs of beachgoers weren't helping her case either. If anything, they only made this entire ordeal even more difficult. As if his sneakiness wasn't bad enough. Even more bothersome was the fact that he had no magical presence whatsoever. This only made the already hopeless goose chase akin to a bat chasing a mouse that somehow managed to master teleportation on broad daylight in a fucking labyrinth. In other words, impossible, futile. This process repeated for another 15 times before she had finally secured his attention. It was unforgivably exhausting and her muscles ached like it had been through conflagration. She had suppressed the urge to just shrink everybody else and be done with it. Luckily for them, her patience proved to be the superior virtue. The green-haired mage clenched her fists. She would be sure to punish him. He had been kind to her the first time they had met. But this and that are two completely different things. Physically draining her like this is just unforgivable. And seeing him just standing there with an amused smirk of all things plastered on his face just poured gasoline to an already burning blaze of inferno. She glared at him with the fierceness of a predator. If looks could kill, he would have been dead 100 times over. "What do you have to say for yourself?" she exclaimed in a tone that sounded like the combination of inquiring and enraged. Tourists glanced at their squabble with both judgmental looks and of amusement, thinking that a lover's quarrel was proceeding. The ninja only stared at her expressionlessly. To her annoyance, though, there was an underlying hint of amusement on his face, basing at the slight, very slight upwards curving at the corner of his mouth. To her further irritation, there were no hints of fear that can be visibly seen on him even when she had done so much as to let a bit of killing intent to surface, which hadn't failed to intimidate anyone to their knees. Sasuke was unprepared to what he saw a moment later. Unprepared enough that he was caught by surprise. Unexpectedly, the girl's features softened, from an expression of unrelenting fury to childish pout. Her fists steadily unclenched and dropped to her sides. Her gaze turned to the side in a childish manner, as if refusing to make eye contact. It was kind of cute. Sasuke halted. Since when did Sasuke Uchiha consider anything cute? It was a bizarre assessment indeed. But he decided to let this one slip-up slide for now. "I just want to talk to you, that is all. Why do you elude me so? Am I really that undesirable?" she murmured softly. voice carrying disappointment and even sadness in it. Was she really that adamant on talking to him? Why did she want to talk to him anyway? Apparently, this girl had been following him. But his hunger coupled with his drive to find an eatery clouded his ability to sense, and thus, failed to detect her. Normally, he would notice someone watching him from afar and pinpoint his exact location instantaneously. "I'm sorry," he apologized. "But I wasn't aware that someone had been following me," he told the girl sincerely, his face remaining its impassiveness, but his tone carried enough genuineness that the girl could pick it up. Brandish's head perked up to look at him after hearing his apology. Her features briefly softened, looking like she was about to forgive him, but then narrowed her eyes as if realizing something. "Then how do you explain the vanishing? Your mind must have been playing tricks on you." She scowled deeply. "Are you saying I'm crazy?" Sasuke sighed. This woman was getting troublesome. Far too troublesome for him to handle. He thought for a second to just turn around and leave the troublesome woman be, but abandoned that idea. Doing that would only serve to further vex her. And Sasuke had made it his motto to face his problems head first and not try to avoid them. "I'll treat you to a meal. We can talk while we eat," the ninja offered. Once again, he was taken by surprise at the girl's reaction, even more so than earlier. Widening her eyes, she gazed at him, embarrassed. "Why you mean? Like a DD date?" She stuttered, her expression in a slight daze. Sasuke settled for a raised eyebrow, though eventually shrugged in response. He didn't really care what she would call it. They're just going to eat together and talk while they're at it. But he guessed it can be considered a date in some ways. "Is seafood fine to you?" Sasuke asked as he took a glance over to the girl, who was still red-faced. "Ah, it's fine." She nodded rigidly. "Let's go." The ninja went inside the establishment, with the green-haired girl following close behind. They located a vacant table upon entering and agreed they would eat there. "Wow, look. It's Lady Brandish. It's Lady Brandish. Wow, such beauty. Damn, she's so hot. What's she doing here?" The mutterings permeated the eatery as they strolled to take the vacant table. Every pair of eyes in the restaurant focused on them, or more particularly, to the woman, but then couldn't hold back a scowl as the gossiping redirected to him. "She's with a man. Is he her boyfriend? He's quite a looker too. Ah, they're so perfect for each other. I'm so jealous." He spared a glance to the woman behind him to find her utterly flushed, her face as red as his favorite food as she tried her best to ignore the nonsense that the people were muttering. She was displaying meekness, an attribute he never would have thought she possessed. Sasuke hadn't expected the girl to have some level of shyness to her. She seemed quite dispassionate to him. Arriving at the table, they were then able to order their food as a waitress immediately accommodated them. Brandish suggested the shining deep-sea blue lobster dish, which according to her, was the best dish this island has to offer. It was also the most expensive. She had said that as a punishment for earlier, she would order any food she likes as much as she wants, with him having to pay the full brunt of the price, which was okay to him. He had lots of money after all. The girl ended up ordering a bunch of expensive-looking cakes and sundaes along with 2 blue lobsters. He shot the girl with a curious, disbelieving stare. Can she even finish all those? She looked like someone who would engage on unnecessary diets to preserve her figure. But after seeing this, he guessed not. They ate rather quietly. Sensing the somewhat awkward atmosphere between them, he decided to start a conversation. "So, what did you want to talk about?" the ninja asked, fumbling on his lobster with a fork. She looked at him and swallowed the food that was still in her mouth. She put the utensils down and straightened herself, seemingly switching to business mode. "I'll get straight to the point," she began. "Was it you who had defeated Tortuga? I demand the truth." Her expression stern and serious. "Ah, so that's what this is all about," he thought, understanding the situation. Though he couldn't help but appreciate the girl's bluntness and straight-to-the-point personality. She was in some ways similar to him, he acknowledged. Of course a noble like her would know that. In fact, there's already news and rumors on this island about the turtle's demise. Although it seems the news was rather common now. It must have already spread like a wildfire within those 3 months he was gone. He was a little curious how she knew it was him, and why she would think it was him of all people. With a stolid face, though packing enough evidence that hinted he indeed was completely serious, he looked at her. "Yes, it was me," Sasuke answered with a nod. "Why do you ask?" Brandish widened her eyes, then instantly steeled her expression. Not even bothering to answer the insignificant question thrown at her, she continued. "And how did you manage to kill it?" "By attacking it." He prevented himself from adding the word duh to his answer. Immediately after, he found himself sporting a bemused smirk as he saw the woman's facial features transform into a scowl of irritation. She glared connies at him. "That's not what I meant, you imbecile. And you know it," she hissed. I mean, what manner of attacks did you use? What kind of spells? What form of magic? He ignored the small jab at his intellect. I used a lightning-based attack. He answered in between munches and chews. Well, the lightning itself didn't kill the beast. It was the blast afterwards. But the lightning was the catalyst for the explosion, so it could be accounted as such. Her glare intensified. You lie. Fire magic was obviously used against Tortuga. Its shell showed signs of severe burning. She said with a slight growling undertone. Was this man even taking her seriously? Are you saying that lightning cannot inflict burns? No. I'm saying that no amount of lightning magic can possibly inflict so much burns on a thick, plated shell imbued with immense magic resistance. So fire is supposed to be more effective to a monster renowned to have an immunity to it? Sasuke retorted mockingly, sarcasm dripping at his words. Brandish was silenced. He had a point. The turtle had a weakness to the lightning element, and using that particular kind of magic was the most plausible way to defeat the beast. And that the fire element, no matter how potent or strong, would easily get shrugged. But even so, those burns didn't look like it was caused by lightning at all. It was heavily incinerated, like the shell had been thrown into a furnace of extreme heat. Only fire elemental spells could do that. Or perhaps a heat-based explosion. With a grunt, she decided to quell the topic and begrudgingly continue eating her food. Though she was extremely annoyed at him for mocking her just now, she decided not to retaliate. She kept a reproving glare at him. Sasuke sighed. He watched as the green-haired girl fiddle with her food, a childish pout forming on her face. She would occasionally sneak glances at him, which he would catch without fail. The ninja had thought that his observation was without flaw. Anything or anyone he scans with his eyes leaves no detail undiscovered. Even people's personality, characteristics, and emotions he can discern. He remembered the woman as unemotional but not completely emotionless. Uncaring but not necessarily cold-hearted. Tends to dislike work that solely operates on the physical department. A woman who would end any activity she took part on as swiftly as possible. He remembered her as the stoic type, able to conceal her feelings and emotions in a solid mask of confidence and grace. Regal and elegant in every sense and meaning of the word. All this information he had amassed just from those measly minutes of interacting with her. Such was the power of the Uchiha's eyes. Though his Sharingan had apparently missed a few details about her. The girl displayed certain thresholds of meekness. Even going as far as getting her face as red as a tomato when it came to certain topics, particularly romance. The way the green-haired girl tried desperately to fend off the mutterings earlier while her face was flushed was proof enough. And the mere thought of having a date with a man makes her a stuttering schoolgirl. The emotions the girl had displayed right now was far from the stony and stoic woman he had concluded she was in his initial observation. Though he guessed that's because the girl had never experienced romance in any shape or form. But then again, he hadn't experienced any either. The words romance and Sasuke just seems too incompatible, like oil and water. Brandish was a powerful woman, he can't deny that. As fierce as a lion, but she also had an after-persona of a fragile flower that had just bloomed in the autumn afternoon. And right now, she was both. So with that, the ninja decided to test his observational skills. If it was still as sharp as ever, or if it had been blunted like a blade unsharpened for centuries. He glanced at the woman who, as expected, was still glaring at him, this time with less intensity. Sasuke's neutral smile turned into a small smirk. So, Brandish, said girl looked at him questioningly. I noticed you kept looking at me. The girl widened her eyes, cheeks red. Have you perhaps fallen for me? Sasuke said, his voice mocking and dripping with amusement. Brandish's reaction proved that Sasuke's analysis was indeed amiss. The green-haired woman suddenly choked on her food and sputtered. Her cheeks flared up a blush of deep red and her eyes widened as her brain processed the Uchiha's words. The mage was noticeably flabbergasted, looking at him as if she was a child who got caught trying to steal some cookies in the middle of the night. Wawa. She uttered ungracefully, stuttering as she did so. Sasuke's smirk reached its full length. If he was Naruto, he would have bursted out laughing at her face or let out a triumphant whoop at this. But alas, he was Sasuke. And Sasuke, like the rest of his clan, refrained from committing such an indecorous act. Although he did let out a low chortle, which did not go unheard by the girl. It was then that Brandish had finally been able to decipher what was happening. The young man's victorious stare, his cocky smirk, the teasing ring in his voice. It all made sense now. Realization hit her like potent lasers fired from August's fingertips. He was making fun of her. How dare he? How dare he make such a fool out of herself? Her, Brandish, one of the 12 shields of Spriggan. A frightening mage who had enough raw, unconstrained power to fell entire countries. The country demolisher herself. Either this man was just insanely suicidal or just utterly brave to be able to do such a immensely foolish act, or that he could be confident in his own power. He had allegedly killed Tortuga after all. But one can only be so self-assured. The girl's body stiffened in anger. Her surprised gaze dissolved into the coldest glare he had ever seen that no amount of fire made by either chakra or magic could have melted it. If she was glaring kunais earlier, then she's glaring katanas right now. Her mouth, which clumsily hanged in a gasp, morphed into a murderous scowl, lips quivering in rage ever so slightly. Her fists clenched under the table. She was absolutely livid. Nobody has ever made fun of her, just as nobody has ever made her angry. Though that's because she'll just shrink anyone who's stupid enough to do so. Sasuke was impressed. The killing intent she let loose was strong, like the full force of a speeding freight train impacting his smaller form. Yet, it was inferior to Naruto's own with the application of the Kyuubi's power, which he had felt countless times battling his surrogate brother. His amusement vanished to a halt when he felt the table shaking. It was getting more and more violent, and light tremors can be felt on the floor. This woman was materializing her magic power. Sasuke cursed under his breath. Teasing her may have been incredibly funny, but now he was regretting his decision. That may have been a bad idea. A really bad idea. A feeling of foreboding snaked up in the ninja's spine. At this rate, the whole establishment will collapse in on itself. You, the mage muttered lowly. Her voice was eerily calm, but it failed to hide the rage within. The shaking got more violent, and the floor now trembled as the girl's magic power increased by the second. Their fellow diners got up from their seats in panic and dashed out of the restaurant, as waitresses tried desperately to calm them down to no avail. What's going on? An earthquake. Sasuke didn't show it, but his mind was in a state of total panic and alarm, formulating any way at all, to appease the girl's wrath, but found his creativeness in handling the opposite gender to be extremely lacking. And thus, any attempts to calm her down may or may not worsen the situation. He had thought that he was prepared for all possible troubles and contingencies. Oh, how he was wrong. It's only a matter of time before the entire foundations of the building goes down in rubble. Sasuke hadn't felt the familiar feeling of trepidation since the war, but it certainly was very unwelcome. He could flicker out of here and leave. No, that would be cowardice, and doing just that would leave a huge gash on his precious pride. He could bribe her with more food. No, that would only make things worse. Intimidation, perhaps? No, the girl would likely take it as a challenge, which would obviously lead to the destruction of the establishment. How do I do this? His mind flashed through memories of old, like a thick encyclopedia, searching for anything that resembled an aid to his predicament. His mind drifted to the memories of his childhood, when his family and clan was still alive and kicking. The surroundings dimmed and blurred as his brain searched for any resources dedicated to surviving the situation. Shirsue's words came to mind. Sasuke, you must remember, the first time is the most important time for a girl. If you want to please your girl, you better poke her gently the first few thrusts. Don't get rough if she's still squirming. Sasuke grimaced at the memory of Shirsue's blatant display of innuendo. How had he managed to tell such obscene things to a kid anyway? Not only was this overwhelmingly unpleasant and unwarranted, it also lacks anything that would help his case at the MO. Wait, that's it. Gently poke a girl. A poke. It was a wild card move, a risky maneuver. But it was the best he is right now. And with that, he snapped from his reverie. Let it be known that the span of time he reviewed his memories was only between half of a second to a full second. Without a moment's hesitation, out of extreme need to do something, he abruptly extended his arm across the table and poked Brandish's forehead with his middle and index finger, similar to how Itachi poked his when he was a child. Brandish, calm down, he gently commanded, his voice hinting slight anxiety, but the resolve was there. She heard his voice in earnest through the rage-stricken mind. She felt his gentle fingers on her forehead, and for some reason, it felt oddly relaxing. It made her feel at peace, like he was giving her an intimate gesture. She found herself unconsciously calming down at his touch, as though she was struck with something so soothing that made her feel at ease. Without even thinking, she involuntarily lowered the magical pressure she was emitting, until the ninja can no longer feel it. Her killing intent finally dematerialized, and the tenseness of her muscles relaxed. The aggressiveness that clouded her mind conciliated. The tremors and shaking ceased. The mage slumped down on her seat and her balling fingers relaxed and unclenched. Her exterior from chaotic to neutral. The Uchiha released a sigh of relief. That was close, too close. She'd calmed down to his relief. He'd have to remind himself to visit Shirsue and Itachi's grave when he goes back and thank them. He hadn't really thought that would work. But somehow it did. That definitely was a surprise. That was a joke, Sasuke reasoned, retracting his outstretched arm, relieving the girl from his touch. Instantly, as soon as his hands returned to his sides, Brandish's calm gaze returned to glaring again. For a second there, he thought the girl would go ballistic again. To his relief, she only settled for a light glare. A very foolish feat that would have cost you your life, the emerald-haired woman said icily. She had now recollected herself and completely calmed down. She had reverted back to her cool-headed and placid persona. The girl resumed eating nonchalantly, as if nothing had happened. Sasuke idly ignored her venomous remark and looked around, seeing that the damages she had inflicted were mostly minor. Only a few broken glasses here and there, and a slightly cracked ceiling and floor. Surprising, taking into account the girl's strong magic aura. She certainly has a short temper, he observed. She can be described as snappish too. Already on the verge of destroying the building just from a simple teasing. Uncaring of the lives she would have taken. She was a bomb, threatening to explode and endanger the lives of those around her. If sufficiently irked enough, she decided to keep on track. So it was you then? She asked as she broke a lobster leg and peeled its shell. Not understanding what she meant, the ninja shot her a questioning look. The one who had slain Tortuga, it was really you? The mage clarified. Her voice was soft, almost a murmur, but carried enough seriousness still. Yes, he admitted. There's no particular reason to hide that fact anyway. He had determined that the only downside to this becoming a common knowledge was that politically influential people and powerful leaders alike would likely scour the entire planet looking for the man who had so easily killed the beast who was considered impossible to defeat in record time. They would likely appeal to him and would do any means necessary just to have his loyalty. They would offer him a place amongst their ranks just to secure a very powerful weapon, loyal powerful weapon. In the end, he was all but immune to negotiations and dealings applied with honeyed words. The mage in front of him sardonically grunted in acceptance, or at least, that was what it looked like to him anyway, before proceeding to devour a nearby unfortunate cupcake. Taking one last glance at the woman, who was now casually slurping some lobster meat out of its shell, he promptly got back to eating as well. Weird girl. After the meal, Sasuke had prevented himself from scowling at the smug, victorious look that Brandish was sending his way when he had to pay 54,000 jewels for the meal. Seriously though, what kind of restaurant had such absurdly high pricing on their food that it would have the grand total of 54,598 gemstones just from a single meal? It was delicious though, no doubt. But it wasn't a royalties menu by any means. Thank the gods he's a billionaire. For now. I'll be going now. Take care, Brandish. The ninja said, looking at her impassively. But even his expertness in masking his features failed to hide the subtle sincerity in his voice. He took a brief, passing glance at the Alvarez mage, noticing the faint disappointment on her expression. Seeing this, Sasuke couldn't help but give her a comforting smile. It wasn't a forced one, and certainly far from being his usual cocky smirk. It was genuine and real. It was sincere, pure, heartfelt, and warm. It was Sasuke Uchiha's rare, once-in-a-lifetime smile which no mortal had ever witnessed nor will ever witness in the near future. Not counting his family and Team 7, of course. Brandish couldn't help but gape at the gorgeous sight. She already thought that he was handsome with his default, emotionally deprived features. But seeing him smile like that only accentuated his good looks tenfold. The green-haired mage ignored the butterflies in her stomach and forcefully jerked her head to the side, snapping herself from continuously gazing at him longingly. To her chagrin, the man started walking away. See ya. W8. Do you have to go already? She asked in disappointment, her lips pursing into a somewhat sad frown. He wasn't sure if it was disappointment because she can't extort money from him by dragging him to another absurdly expensive restaurant anymore, or if she was genuinely saddened that he was going already. But either way, he can't waste more time. He hoped they hadn't made a gravestone for him yet, thinking that he was dead. But it would actually be more funnier to suddenly arrive at the guild and watch them run away in panic and horror as his ghost returned to haunt them. Yes, I have somewhere else to be. He casually replied, his voice monotone. All right. Can I see you again? Brandish asked meekly, fighting down the blush from creeping on her cheeks. Her expression childishly hopeful as she waited for an answer. The young man only sported an unreadable expression. We'll see, was all he said, before nodding to her with finality and turned to leave. Ja. The shield of Spriggan could only stare at his back as he sauntered away, until he vanished in the crowded street. She couldn't deny it. She was disappointed that he was leaving so soon. Despite having to put up with his audacity and perpetual anti-fun personality, she had actually enjoyed his company, and would not mind engaging in this activity. In a DD date again. She shook her head if only to avoid the reddening of her cheeks, thinking that their date, It's just that a date was still uncomfortable to her. Perhaps it wasn't a date. They just, for all intents and purposes, ate together. There was no romantic atmosphere like how she had heard dates would always have after all. Instead of that, there was only hostility and malice on her part. Or maybe he was only forced to engage in the activity just so he can be spared from her puissant feminine wrath, and that he actually hated every minute of it. Somehow those thoughts greatly saddened her and left her aching inside, like gnats eating away at her fragile heart. With a sigh, she pushed those thoughts away. That couldn't have been the case, was it? He seemed genuine enough. Although his face was always eliciting scowls and frowns, she could not really detect any feelings of irritation or displeasure from him. At the very least, she knew he wasn't annoyed nor was he irritated at her presence. And he seemed eager to pay for the meal as well. And besides, she was satisfied. Her belly had been fully fed, and her curiosity was quenched. Even though she had a very hard time believing it. Even now she still wasn't sure if she would believe or not. This day couldn't get any better. Well, maybe a few servings of star mango gelato will. With a satisfied smile, she started walking to the opposite direction, where the gelato store was located. Though that smile was only fleeting, for it promptly changed into that of mild annoyance as she thought of him. What other things can possibly be more important than spending his time with an extremely beautiful girl such as herself anyway? As a matter of fact, he should have been groveling on his feet, begging her to be with him for at least a single measly minute more. And yet, the jerk denied that very chance which she so kindly offered for some errand, which one can easily forsake in exchange of passing some time with a girl, especially if said girl was her. With a displeased, but somehow content sigh, Brandish strode towards the famous gelato stand. Her graceful strutting hauled a little bit of weight on her steps. It was with heavy strides, yet can still manage to look as regal as she always has. His smile. She couldn't stop her mind from drifting and remember it. His smile, it was serene and content, relieved as it was relaxed. It was a smile that a man would wear when he had just been saved from eternal darkness, redeemed from unmitigated evil, purified from the blackening of his heart, and sanctified from the corrupting of his soul. It was ethereal. The mere sight of it threatened to take her breath away. She couldn't help but wonder how someone could look so perfect with a smile, as though he was meant to smile in the first place, made with the sole purpose to flaunt it to the world. Brandish wanted to see it again, and again, but knew she couldn't. Asking him outright would be downright indecent and would go against her personal codes and conducts. When realization hit, Brandish abruptly halted on her steps. How did that even cross my mind? She was bewildered just as she was astonished. How could she possibly contemplate on offering the young man to stay with her forever just so she can gaze at his smiling face as much as she wants? That's completely ridiculous. For her to consider such deplorable notion was comically preposterous beyond belief. Seriously, how could she? That's like asking him to marry her. The Alvarez mage's face rose in temperature and turned beet red as soon as the word marry took a full stop on her emotionally unstable mind. Her face became so hot that she could swear she could see faint smokes lingering around, no doubt surfacing from it. Her posture became stiff and rigid, as if she was a statue that looks like it's about to explode any moment. It took her several seconds to finally regain her bearings and mental stability. Lightly bopping her head in an attempt to jerk the unpleasant, yet very pleasant thoughts away. She continued walking, albeit a little wobbly. Perhaps a star mango gelato cup or two can get rid of these absurd fantasies. Though marrying him would not be so bad. They can engage in even more dates. He can eat some star mango gelato with her. And then he'd hold her tight within his firm, yet muscular arms. Then he would cup her cheeks, tip her chin up so that they can gaze at each other's eye passionately. Then he would lean over to key. Damn it, Brandish. Her face instantaneously turned as crimson as Irene's hair. This was going to be difficult. He no longer feels as if his every muscles and bones had been chained. Said chain having the properties of a chakra-disrupting rod. And the constant bludgeoning of hammer in his head has finally subsided. He guessed that his chakra had finally decided to make its presence known and healed the discomforts in his body. Hopping out of his trusty summon, he then rubbed its beak as a grateful gesture. Then deactivating the summoning with usual puff of smoke. After all that was done, the ninja stalked to the guild's front doors. It was closed, and the building seems to be empty. He couldn't sense any presence inside. Odd. The guild master, Macau, had said that all members of a guild was expected to report to the guild every day. And most members would stay and lounge inside the guild for the whole day. But apparently today, all of them were absent. He pushed the doors open. It didn't open. It was locked. Deciding to continue on his endeavor, Sasuke sent a bit of lightning chakra through the locks, immediately unlocking the entrance. With a loud creaking noise, he pushed the doors open and strolled inside the rundown building. It was dark, with only a few shafts of sunlight illuminating the poorly lit guild halls. The Uchiha expertly scanned the dim interior of the building as he navigated his way inside. His Sharingan glowed a menacing blood red as it darted from left to right. Noticing that everything was cleanly tidied up, there were no previously used mugs on the table. The arrangement of the tables and seats were aligned and organized, and the floor was neatly broomed. Sasuke concluded that they were not absent, but rather, they left altogether. It didn't look like they abandoned the building either. Sasuke heard the cracking of a crumpled paper and looked down to find that he had stepped on one. He picked it up and saw the sole image pictured on the paper alongside some scribbles of letters. It was an image of a rather gigantic arena, or perhaps a coliseum of some sort. Sasuke read what was written. Ah, I see. He though in understanding. It seems that his fellow guild members had went to a city called Crocus to participate in this Grand Magic Games. It seems to be a tournament, if he guessed right. Interesting. This would be a good opportunity to get a better grasp and understanding at this so-called magic that these mages use. He just hoped he wasn't late. The ninja was now en route to Crocus. Thankfully, the first citizen he inquired for the town's direction was knowledgeable enough to give him the city's complete location. Nearing the place, the gigantic coliseum and the castle-like structure immediately came into view. The very same ones that was advertised in the paper. He was flying above the city's outskirts when he could see the full splendors of the metropolis from his vantage point. It was large. Heck, calling it large would be an understatement. This town was by far the biggest he has ever seen, in the elemental nations or in Earthland. But given that it was the capital city of the kingdom, he could understand, as capital cities and villages often had the largest number of settlers. The town had vast amounts of buildings in a circular formation as far as his eye can see, with buildings possessing bright facades and towers with extremely pointed tiled roof jutting upwards. Some had basic design, while others more elaborate, and had more appearance akin to circular mosaic. He had also noticed that the streets were adorned with ropes, their edges secured to the buildings facing the streets, which had numerous triangular flags with alternating dark and light colors, which usually conveys that a festival was being held. The palace, which he assumed was the home of the monarch, had the best architectural design aside from the arena, with stylized and detailed exterior. Its design intricate and fancy, truly a home fit for a king. The daimyos in his world would commit mass genocide just so their castles can have designs of this caliber. The last Uchiha was now flying directly above the town. Not wanting his summon to be spotted, he deactivated Garuda while still high in the air. Immediately, he free fell as his form submitted to gravity's fundamental might. This might look like an extremely idiotic idea, but Sasuke had enough ways to land on the ground with no more than a slightly aching feet. And if he does land unceremoniously into the ground, it still wouldn't kill him. Hell, plummeting from near orbit while severely weakened didn't kill him, merely giving him a coughing fit. And he even got back up to resume fighting after that. The threats of gravity was no threat to him, as ridiculous as that sounds. Landing a tiled roof with no more than a clunky thunk as a resulting sound, he skillfully skidded along its slanting edges and jumped on the ground, surprising some passerby at his sudden landing. He saw that the Colosseum was large enough that it could still be seen from where he's standing, which was considerably far as he remembered. Ignoring the wary and lustful stares as well as some female giggling sent his way, he strode with faster pace. He noticed that as he got closer to the impressive product of architecture and engineering, the people also got denser. There were also more shops and stalls meant to tackle the desires and needs of tourists and mages alike. His eyes took full notice of the town and found that the town's theme was related with flowers, as he can see limitless amounts of flowers adorning the streets. The town in itself definitely had an eccentric nature lover vibe to it. Along the way, there was a shop that caught his notice. It was a bakery. As if on cue, his stomach growled, as if seeing what he was seeing. He's hungry again, even though he just ate an hour ago. Though that's completely understandable, as his chakra reserves also constitutes to food, which means when his chakra is low, then his system would naturally ask for nutrition, either as a means of compensation or for faster recovery of chakra. Subconsciously, his feet started dragging him to the shop as it heeded to the demands of his appetite. Sasuke glanced from one displayed bread to another. They all looked very appetizing to him. You don't suppose they have meat bun or cheese roll, do they? He assumed they didn't have those kinds of breads here. Anything that has salty filling would be fine. As he eagerly scanned the displays, his eyes eventually landed on his fellow customer beside him. Most peculiar, it was shorter than his legs. The last Uchiha widened his single visible eye, surprise and wonder marring his features at the sight he was currently beholding. Beside him was a cat. Now, that would not have been able to garner a surprised look from him, if only the cat wasn't bipedal, standing on its hind legs and front legs acting as hands of some sort. Its fur dark brown, bordering on scarlet. Its face, stomach, paws and the tip of its tail was a light pink hue. And pointed ears stood atop of its head, as all cats' ears should. It was staring dreamily at a fish-shaped bread, its paws touching its mouth as saliva gushed out from the orifice. As an Uchiha, Ackland of cat lovers, he had seen various kinds of cats his clan had owned. Some of them were outlandish, some were just plain weird. But this was weirdness of its own level. A freakish anomaly worthy of its own class. The animal almost looked comical with it standing in a very human-like manner. His curiosity got the best of him. The persona he had adopted from the years he had spent training with his mad scientist of a former master taking over. Sasuke stared at the creature in morbid fascination. His face a mixture of mystification and impassiveness, though the former seems to be edging out. Seemingly noticing that a shadow had loomed over it, the bipedal cat glanced upward, only to meet face to face with the most disturbingly frightening person it had ever seen. Not because he was very ugly, but because the human's single eye glinted in unnatural, undiluted curiosity. Curiosity itself wasn't scary, no. This human's version, though, dripped with hazard, peril, death. Like how a scientist would look at his lab rat as he prepared its imminent dissection. It had filled the cat with the sense of danger. And the more it stared at the human's seemingly soulless eyes, the more it felt itself tremble in terror. What is it, mister? The anthropomorphous cat stammered a question. Its jaws quivered and clicked continuously, as if exposed to the freezing touch of winter. It took a step back as tears threatened to fall from its large eyes. And its body was now outright shaking, immobilized by fear. Then all of a sudden, the human outstretched his arm and gripped the cat's cloth by the collar and lifted it in the air. Now the cat's feeling of dread and panic had increased drastically. The way its eyes now released fresh tears like a pair of neighboring waterfalls was the proof of that. But for some reason, the feline just can't seem to avert its eyes as it stared back into the man's malevolent orb. Like some sort of ghostly hand was gripping his head and froze his eyes solid so that it can only look straight. Please don't kill him me. The terrified animal begged, stuttering as fear muddled its mind. But Sasuke was too engrossed in his analysis to take notice of the petrified cat's plight. This animal, it has the same inner workings to that of a normal cat. Its muscles, bones, organs, and every vein in its body are where they should be. But what distinguishes this animal to the normal cat was the skeletal structure. It differs greatly that it almost made this creature a different species altogether. For one, its ribcage was flat and broad. It has collarbone akin to that of humans. And the bones in its front legs had been deliberately structured to function a lot less like legs, but rather like arms and hands. The same can be said to the hind legs. Additionally, its skull was somewhat large, almost bigger than the rest of the creature's skeletal construct. Interesting, very interesting. Sasuke could almost hear the Orochimaru in him chuckling menacingly inside the corners of his head, delighted at this discovery. Lecter, a voice called out. Sasuke snapped his attention away from his subject of curiosity and only had enough time to turn his head to the direction of the voice before a light-imbued fist violently slammed into his face with earth-shattering force. A normal human's head would have exploded into tiny chunks of flesh and gore if the same punch was to be used on one. But the Uchiha's head was far from being normal, however, being capable of taking blows from Naruto himself. The cloaked ninja was sent skidding back several meters away from the cat and the offender. To his credit, despite his surprise at the sudden attack to his unguarded visage, he still managed to stand firm on his feet as he skidded back. The faint smoke generated from the offending blow now dispersed, revealing the man's face sporting little to no damage at all. The irritated scowl on his neutrally impassive face was rather disconcerting, though. This surprised the attacker. The punch may have been far from being his strongest, but that should have enough strength to at least knock anyone unconscious. But this guy wasn't even fazed by that. This guy's a tough cookie. Stinkuin, help. Help him me. He's gonna kill me. The scarlet bipedal cat pleaded. The poor cat was weeping hysterically, as though it had just experienced something traumatizing. The newcomer held the cat in his arm, trying his earnest to comfort it. Stinkuin glared at the Uchiha with pure, unbridled fury. His single free hand clenched tightly. He grit his teeth, menacingly long canines bared at him, as if promising the transgressor it would sink into the flesh of his neck. Murderous aura of light arose from his form. The ambience of light could have felt relaxing and warm to anyone, but not to him. Sasuke stared at him with profound interest as holy particles of light flared its might on him. It was potent enough that its appearance had become visible for anyone to see. Comforting and tranquil as one can see it. But in truth, it was actually quite the opposite. Power that declares destruction upon his enemies, that's what it was. A yang release practitioner. No, storm release? The ninja transferred his observation to the light user. He was a boy, barely a man. Slim, yet muscular frame, average height. With spiky blonde hair, which was kept in strands jutting outwards to every direction, and a frontal tuft hang partially over his forehead, a fancier, more stylized version of Naruto's blonde locks, if you will. Despite the enraged expression on his face, he had managed to look lazy and unmotivated at the same time because of his slanted, slit-pupiled, dark, blue eyes. Above the right one was a thin diagonal scar. An earring on one ear, crystalline in shape. He dons a blue vest with prominent trimmings of gray fur over a short, gray-colored shirt that revealed his muscular midsection. He wore cream-colored pants under the distinctive dark blue footwear reaching up to his thighs. "You bastard." The blonde spat the words like it had the most potent poison in the planet. A glare so hateful that any brave man would bend his knees in fear. A glare induced with the drive to avenge his fear-stricken friend, rich in disdain and contempt, firmly locked at the black-haired, undoubtedly mage in front of him. Sasuke's eyes flickered in surprise as he noticed the oceanic feel of feral presence within the veil of holy light. A predator impending just under the thin veneer of photonic aura. A wild beast restrained by a weak, feeble leash of radiant energy. A dragon, that's what it was. A predatory and dominating presence, an ethereal authority shielded by a thin grip of human restraint. But the ninja was far from intimidated. Instead, he smirked, a challenging one. One that shows confidence and superiority. He could consider himself lucky for finding a dragon slayer so soon, and had even irked said dragon slayer to the point where he could pounce on him any moment. Though the negatives he could find if he were to fight the light user was rather bothersome as it was concerning. He still can't afford to use his more deadlier skills should the need arise. And his chakra was beyond the point of what was considered as abysmal amount. And that they're in the middle of city with thousands of people residing in it. The blonde dragon slayer gently put the weeping cat down. "Don't worry, Lecter. You're safe now," he told the cat reassuringly, patting the feline's head, a comforting gesture, giving the smaller creature the most gentle smile his face could muster. Seeing the bipedal cat hesitantly nod and acquiesce, the blonde once again settled his attention to the ravenet. Features from angelic gentleness to draconic fury as he focused on the lone figure ahead. Stinkuin stood up, straightening himself up to level their staring ground. His stance was slack, bordering on lazed, with his hands drooped to the sides and his torso leaning backwards in a lax position. His lower body all but ready to spring forward for the inevitable clash. "Tell me what you did to Lecter," the blonde demanded. His voice was strangely calm, rage barely restrained within like a dormant volcano. "I said, what did you do to him?" He spat. The holy aura surrounding the younger of the two flared violently as he spoke. His tone riddled with impatience. That volcano promptly erupted, it seems. Sasuke remained quiet, eager to see where things would lead into. It seems the guy mistook his analysis to bullying. But since the cat was terrified to the point of tears, anyone would think that he did in fact bully the creature. As far as anyone could perceive the situation, it was likely the first conclusion any people would come with. The Uchiha, like the rest of his clan, was a cat lover. Though indeed he treated other animals just as kindly, cats always seemed to receive special treatment from him. He was fond of them domestically just as he was fond of snakes and hawks for military purposes. And seeing the strange, bipedal cat weep in terror like that did put a frown on his ever-placid countenance of stoicism. So he would choose to apologize first and foremost, mustering every bit of sincerity into it, hoping it to sound genuine just as he had intended it to. The ninja slightly bowed his head apologetically. "Forgive me, it was not my intention to frighten nor hurt your pet." The sudden burst of killing intent almost astonished him. Almost. Seems that was a wrong move then. The draconic presence the blonde was emitting suddenly got thicker as his rage multiplied 100-fold. Inhuman expression of bestial wrath wore the blonde's face. If Sasuke hadn't experienced killing intent like Naruto's or the second Hokage's, then this would be the most impressive he's felt yet. Not as suffocating like his best friends, but it definitely was more pronounced and focused. Tamed and disciplined, yet also chaotic. Lecter's not my pet, you fucker. The light user snarled. Fist clenched tighter, nails digging into his palms violently. He's my partner. Sasuke sighed. Seems violence was unavoidable now. The ninja glanced at his surroundings and nodded in satisfaction as he saw that no citizens were in sight. Probably scampered away the moment the blonde was leaking his magic power. I'm gonna pummel you into the ground. The blonde bellowed as he sprung into action. A fist imbued with volatile energy of magical light reeled back, preparing a significantly energized punch. Seeing as his slightly powered punch earlier did nothing more than to cause his head to tilt sideways, he would have to pack more power into his fist just to cause physical harm. Grah! The Dragon Slayer roared as his speed propelled him closer to his target. Despite the seemingly enraged front, though, Sting was collected enough that his control to his power was still in check. He didn't want to put too much power into his attack. It's either too less power, which would result to the target completely unharmed, or too much, which would doubtlessly kill him. And scaring Lecter was hardly an offense worthy of death, unless, of course, he really did try to kill his partner, which is a completely different story, and in this case, was utterly unforgivable. Sasuke cursed. This curiosity, which bordered on fixation to everything that is unusual which he had acquired from Orochimaru, finally came back to bite him in the ass. He didn't regret training with the Sannin by all means. He had gotten more powerful under his watch after all, though years of training with the snake had undoubtedly brought about unpleasant hobbies as a result. Automatically activating his bloodline limit and the heightened perception that came with it, saw the blonde a scant meter away. An intimidating growl escaped the light user's lips as he catapulted his empowered fist into the Uchiha's face. To his surprise, his target just stood there, as calm as the serene seas, uncaring and nonchalant. His fist whizzed in the air, burning with righteous fury. The Uchiha swiftly jumped back to avoid the incoming attack. His Sharingan spun, firmly locked into the attacker's fist as it went careening towards the ground, narrowly missing his face. The paved ground burst into a medium explosion, submitting to the collision against a superior object. Shattered blocks and debris erupted from where he had stood a few paltry moments earlier. White Dragon's roar. Sasuke landed a few meters away, but then had to pivot his body in a sidestep, as a hole tore through the smoky shroud, and out of it came a beam of holy light, escaping the comparably small laser from carving a hole through his chest by a hair's breadth. The smoke caused by the Dragon Slayer's initial attack was forcefully dispersed as Sting blurred out, not wanting to stop the salvo of attacks. The Uchiha, however, had tracked faster opponent, thus had no problem perceiving the blonde's impressive display of speed. Sting jumped in the air, infusing his left foot in draconic light. White Dragon's Talon Slash. Sting's foot flashed a blinding light and kanonied towards the Uchiha's form in a swift kick. Thin streaks of light reminiscent to that of a dragon's talon projected from the strike, like blades of malevolent radiance. Sasuke wasn't expecting the flash of light, and he squinted his eyes in irritation. As a result, he abandoned the idea of dodging and instead would attempt to block the blow, though he doubted his fleshy forearm would be left undamaged if he so foolishly decides to block an attack like that with it. And of the other option, he was still slightly blinded by the light, and there's no time to jump away either, not in his current condition anyway. So he decided to put his Rinnegan to good use. Azura Path. In that immediate instance, the last Uchiha's left appendage, which was missing an arm, glowed a bright blue as chakra accumulated underneath his sleeve. And out of the stump grew metallic pieces of cybernetic parts, which then assembled into a completely functional robotic arm. It shone and glinted as light reflected on the silver-colored alloy steel. And multiple linear creases of functional compartments, which no doubt hid countless deadly projectiles, adorned every segment of the metallic limb. Uniquely futuristic in design, he deftly raised the newly formed robotic limb as a means of defense, just as the Dragon Slayer of Light landed his powerful kick on him, successfully blocking the strike with a prominent clang. "What?" Sting muttered, momentarily paralyzed in shock as the blow, which amounted to the strength equal to the White Dragon, Wislogia's Talon strike, as if they were one and the same, was blocked without much effort. Noticing this, the blonde's pause gave him enough time to grip the Dragon Slayer by the offending leg and pulled him closer. Sting only had enough time to suck in a sharp intake of air before the robotic arm yanked him closer to his enemy and promptly received a solid punch in the abdomen, which made him gag some spittle. Guh. Sting grunted in pain. He was thrown backwards, flipping in the air and regaining control over his momentum, landing on the ground and skidded back in a kneeling position. The ninja didn't give him the time to rest. There are no rest in a real battle after all. Sasuke created a shadow clone and his hand blurred on a series of one-handed seals. Earth release, earth bind. He slammed his organic hand on the ground. Stingkoen. The cat called out to him in worry. A quick glance to his partner made him regret that decision. His momentary lapse in concentration was enough that he was caught off guard when the ground he was standing on suddenly adhered to his body like a magnet. An earthy grip that, despite his strength as a dragon slayer, had enough binding force to make him stand still like a statue, like a cat buried from the neck down in quick-drying cement. He squirmed, but to no avail. He was stuck, as stiff as a stone on a mountain base. Continuing the original's course of action, the clone blurred its own hand for some seals. Wind release, severing wind blades. Like a barrage of death-inducing sighs from the grim Reaper himself, blades of wind, no less than 10 air projectiles, shot forth from the clone's mouth, threatening to slice the dragon slayer to pieces. Shit. Sting inwardly cursed as the blades of wind shot towards his still immobilized form, squirming in panic and desperation. Crash. The technique hit the target, leaving a moderate explosion of smoke in its wake. Sasuke waited for the dust and smoke to dissipate. That technique, despite being a low-rank jutsu, was still very deadly. He hoped he hadn't killed the dragon slayer. His worries was proven unneeded, as unveiled by the fog of receding smoke was the young blonde, still rooted to his previous spot where he had been bound by the earth. Only the rocky grip had been shattered. He stood hunched, with his arms crossed in a blocking stance. Several wounds and cuts can be seen on his body parts, wearing a grimace of pain. Interestingly enough, he was covered in an aura of magical light. Similar to how Naruto covers himself with his nine-tailed forms, this one wasn't nearly as powerful though. White drive. Sting shook the pain away as his wounds started healing itself, glaring at his adversary. He can use more than one type of magic? He thought, bewildered. Wind magic, earth magic, and cloning? 2 types of magic, he could comprehend. There were a number of mages who had 2 types of magic after all. But 3? That's just impossible. That's just one too many. Even powerful mages, such as the wizard saints, were stuck to only using one type FO magic. This guy's pretty strong. But he can't give up now. He had to make this guy pay for whatever he's done to Lecter. The dragon slayer straightened himself. He bent his right arm backwards, then mildly bending his left arm as he extended it forwards. Streaks of light gathered into his outstretched fingers from the surrounding area. Holy, he muttered slowly, accumulating light particles into his palms. Power coalesced until his entire hand was bathed in radiant energy. Nova, he exclaimed, leaping from his spot with speed far surpassing the speed of sound. He cocked back his fist, which was now covered in a very massive column of light, like a sword forged from the heavens itself. Sasuke readied himself as the light-covered mage sped towards his location. This attack seems to be far powerful than any attacks he's dished out so far. Since magic was essentially made with energy, he hypothesized that the Rinnegan's energy absorption of the Preta path can be applied to it as well. But it was merely a hypothesis. Ether Nano seems similar enough, though they do have their differences that distinguishes the 2 energies. Still, he was willing to know if it can be absorbed or not. The Dragon Slayer was now closing in. Now's the perfect time to find out, he decided. Opening his palm and extending his arm, he activated the Preta path's energy absorption wall, entire body with unnatural purging wall of energy like an imperceivable shield. With a grunt of effort, Sting swung his magically empowered fist with strength that would put the 4th Raikage world-famous lariat to shame. His muscles tightened, his veins bulged, and his mind burned in determination as his fist rocketed to the target. Sending this guy to the hospital should do justice to whatever he's done to Lecter. But just as the 2 combatants were about to make contact, a voice called out. Sting. A female voice. Powerful and imposing, haughty as it was commanding. The blonde abruptly halted in his attack and froze mid-swing as the voice fell in his ears. His light-covered fist but mere centimeter from the ninja's energy absorption wall. Recognizing the voice to be one of his esteemed cohort, he reluctantly withdrew his fist and deactivated the energy imbued with it. Baleful eagerness to bring about retribution's might all but receded to the back of his consciousness. Then rigidly spun around to face his comrades. one black-haired male and one dark purple-haired female. Mistress Minerva, rogue, what are you doing here? He asked, mildly surprised at the sight of them, turning his back completely on his adversary. A foolish move that killed countless shinobi on the battlefield. He was lucky that his enemy wasn't out for blood. The ninja wasn't even paying attention to the newcomers, though, as he was too focused on the new cat with them. A green bipedal cat, wearing a pink frog costume. So far, this was the most ridiculous thing he'd seen in this world. We were looking for you. Master Giemma wants to see us, the black-haired male said. He kept on a calm facade, barely subduing a grimace as he surveyed the damages the two had wrought onto that particular street. He was about to comment on how the blonde was a reckless, barbaric idiot when the girl spoke, deciding to make her ire be known to the Dragon Slayer. The fancy-looking woman glared at Stingkuin, not out of anger, or if she was angry, she didn't show it clearly. Exasperated, irritated, or perhaps annoyed would be better terms to describe her ire. That's probably because they had already sought for their fellow member for hours on end, and wouldn't have located him if it weren't for those explosions they had caused. And Sting knew how much Mistress Minerva hated walking under the sun for longer extensions of time, especially in this maze of a city. Sting, you fool, she growled. Why are you unleashing your most destructive spells in a place like this? The woman questioned with narrowed eyes, disappointment and contempt accompanying her voice. She crossed her arms and her features hardened in a smug disapproval. Do you plan on tarnishing Sabretooth's reputation? The blonde winced. I'm sorry, mistress. I've been reckless. This won't happen again. Sting's head hung low and his eyes downcast. How had he not identified the implications before actually doing anything? He'll no doubt get in trouble for this, but that guy just needs to be punished. What made you do this anyway? I know you. You wouldn't just lash out on anyone without reason. The shadow user fixed an inquisitive stare at his counterpart before continuing to scan the surroundings, envisioning no less than 6 likely guesses as to how the battle had unfolded. The white dragon slayer immediately shifted from surprise to furious. An angry scowl found its way back into his face, and his fingers balled into fists as vindictive desires resurfaced once more. That guy. He pointed an accusing finger at the black-cloaked stranger several meters away. Tried to kill Lecter. The two newcomers turned their attention from the light user to said guy, who seems to have taken an acute interest to the two exceed. Moments after, the man finally snapped away from the cat duo, and then darted his eyes over to the two saber-tooth mages. Impassive abyss-colored orb uncaringly scrutinized them, eyes flickering in surprise as his sights landed on the male. He could feel the same draconic presence from him, yet different in some ways. Another dragon slayer? The male newcomer was a slim young man, average height, fair skin. He had a messy mop of black, a less fancier, less stylized version of his hair, if you will, that almost reached to his shoulders, with a thick tuft of hair obscuring his forehead and right eye, donning a long cloak over a plain, gray shirt. He also wore a waistguard which had 4 cloth hanging from it, each sporting a cross design, and wore armored pants and boots. He looked to be the aloof kind, calm and calculating, behave and silent, but nonetheless powerful. If Stingkuin was the Naruto, then this one would be him. In fact, now that he had seen them better, both Dragon Slayers does have some similarities to them, appearance and the like. Though Sting was far more mature and held some sharpness that was different than Naruto's own cunning. His eye drifted to the other one. The girl had a body which can only be described as sexy or curvaceous, with body which men affectionately calls as the hourglass figure, with considerably large bust and wide hips, which most men would die for just to have his way with it for one night. But Sasuke wasn't most men, so he had enough control over himself to not stare at the woman's attractive form. Sakura would drown a puppy just to have this kind of figure. She had a look similar to the women he knew back at the Elemental Nations, which Sasuke immediately distinguished, as women here had different features, more Western than Eastern. She had a glossy dark purple hair, reaching down to her lower back, being parted in the middle of her forehead, and bangs framing her beautiful face going down top her shoulders. Her hair was tied up in a bun-shaped dango loops at both sides of her head, sporting makeup similar to the geisha, which he was familiar with back at home. Slanted, dark, hypnotic eyes possessing long lashes, being topped by a pair of elongated dark spots which served as the girl's eyebrows. With lipstick-adorned luscious lips which most men would spend hours kissing, curved up in a somewhat condescending smirk. An exotic oriental beauty was what she was. She wore a long blue-colored, one-piece dress, which snugly stuck to her curvaceous figure, with a thick, furry, white-colored muffler of some sort which hung from her neck and twirled on her slim arms. She wasn't as stacked as Brandish, but she certainly was impressively attractive. Oh, the woman mused. Riz's smirk lengthening as she saw the man scan her from head to toe, no doubt got misinterpreted as him eyeing her. Smirk settling with a hint of satisfaction. If there was something she was proud of other than her magical prowess, it was her beauty, which she was very confident of. Do you even have proof? You could have just misunderstood something. The black-haired dragon slayer asked exasperatedly, which caused Sasuke to mentally comment on how immensely accurate he was on that assumption. How Lecter acted earlier was more than enough proof for me. Enough. The woman voiced sternly, smirk vanishing into a serious frown. Sting, I will overlook this folly for now. Now both of you go back to our guild's lodge. Father is waiting for you, she commanded, her eyes stealing with authority. And then the fleeting semblance of seriousness morphed into an impish smirk as she settled her eyes on the stranger once more. I'll take care of our guest myself. Not even the extremely cold weathers of the Land of Steam could make Sasuke shiver. But somehow that statement made him. Yes. Without any objections on their part, they departed, with Sting giving him one last glare before finally walking away. As the two dragon slayers were out of sight, the woman then made her way towards him, her gait seductively alluring as her hips swayed with every step. She held an unflinching stare as she closed their distance. Sasuke gave her a guarded stare. This woman, based on how she interacted with both dragon slayers, might be stronger than both. And if she was, and a fight will ensue, he won't be able to use any ninjutsu considering how much chakra he had wasted earlier. And he was tired too. He would have to end the fight faster than she can cast a few spells. Rinnegan consumes chakra in groves, to say the least. The female closed in, and to his surprise, continued walking until she was very close to him. Too close than he was comfortable with. Close enough that the tips of her sizable bosom were almost touching his chest. And all he had to do was slightly tilt his head downwards to look at her face, which by the way was only a foot away. He took a step back, but she retaliated by stepping forward, regaining their previous distance, or lack thereof. He scowled. The woman smiled. You know, Lecter is considered a part of our guild, and hurting one of ours is considered a declaration of war, she said, her exotic features playful, not at all fitting the weight of her statement. And making Sabretooth your enemy, wow, hey, she called out to him when he casually took a step back and turned to leave, completely ignoring her. He heard the girl mutter some inaudible complaints about rude and impolite brutes. Not even paying heed to the girl's nonsensical drivel, he continued on his way. That is until a dark, magical bubble conjured right in front of him, and out of it came the woman. Positively pissed. Don't you know that it is rude to ignore a girl? She glared at him, then strutted in front of the Uchiha to close their gap in space. He sighed. What do you want? He inquired rudely. Fixing a vexed glare at this audacious man, she told him. As I was saying, that cat you so cruelly planned to cause harm is one of our own. Sabretooth defends its members, and we would not think twice to retaliate. Picking a fight with the strongest guild would be the most foolish decision one can make. The ninja held a passive stare, seemingly unaffected. Looking straight in her eyes, he replied, I was merely examining the animal. I didn't have any intentions on harming it. He honestly did not know why the animal reacted that way. The feline was obviously overreacting. Who would cry from being intently stared at anyway? Unless the cat was a child. He shrugged. Escort me around town, she offered as she took another step forward. Her breast was now firmly pressed on his broad chest. Sasuke bristled. The woman smirked triumphantly. She looked at him, merely raising her head a slight angle. She effectively vanished the smirk which she previously sported and skillfully replaced it with a coy smile. Besides, you wouldn't want to leave a girl on her own in the middle of a city, would you? She murmured softly in faux innocence, her voice kittishly sultry. This girl was flirting with him, he realized. But if the woman was expecting a stuttering, love-stricken man, then she would be severely disappointed. Sasuke was a constant victim of women's flirting and even molestations of the more bolder ones. He had enough experience under his belt to not look like a stammering fool. He gave her undecipherable look, but then nodded indignantly. Fine. The exotic beauty's face practically shone in delight as she beamed at him, suddenly wrapping her arms on his lone one. It's a date then, she declared rather excitedly. Well, she's certainly more assertive than brandish. She dragged him to a direction. Self-restraint, self-discipline, self-mastery. Sasuke had all those in spades. Which, right now, was helping him keep an uninterested facade as his arm was buried in the middle of the woman's breast. And Sasuke knew she was doing it on purpose. Had he been a lesser man, he would have already broken out on a fit of lecherous giggles like how Kakashi does when reading his well-written smut. All right then, let's go, the girl announced. She seemed cheerful enough, but at the same time, She looks like she could be faking it either. He didn't know which one. He looked at the girl as she dragged him against his will. Weird girl. They arrived at a relatively far from the battlefield avenue with countless shopping stores and even more flowers. It was flocked with people, particularly couples, which made him visibly uncomfortable. The way the girl beside him held his arm was similar to how the other females had held their lovers. "You're not from around here, are you?" the girl asked. Amusement accompanied her eyes as she looked at him. It wasn't a question, but rather an assertion. The ninja snapped from whatever he was previously interested in, looking and locked eyes with the girl. "How'd you figure?" The girl smiled. "The way you turn your head left and right as you marvel on what's around you told me something." Then she giggled. "You were like a child, an ignorant one." Sasuke turned away, scowling. This only made the woman's smile lengthen. So cute. Mage in the strongest guild? Doesn't that make her the strongest in the continent? Not counting the wizard saints, that is. He never would have thought that this flirtatious woman was that powerful. He was impressed, certainly so. Minerva immediately held the record of fastest person Sasuke saw in a new light. She couldn't hold back a prideful smile when she saw him looking at her with eyes rich in surprise and awe. Minerva stared at him expectantly. "And yours?" Sasuke Uchiha. "Predatory." Sasuke is fine. Forget to use the newly designated honorific as affectionately as possible. "So Sasuke-kyun, why are you looking for Fairy Tail?" Her tone was teasing and positively larky. I am a new member," he replied monotonously. Minerva's grip on his arm briefly slackened as a look of mild surprise fluttered on her. "Made you join that pathetic guild?" she asked, staring at him with a taunting gaze, awaiting for his reaction. Words at the obvious jab at his chosen guild flowed out of her mouth like a smooth dam of crystalline water. Confident, an uncaring voice escorted by a tone of mockery. Quite surprised that her taunt hadn't garnered any reaction from him. He shrugged. "They gave me food." An amused grin manifested on her face. "Well then, if your reasoning in joining that guild is that shallow, how about joining mine instead?" This time, Sasuke turned to look at her, but kept quiet. She inwardly smirked. "Looks like I piqued his interest." The saber-toothed mage continues. "You know, Sting is one of our strongest mages. I've never seen him break a sweat in any of his fights, much less get injured like he did fighting you. For that reason alone, you're already very high in the power ladder." She smiled alluringly. "They don't deserve someone as strong as you, Sasuke-kun. If you decide to join us, Sabertooth will be most glad to accept you with open arms." Sasuke kept an uninterested face as he listened to her. Joining the strongest guild certainly was quite the honor, but he didn't care for things like that. Stronger guild may have a large number of S-class requests. But then again, that was already voided out at the fact that he already had enough money to last his stay in this world. Maybe the challenges that those missions will provide might entertain him? Fame and glory was the last thing he wanted either. He would decide to refuse her offer. Besides, bringing the guild from being the weakest to the strongest seems to be a far more rewarding prospect. "No thanks." Minerva's features changed to a disappointed pout. "May I know your reason why?" "I've already settled in." That wasn't a lie. That was one of the reasons why he didn't want to leave the guild. He had already made some acquaintances within it. "That's too bad then," she murmured softly, accepting his refusal. And then the saber-toothed mage was suddenly brimming with excitement. "Ah, look, Sasuke-kun. That store there is said to sell the best spices in this city," she exclaimed, pointing at a shop with displayed powders and bottles. Then with that, the Uchiha found himself getting dragged by his date once more. A little over an hour later, the girl had led Sasuke to a rather large inn. "This is where I last saw someone from Fairy Tail. It was Mikao Konbolt, the master of the guild, I believe." The Oriental beauty finally let go of his arm, much to his relief. Sasuke Uchiha, just like always, would not admit to enjoying something that is not fighting. Just like he wouldn't admit now that he had enjoyed the hunt for otherworldly spices just earlier. He didn't show his excitement outwardly, as that would contradict to his Uchiha clan member codes of proper behaviors. So as he purchased a whopping 64 kinds of spices and ingredients, he had to pinch his cheeks to avoid the almost uncontrollable grin from plastering on his face. He would rule the guild's kitchen as soon as they return. It had been fun, another thing he wouldn't admit. Although the girl's eccentricity when it comes to food was a little too overbearing. "Thanks." Her reply was something he did not expect in the slightest. She gave him a peck on his cheek. Sasuke immediately stiffened as the girl's soft, plushy lips made contact with his skin. Surprise flickered on his features very briefly before he yielded to his usual mask of indifference. Minerva's lips parted from his cheek with a soft, audible click before she backed away mischievously. She winked at him. I look forward to our next date, Sasuke-kyun. Then a dark-colored bubble consumed her form, and that bubble promptly vanished along with her. He sighed and turned to enter the establishment. But before he could set his foot on the entrance, a petite, blonde girl, no older than 14, suddenly dashed out, not even paying attention to the stranger who she had almost crashed into. The girl wore a frilly, pink-colored robe with long skirt. She had what seems to be a pair of wing-shaped ornaments at the sides of her head, almost to her ears. And most peculiar was that she was barefooted. Was she separated from her parents? Instead of continuing to enter the establishment, he called for the girl before she could dash away. You there, girl? Did you see any fairy tale members inside this inn? He didn't know if this girl knew any members of fairy tale, considering them being so unnoticeable due to their status. But something told him he should ask this girl. The child turned around to face him, utterly shocked and dumbfounded. She slowly opened her mouth to speak. You can see me. Chapter 5, The First Challenge. In a cold, desolate land, where intermingling thunderstorms and colossal cyclones strong enough to uproot mountains whole and alter entire landscapes were unleashed unconstrained by Mother Nature as though she had sought the world's destruction on a constant basis. A world so harsh and cruel that hardened soldiers and warriors battle-trained to be ever victorious at wars would seek for death to take them away from this horrible place. A world where natural disasters on a continental scale regularly tramples on the earth like a meeting of cataclysmic events rages on, lies a mountain. A mountain so large and tall that its peak surpasses the ozone clouds. Seeking refuge on its top was a thriving settlement that, despite the world's ferocity, stood strong and stalwart. A stronghold which defenses so mighty that even the planet's violent conditions cannot breach it. The Zacchaeus was a powerful clan. A clan with legions of powerful warriors. So powerful, in fact, that one Zacchaeus warrior alone can decimate an army of ninjas, and a single battalion of them can easily overthrow and rule a country or even an entire continent. Their physical might was well beyond any humans, ninjas, or otherwise pay grade. And their knowledge in martial arts was like an ocean to the elemental nation's lake. But these traits alone weren't the only reason why they were feared from all across reality. No, these were just minorities at best. While the white-skinned clan was quite adept at fighting and violence, they were more well-known and revered to be a clan of geniuses. A clan of inventors and innovators. Groundbreaking devices and machineries they can create with what little technology they possess. It was for this reason that they were able to produce devices that allow them to traverse dimensions. And the invention of powerful weapons paired with their imperative knowledge of energy manipulation had allowed them the conquest of many worlds throughout the vast expanse of space-time. Being two of the strongest within the clan, needless to say, Kinshiki and Mamashiki were among the most skillful and wisest, possessing knowledge and power beyond what a human can acquire for several lifetimes. And using every shred of that knowledge on finding any means to track the scampering human down and cross wherever he was in the cosmos was not entirely impossible. Mamashiki-sama, a large, muscular man clad in white, a warrior no doubt possessing the strength of 100 men, walked up to a throne room, where in front of him was a throne made of sturdy granite and bedrock, and seated upon it a smaller warrior, feminine-looking and lithe in figure. But even the larger warrior knew by heart that he was lackluster compared to the one seated on the throne. The muscular man kneeled respectfully, as one would expect a servant to a king. We have located the human's coordinates. We have picked up some minuscule chakra readings from an unknown dimension. The burly man informed his superior, his raspy voice monotonous, almost robotic, if the one seated at the throne cared to point out. Without glancing up, he continued, although its distance is rather problematic. That seemed to perk his superior. Explain, was his master's reply, his form covered by the umbrage of the room, leaving his twin lilac eyes glowing in the darkness. It is thousands of times farther compared to that dimension where the fox's readings had been discerned not long ago. The speaker deeply bowed, as if ashamed as he relayed the information. The bad news immensely outweighed the good one. His master would not take kindly of this information had he not formulated a solution to this problem. Oh. The massive warrior heard some slight shifting, and he inclined his head to look at his smaller master, which had casually straightened himself from his slackened seating position. His form still obscured by the vast shadows in which the luminescence of moonlight had not reached. Pastel-colored orbs pierced the darkness like an eerie stare of a predator on a dusk forest, a sight which would fill any man with great anxiety and foreboding. The large man could feel his master's irritation as those cruel, pearl-colored orbs stared down at him. Kinshiki, are you saying that we have no ways of crossing the distance? The one who's seated, Momoshiki, growled out. Oh, of course not, Momoshiki-sama. We have created a way for us to travel to that dimension despite its distance. Kinshiki replied nervously despite showing a calm facade. A bead of sweat trailed down his gruff features as the only proof of his slight apprehension. The heavy feeling of the atmosphere ceased. The larger warrior inwardly relaxed and recomposed himself. I shall be hearing it then. The large Otsutsuki nodded respectfully before righting himself. The reason why we cannot cross such distances because we do not have sufficient chakra required to navigate its entire measure, even with chakra fruits considered. He explained through his teeth. And he paused briefly, taking a whiff of cold air. And due to this, the dimensional device can only send one person for now. Seems the human space-time technique was much more advanced than we thought. The warrior said, idly adding the last part with no small amount of loathing. Noticing his master's grimace, he immediately went on with the plan. As such, the only option we have formulated is that we send someone to that dimension in order to plant a chakra tree. This chakra tree will then provide us with necessary energy required for the device to be used continually without repercussions. Momoshiki's piercing gaze remained steeled. And how much time do we have to waste before the tree blooms? Impatience and irritation clear in the Otsutsuki leader's voice. Depending on the atmospheric conditions, it may differ from 2 to 3 weeks for at maximum. The two light-colored orbs vanished in the stillness of darkness as Momoshiki closed his eyes and thought. I see. Do you have someone in mind? The subordinate nodded in affirmation and inclined his head. Yes. In our ranks, there has always been one who stood amongst our soldiers. Known for being too powerful and fearsome among his peers. I do believe he is the one for such a job. The larger man calmly answered as he awaited for his master's approval. Yurashiki, you mean? Momoshiki confirmed. Yes. And do you trust him? He nodded slowly. I do. I personally trained him for a time, and I have confidence in his abilities. He will not fail. His usual bloodlust spurs is perhaps the only downside to his qualities, but it should be sated if he kills enough people. Kinshiki said, as if killing was a normative topic, which it was to the Otsutsukis. Killing never was considered something to be done remorsefully and with contrite. The Otsutsuki clan, just as they were known for being too powerful, were also known and feared for their lust for blood to match. After all, their clan had thrived and ascended to the top of the food chain by annihilating other species. For them, killing was as normal as breathing, and was considered a prerequisite for them to get stronger. As a matter of fact, young Otsutsukis were required to kill in order to be declared as true warriors. And more often than not, killing among the Otsutsukis weren't unheard of just as it wasn't frowned upon. Pity, compassion, and sympathy never was, and never will be in their vocabulary. Of course, that's not to say that they were barbaric. They like to think they kill with utter grace and brilliance. Very well, bring him here. The smaller warrior commanded. Kinshiki immediately obliged. Yes, Momoshiki-sama. The man flickered out of the room, disappearing from sight. Mere seconds later, Kinshiki returned. With him was a noticeably younger Otsutsuki, flickering into view in front of their leader. You called, Momoshiki-sama? The young clansman bowed respectfully. Momoshiki's gaze settled on him. Indeed. I have a mission for you, Yurashiki. The leader started as he leaned his chin on his hand. As the dimensional device cannot send both Kinshiki and I to the dimension where the human's chakra was traced, as its capacity can only send one person for now, you will be sent in our stead. He paused as he took something from his cloth pouch. Take this chakra seeds with you. The Otsutsuki leader casually tossed 3 red glowing seeds in his direction. Yurashiki caught them effortlessly. Use those seeds to plant a chakra tree. Only then will we be able to traverse the distance ourselves. Yurashiki's mouth tugged upward excitedly, clutching the seeds in one hand. As you command. You will carry out this mission immediately. There will be no time to waste, do you understand? Momoshiki ended. The leader's voice was firm, as though any objections was not allowed in the first place. He nodded. I do, Momoshiki-sama. Yurashiki stood up, just as a cold winter breeze swept inside the throne room. His white, pointy locks swayed in the wind as his white robes danced. His cold, hardened eyes shone in delight and excitement, satisfied at having to do something other than hunt creatures that were too weak to the point of boredom. Creatures that served no other purpose than to submit to their inevitable fates and be crushed under his power. Killing those puny, insignificant monsters held no entertainment to him anymore. Hopefully the creatures there will serve more than things of amusement for him. He likes a good challenge after all. The largest of the 3 stood up from his hunched position and slid a giant hand inside his robe, taking out a circular device from his person. Here, use this device to travel there. You can only use this once until the tree blooms. The giant instructed his former student, who nodded in kind. Just turn the triangular piece sideways. We have already poured the necessary chakra enough for a single journey. Kinshiki handed the circular handheld device to the younger warrior who all too eagerly accepted it with alacrity. Taking Kinshiki's instructions to mind, Urashiki fixed the trigger into a counterclockwise position. Almost instantly, the air and atmosphere changed. It got heavier, and gravity became somewhat unstable. A strong breeze of wind was felt inside the room as the fabric of space was forcefully ripped open. And then a seemingly hellish vortex of interchanging red and orange color appeared. A rather intimidating gateway that looked like it was amassed by a tempest of fire and lava. One might mistake it to be the portal to the deepest hell. It was unstable still, as Urashiki can feel the vibrations beneath his feet, and the portal sending gusts of wind in the vicinity spoke of how unbalanced and fragile it was. He doubted he'd end up in the intended location should he enter the gateway now. He would probably end up in some faraway dimension isolated away in the deepest reach of the infinite vastness of space and time, that no Otsutsuki device may ever reach him. That is if his body survives getting torn to shreds anyway. The stabilization of the gateway took longer than expected, and they were forced to wait and idle for 20 or so minutes before it finally stabilized. The air pressure subsided and the tremors of the floor stilled. The violent, swirling mass of orange dimensional gas had calmed down and slowed down considerably, like the becoming of a raging river after days of ensuing floodwaters. Finally, it was ready to be entered. Kinshiki's gaze snapped from the portal to look at the young Otsutsuki. Do not forget to plant the tree. We will be expecting a successful journey in a month, he reminded, and be on a lookout for the human if you have time to spare. Urashiki didn't even nod as he acknowledged his former teacher's words. He slowly and carefully strode closer to the swirling gate of bright colors. His mouth curled up in an ardent smirk. He was given an assignment, a task which was of paramount of importance. He was given the task from Momoshiki-sama himself, the current supreme ruler of the clan. That meant that he must have some level of trust in Urashiki's abilities. The Otsutsuki clan was insanely powerful. The clan was brimming with bright and powerful warriors. If not due to their enormous physical strength and combat ingenuity, then to their cunning and mental prowess. Their strength was truly peerless, and their genius even more so. Urashiki was almost sure that there were at least 50 individuals who were stronger and smarter than him. But Momoshiki-sama had chosen none other than him anyway, and he'd be damned to an eternity of torture and torment if he'd failed his honored leader. Now go, Urashiki. Momoshiki barked. Bear in mind that this mission is of the highest class. Failure is not an option. And with a last deep bow, the Otsutsuki warrior stepped inside the spiral of torn space. And immediately, he was devoured by it as the portal pulled his body into its depths. And so an Otsutsuki's voyage through space-time had began. The world on the other side better prepare. For the reign of the Otsutsuki shall soon come into fruition. Crocus, X791. The young girl, Mavis Vermilion as she introduced herself, had led Sasuke to one of the Colosseum's large gates that will supposedly lead him to the fairy tale's quarters. The frilly-clothed child had been suspicious of him at first. But then out of the blue, the blonde girl was suddenly overflowing with childish enthusiasm after seemingly analyzing him, as though she was a forgotten friend whom he forgot long in the past, and she had been more than happy to lead him to his guild. The barefooted child was practically bouncing up and down in jubilation. He hadn't known what the girl was so ecstatic. His experience with the girl was quite bizarre. Sasuke rose a curious eyebrow. Shouldn't I be? The girl's mouth darted up and down, barely muttering a coherent sentence. But that shouldn't be possible. Only the members of Fairy Tail should be able to see this astral form. Mavis whispered to herself in barely audible voice as she recovered from astral form? He though in question. Was that a form of sorcery? Could this young man be a member? She muttered in uncertainty as her emerald orbs inspected him up and down warily, completely oblivious to the Uchiha's narrowed eyes. And did this kid really just call a grown man like him a young man? But the words astral form was what's currently on fore in his mind. A technique that can make someone incorporeal and invisible to those outside of Fairy Tail, perhaps? That would explain why the girl was so surprised at the fact that he can see her since she hadn't seen him until now. More importantly, the girl knows Fairy Tail, and based on how she regarded the guild, any member mention of a frilly-clothed girl, childish appearance, looked surprisingly perceptive and mature. She expertly scanned him like a hawk. Green, pupilless eyes darted from head to toe in a professional scrutinizing manner that made Shinobi look like a bunch of careless children. And girl, who should no doubt be at the age of the average genin, was regarding him with Scrutiny only the most intellectual of shinobi, or the intellect and wisdom of a Kage, could hope to perform. The ninja could tell that this child was wise beyond her years, much like Itachi had been. Subconsciously, the ninja compared the child to his older brother. His brother had been, to put it less than an exaggeration, an utter genius when he was but a child. His intellect was so far ahead of the kid's age that it would be comparable to the gap of intelligence between the cunning of a feline to the dull, non-existent brain capacity of an earthworm. Itachi possessed brain power to solve complex puzzles, decipher difficult riddles, and form complicated strategy, be it for something as trivial as board games or for more professional purposes such as espionage and military tactics. His brother possessed philosophy and outlooks of life that you could mistake him for a ruler who had reigned for a lifetime. And that was when he was a measly 13 years old. And that only grew over the years. A peerless genius he was. But even he would seem quite deficient in comparison to this child. The sheer air and ambience the blonde girl was emitting told him that she was anything but ignorant and naive, like most children her age should be. The girl possesses tactical mind, that much he could tell. With the way she was attempting to discern him, no doubt cogitating whether or not he was a threat. Sasuke could feel somehow all of those knowledge he had accumulated throughout his journeys could not even hope to compare to the rather Herculean ocean of lore stored up inside those seasoned yet childish gaze. It was as if he was a mindless child in contrast to her. Call it mere instincts. Good feeling. But it never once failed him before, and he doubted it would soon. Wisdom and professionalism practically wafted from the diminutive child as though it was pouring out of its container. Above all else, Sasuke could tell that she has experience more than a lifetime could provide. By now, he was doubting the child's appearance. It unnerved him, he would admit. Sasuke's obsidian eyes instinctively narrowed at the girl. Seemingly in response, the blonde girl only squealed in delight? Amusement? He didn't know. But it sure surprised him. With emerald eyes full of satisfaction and childish curiosity, she stared at his much taller form. It wasn't the longing gaze of a fangirl, but rather the proud eyes of a mother. He didn't know why, but that description somehow sounded pretty accurate. A stark contrast to her appearance. You must be the new member that those children keep talking about, she exclaimed buoyantly as she skipped on her toes in excitement. I must say, I'm quite impressed. Sasuke didn't say anything, too surprised to do so. But he did manage to raise an eyebrow, and he nodded to the girl. She didn't exactly say which guild she was talking about here, but he can safely assume she was talking about Fairy Tail. The blonde child nodded sagely to herself, then her smile lengthened. A slight grimace of discomfort tugged on Sasuke's lips at this. You said you were looking for Fairy Tail, right? She asked, earning another nod from the ninja. All right, I'll take you to them. Come on. Then she started skipping ahead of him, a behavior that contradicted her much mature earlier persona. Sasuke could only stare at the prepubescent's back as he sighed and made his way to follow her. Weird girl. The trip to the Colosseum was held with a one-sided conversation. Mainly with the girl bombarding him with nonsensical drivel about her guild and dozens of questions about him. The questions he answered with half-truths. Sasuke could clearly tell that the child was attempting to gather information from him by taking advantage of her appearance and sugarcoat questions enough to not garner suspicion from her target. But Sasuke was often called as the sharpest tool in the shed, both physically and mentally. So he was smart enough to distinguish genuine curiosity to information gathering. Although he could at least see some hints of the former from the way she was looking at him. During their conversation, he had learned that the child was a senior member. How a little girl her age could become a senior member was beyond him, but he decided not to question. After all, appearances can be deceiving, which proved true these past few minutes. The girl might turn out to be an old woman in a child's body for all he knows. Considering the sheer variety of self-modification spells he had learned that magic was perfectly capable of. More so than chakra. When they arrived outside one of the building's gates, the girl then turned to face him. Without flinching, he met the girl's pupilless gaze with his own visible black orb. Thank you, he mouthed sincerely. Don't mention it. She chirped with less excitable tone than before. The ninja turned around to enter. He would have to rest for now, even for a short while. He still had a few hours before the tournament starts. Uchiha Sasuke. At the mention of his name, the ninja turned his head behind and met the girl's unsettling gaze. The blonde's ominous smile was still there, although now it seemed akin to a professional's fake smile than her own childish version. I want you to participate in the Grand Magic Games, she declared, as though a command from one of higher authority to a subordinate. Sasuke's well-nurtured sense of suspicion flared. Now, he was certain that this person was anything but a child, appearance be damned. And he was sure that he wasn't paranoid enough to come up with conclusions. He wanted to ask her what she really was, but decided knowing the girl's name would suffice for now. "What's your name?" he asked. His tiredness was getting apparent in his voice. For some strange reason, communicating with this girl with his usual uncaring tone without any form of esteem felt severely disrespectful. It was like he was in front of his mother once more, back in his rebellious childhood days. "Mavis Vermillion," the girl answered with her usual monotonic smile. "Now go. You wish to rest before the games begin, correct?" Mavis casually stated. Sasuke blinked at that and narrowed his eyes at the girl, or at least at the spot where the girl was standing just a second ago. The girl was gone. Sasuke took a careful glance to his left and right, finding that no trace of the young girl can be seen. Even the girl's polished aura had vanished. Deciding that looking for the girl was a lost cause, he prompted to go inside the building instead. Besides, the girl was a fairy tale member. He'll probably come across her sooner or later for further questioning. Present. The ninja arrived outside Fairy Tale Guild's resting quarters. It was a rather large room with a large door to match, showcasing the fairy tale insignia at the front. He walked towards it, intending to go inside and just plop at the nearest flat surface to sleep. Already he can feel his weight double and his eyelids heavier as the pleasant thought of finally having some well-deserved sleep for the first time since coming to this world ruled every inch of his mind. "Sasuke, is that really you?" A familiar old voice muttered in apparent disbelief, and he had to suppress a tired and irritated groan from escaping his lips as his sought-over rest had been delayed once again. It came from the corridor to the left. Craning his head to said location, he saw the rather perplexed form of the master of Fairy Tale, Mikao. With the way he was standing there gawking at him, it didn't take a genius to tell that he was shell-shocked at the sight of a supposedly dead member. He stood there with eyes comically wide and his mouth agape. Bits of emotions can be seen at the veteran's face. Surprise, relief, and worry were displayed on the man's visage. And was that horror? "Why, you're alive. You're not a ghost, are you?" the man stammered. Sasuke sighed. "It's me, Mikao. I'm alive," he gritted out. An expression of irritation settled on his face. "Why, you mean you actually completed the mission?" Mikao blurted out, perplexed. "Yes. But that's..." The man clearly wasn't convinced. But at least he now believed that he wasn't an apparition bent on haunting him. Then his expression turned unreadable at a loss for words. "I'll keep your end of the deal. For now, let me read dash." Whatever Sasuke was about to say harshly stuck in his throat, as the older man dashed in a burst of speed and gave him a crushing man-hug. Sasuke, being tired as he was, couldn't even react to the sudden action. "Bahaha. I knew there was something special in you, kid. But I never could have imagined you'd actually kill the damned monster," the blue-haired mage jovially announced, voice filled with happiness and mirth at the sight of him being very alive and organic. His excitement died out, though, when he noticed the young man in his arms gasp for air. "Too tight," Sasuke throatily let out, his face contorting painfully. He must have been too tired that even a hug, albeit a strong one, can cause tangible pain to him. The blue-haired man instantly let go of his slightly writhing form and scratched the back of his head in a very Naruto-like sheepish gesture. "Whoops, sorry," he muttered, sounding more amused than apologetic. The last Uchiha recomposed himself and took a deep, exhausted breath. He was about to dismiss himself so he can rest, but the man spoke first. "Still, who would have thought you'd actually come back victorious against a monster like that?" Mikao started. "No offense, but we actually thought you'd never come back at all. You had us worried, you know." The man patted his back in a congratulatory manner as he grinned like a fool, much to his irritation. "I think Asuka cried for several days when we assumed that you're dead." Sasuke prevented himself from flinching, more from the morbid fact that his fellow guild mates actually believed that he was dead. He knew it was normal, of course. The nature of the mission was such that 15 S-class mages were doomed to fail in the first place, much less a single person who wasn't even listed as anything above C rank, or any rank at all. The mission was practically considered as impossible to most mages barring a select few. And only then that was because those select few were just as much monstrous as the turtle. And he, a random, run-of-the-mill mage, actually went to do the job. It was given that they'd assume he's dead after 3 months of his absence. Still, somehow it bothered him. He only settled a raised brow at the knowledge that the little girl had grown fond of him to the point of tears at knowing that he died. Kids back home wouldn't have reacted that way. Though that's only because they were tempered to not do so, the academy ones anyway. The older man's joyful face vanished, taking in a more somber expression. "The guild had never been so glum since your absence. You know, since we thought you died during your mission." Knowing that our hero was never coming back devastated the guild more than the rampant visits of Twilight Ogre. His face hardened, a visible mixture of guilt and grief showing. "And the knowledge that it was all my fault, That it was because I approved to send you to the mission made me want to bury myself alive. His gaze became downcast. We practically lost all our hope when you were gone. And the guild's mood may as well have been a funeral. Macau sighed, and a positive expression took over his wrinkled face. At the very least, the arrival of our old allies made it possible for us to be jolly once more. The tired Uchiha took in the elder's words diligently, even as his body incessantly begged for him to find a bed and just sleep already. He was slightly surprised that his death had that much effect on them. He expected them to be depressed at the very most. A little bit of sadness here and there, but nothing a few days can't lessen or diminish. Maybe a little amount of tears shed from the little girl was somewhat to be expected. The word devastated seems a tad bit exaggerated to him, but the man's face told him it was anything but. If the death of a guy who they barely knew and had just joined their guild had that much effect on them, then he could now understand how they may have felt in regards to the death of their comrades, whom they shared most of their lives with. Certainly not as intense as what he had felt when his family and clan was massacred, but he could imagine something similar. Their experience reminded him of his own. The horrible memories of his clansman's corpse littering the ground, the dead bodies of his mother and father. No matter how much he so desperately blocked those memories and dragged them to the deepest recesses of his mind, it would always break through the thin lines of barrier that he had built in his mind and resurface. He could sympathize with them, more than he dared to admit. Their sense of compassion and camaraderie accompanied by their immense love and loyalty towards one another was admirable. It brought a deep sentimental connection between them, and in turn, brought them closer, made them whole as one. And that connection had many advantages. It made them stronger, solidified their trust towards each other, made them function perfectly, like a vehicle without lack of engines, not missing a single screw. It made them powerful, just like how Team 7 had been. But those connections were also their greatest weakness. Because of their needless love towards their guild, merely the death of their comrades made them weak. Not only because of their sudden loss of number, but because their emotional ties got in the way of their progress. What they should have done, get stronger, train, practice, persevere, instead spent and wasted wallowing in grief, sorrow, and self-pity. Those connections stripped them off of their drive to get stronger and ultimately made them deplorably weak. It made them lenient and soft, made them out of sync and in disunity. It was a stark contrast to what he had done. When his clan was murdered, he had done nothing but train himself to the bone, made himself stronger and strive to get stronger. And in the end, he had become strong enough to exact his revenge. His brother's death had been achieved. And although his entire struggle and labor had all been for naught after learning the truth of his brother's betrayal, still he had become powerful as he had now because he had struggled, he had bleed, he had sweated for it. And most importantly, he had cut all connections. Even though it was temporary, Sasuke's attention returned to the conversation before Mikau's last statement had been processed. Did he just say that the dead members came back? Our allies came back just a week after you left. Turns out, they actually didn't die in Tenru, Mikau said, as if reading his mind, though he probably just noticed his brows furrowing in confusion. And he nodded in understanding. Mikau, are you there? A wizened, old voice called out, no doubt belonging to an old man. It came from the right side of the corridor. Ah, master. I'm here. The blue-haired veteran replied to the voice, turning his head to the direction. Master? Sasuke's mind repeated questioningly. A few seconds after, an extremely short, balding old man appeared out of the hallway. Sporting white, aged hair and stern, wrinkled face. Donning a fur-collared jacket over a set of formal clothing. Sasuke couldn't help but be amused at the kitty-sized clothing he wore. The old man's eyes landed on Mikau. Ah, there you are, Mikau. Come. We are to find Mystigan to fill the last competitor for Fairy Tail B. The short elderly man nonchalantly strode to the two, noticing a new face alongside the former guildmaster. Oh, and who might you be, young man? The small man asked good-naturedly. Ah, master. Allow me to introduce to you Sasuke Uchiha. He's the hero we were telling you about. Mikau introduced, sounding very proud. Missing how the Uchiha slightly cringed at being called a hero. Makarov's face immediately lit up, as recollections of the young man's tale told by his children came to fore. Ah, so it's you. I've heard so much about you, young man. The name's Makarov Dreyer, the current master of Fairy Tail. A pleasure to meet you, young hero. The old man, who introduced himself as Makarov, held out his to the Uchiha in a friendly manner. The master of Fairy Tail? Ah, he must have been the true master of the guild before the incident. Sasuke took the old man's hand in a firm shake, noting the rigid strength behind the grip. For an old man, he sure was strong. Both retracted their hands soon after. Likewise. Master Makarov is the master of fairy tale before the Battle of Tinra Island. I only took his place as the master, temporarily that is. Mikao explained. But make no mistake, Sasuke. Master is much, much stronger than I am. Even if I did become master, we're in no ways equals. The master smiled dismissively. Now, Mikao. You shouldn't belittle yourself. He regarded the black-clad ninja, turning his attention to him. So, young man, I heard you saved Asuka and Laki from certain death and even defended the guild from Twilight Ogre. For that you have my deepest and sincerest gratitude. Thank you for saving my children. The old master bowed his head. A somber frown adorned his aged face. Other than pure relief, the ninja could detect the slightest bits of anger, dismay, regret, and joy. Sasuke could vaguely place where those emotions arose. Anger that he hadn't been there to protect his children. Dismay that his children had actually nearly died, and he wouldn't have done anything to save them. Regret that he hadn't been strong enough to protect them and ensure their safety like a father would. And joy because they were all right in the end, and they were safe and sound. Makarov acted like a father than a master to the members, acting as if they were his own children. Very protective and supportive of them. He was in some ways like his father, caring and supportive to both Itachi and him. Although his father didn't outright show his affection to his children, much unlike this old man. Don't mention it. It was nothing. The old man cut him off, shaking his head. Believe me, my boy. Very few people would willingly risk their own lives to save strangers from battalions of bloodthirsty monsters. Makarov said knowingly. After all, the lizard men may be considered as one of the weaker species of monsters. But having to deal with virtually endless amounts of them would be as detrimental as fighting a prairie wyvern. So, thank you. If there's anything we can do for you, just let us know. Sasuke didn't say anything, merely nodded in acknowledgement. He was barely hiding the strain and protest his body was practically screaming at him. His stance was slightly slouched though, a visible proof that he was exhausted, which Makarov keenly noticed. If you don't mind me asking, young man, weren't you on a mission? Makarov asked, feeling the need to sate his curiosity. The old man stared at the ninja as he waited for his answer. If he's here, then the most logical explanation would be that he gave up, or backed out on the mission, which would be the most sensible thing to do. Of course, there's the unlikely, outrageous possibility that he had been successful and actually was capable of slaying the beast. But the first heavily outweighs the second possibility by a wide margin in the believable scale. I finished it. Sasuke answered, taking out the shiny, multicolored check hidden beneath his cloak, showing it to both men. The piece of paper gleamed like a jewel as Makarov and Mikao stared at it curiously. That curious expression immediately changed the moment they realized what it was. The old man looked surprised. No, more like shocked or gobsmacked, he corrected. Mikao, on the other hand, was gazing at the piece of paper with mouth-wide agape. Maybe it was his imagination, but he could swear he saw faint rivulets of saliva dripping out. This is, Makarov muttered incredulously. Not only at the fact that the young man had claimed victorious to the near-impossible quest, but also to the sheer number of zeros the check's amount possessed. His eyes darted as he counted the number of zeros and widened his eyes. He looked as if he was seeing a fish walk on land, Sasuke idly noted. 3 billion jewels. With that kind of money, Makarov could remodel the guild to look like a sovereign's palace. But alas, it wasn't his as much as he wished it was. Even he, as old as he was, hadn't had the pleasure of holding such an amount in his hands. Perhaps the young man can spare a few million for the guild. I'm donating a quarter of this amount to the guild. There was a moment of silence. And then, hey, both men suddenly exclaimed. Two pairs of veteran eyes stared at in shock. The last Uchiha rose an eyebrow at their reaction. HN? I promised I'd donate some to the guild, didn't I? The rhetorical question was more directed to Mikao. Said man held his composure. Oh, yes, but I didn't really mean for you to donate that much money, he said as he waved his hand. But if you're going to give that much, then we won't complain. Right, master? Seriously, only a complete fool would deny such generous donation. 750 million jewel was a lot after all. Mikao waited for the master's response, only to be met with silence. When both younger men finally determined that the old man wouldn't be responding soon, they turned to look at the old master. Immediately, Sasuke's features morphed into an expression that looked like the amalgamation of incredulity, disgust, surprise, and confusion. Though to anyone, his face merely scrunched a little bit. He was indeed very proud of his controlled stoicism. Master? Mikao muttered, uncertain at the situation. Seems like the veteran was just confused as he was. Who wouldn't be confused? Makarov was crying. He's crying up a river. As in literal fountains of water were gushing out from his eyes. He looked like he just lost a loved one with the way his tears were streaming out. Although the happy grin the old man sported utterly nullifies the sadness part. The ninja realized that he was just crying because he was ecstatic. The so-called tears of joy. The concept confused him, to be honest. Why one would cry when experiencing feelings of elation was beyond him. Sasuke scowled in disgust as the master of fairy tale wiped his face with his wrist and equal amounts of tears and mucus stuck to his limb. He was finding it hard to believe that an old, wizened man like this could act so childish. But he guessed money could make that sort of impression to any people. Especially the amount of money that contained 7 zeros in total. But still, such a reaction was unbecoming of. The ninja was forced to halt on his thoughts, and his eyes shot wide open as Makarov launched his much smaller form at the younger man at surprising speeds that even Sasuke's eyes, a bit tired, couldn't follow, and gave him a hug with the grip strength of a bear. The grimace of irritation on the Uchiha's face couldn't get any more apparent as, in a second time, he was hugged by a man once more. "Oh, young man, you're such generous soul," Makarov exclaimed, utterly elated, rubbing his tear-covered face on the ninja's shirt, eliciting a growl of disgust from him. "Oh, thank you, thank you, thank you." Sasuke ignored him in favor of prying the teary, old man away from his body, frowning in annoyance when he found the old man's grip to be impossibly tight, like a vice grip. God, even Sakura doesn't have bronze of this caliber. Feeling his parameter of discomfort rise to its peak and beyond, he looked over to Mikao in a look that said, "Help me, or I won't give you a single penny." The blue-haired veteran chuckled in amusement, but nonetheless complied to the new member's silent request to relieve him of his plight and detach the old man away from his space of comfort. "Come on, master. You're making him feel uncomfortable. And also you're making a scene," Mikao said, taking notice of the people who were looking at them with odd looks. Thankfully, with Mikao's assistance, the old man had been unhooked from his body. Although it was more likely that the old man allowed himself to be detached from him, because there's no way Mikao can possibly outmuscle the master. The diminutive old man had now regained his senses, sheepishly scratching the back of his head. Sorry about that, young man. I guess I got too excited. Please understand that this old man had not gotten the opportunity to hold such a Herculean amount, especially since those idiot children of mine keeps wrecking the guild. And I had to constantly replace the stuff they break. Makarov chuckled ruefully. 750 million would be a lot of help to our guild's current needs, young man. We thank you for it. Sasuke understood, of course. It was weird how one such his age would act that way. But money had always been capable of bending one's emotions and manipulate people's personality. Money was the main cause of the constant deaths in his world. Ninjas kill for money, and likewise they die for it. Assassins and bounty hunters, even mere plunderers, always seek treasures from village to village and needlessly kill innocents just for the petty reason to acquire riches they sought. In the end, they too would die sooner or later. People were slaves to money, emotions. Even more so, it was always amusing to him how money can bend one's will and morals in an instant. Heck, Sasuke himself had almost reacted that way upon realizing just how much he'd gained at the mission. Though his emotional fortitude triumphed over the sudden rush of happiness, as always. But he couldn't deny how he had occasionally imagined himself donning a set of regal clothes, sitting comfortably on the most expensive throne only a king could possibly be worthy of. With Naruto scrubbing the nails of his toes, as fresh tears of defeat and shame ran down his features. The ninja involuntarily smirked at that thought. He wondered how satisfying it would be to slap Naruto with a wad of 1,000 rios. Then arrogantly shower his downed form with cash as he gazes down at the blonde, as though a ruler to a beggar. Come to think of it, that very same thing could happen. Considering Naruto never was the rich guy, and he was now rich in every sense of the word. Perhaps he should make it a reality when he gets back. Sasuke nodded to Makarov, the latter noticing how the young man tiredly did the action. Perhaps he was exhausted due to his trip from Alakatasia, so he need not keep the boy from his well-deserved rest. He still has to find Mystigan, after all. A metaphorical light bulb flickered into existence in the old man's head. Or he could just ask this young man to fight for Fairy Tail B in Mystigan's stead. The heavenly body mage was powerful without a doubt. Powerful enough that he could earn himself a spot within the 10 wizard saints, albeit temporarily. But this lad had supposedly slain the most powerful non-dragon monster in Earthland. If that was indeed true, then he was irrefutably much stronger than Jalal. Someone that strong fighting for their guild would all but guarantee their victory in the games. Besides, the man could have much more important things to do than an old man's favor. The master inwardly chuckled. If he could, he would have given himself a pat in the back for coming up with such an ingenious idea. Not only will the chance of them winning the game skyrocket through the roof, but the first would also be ecstatic to see such a powerful mage fight for their guild's name. With that in mind, Makarov went in for the kill. So, young man, the old man started. How would you like to compete in the games? You'll be placed on Team Fairy Tale B. That is if you want to. Macau snapped his neck towards the small master, surprised. But master, what about Mistigan? I'm sure young Mistigan would understand. Makarov waved him off. So what will it be, young man? Sasuke seemed to ponder briefly, before answering, I'll fight. The gray-haired master grinned victoriously. Macau seemed to be disapproving and agreeing at the same time. All right, young man. I'll go sign you up. Introductions starts in 4 hours from now, so you should be able to rest for a while if you want. Sasuke nodded once again. Very well, I'll sleep until the tournament starts. Just come wake me up. The ninja said with finality as he opened the door to the resting quarters and entered it, leaving both men to their devices. The master's mirthful grin was still there as they started walking away. You should be impressed, Macau. I just secured our win. Makarov said cheekily. Macau only sighed in response. Yes, master. Whatever you say. The purple flame veteran had to hold his excitement from bursting out of his calm composure, though. Despite acting with a placid exterior, he was actually quite thrilled at the notion of finally seeing their hero in action, to determine just what kind of magic their defender uses, to gauge just how strong their savior truly was. If he was feeling this excited, then he could only imagine how Loki and especially Asuka would react to his presence. Those two had been the ones who were affected the most when Sasuke never returned for several months after all, especially when they grudgingly declared that the young savior was probably dead, battling the monster with valiant and noble effort, but in the end was defeated. Loki shed some tears, but Asuka practically wept for days. Even Alzak and Biska could hardly calm the youngest member of their guild. Macau released another sigh. Those were rough times indeed. But right now, he was content with how the things were. Everything turned out perfect. Their old comrades came back. Their newest member and hero was alive and even kicked some turtle ass. Things couldn't get any better. Now, if only he knew how to deal with the ever-growing impatience from bubbling out within him, itching on his mind like a colony of lice. The former master let out another sigh. It seems he was far more excited than he thought. Domus Flow, Jalal, or as his disguised namesake, Mistigan, was slightly perturbed. He walked along the aisles to meet with the master of Fairy Tale. Even as he stepped inside the boundaries and confines of the building and took in the atmosphere, he could feel it. Something nearby, something evil. Evil that seeks destruction and death. Evil that would strike at the slightest notice. He could feel the foreboding in the air, the foul omen that seemed to lurk just right around the corner. The malicious presence which dominated over the meager presence that accounted to the people around him. This was the reason why he accepted to fight for Fairy Tale. To find and possibly stop whatever this evil was. First things that came to mind was to get to closer grounds, which was the city of Crocus and Domus Flow itself. As he was inside Domus Flow Stadium, amongst countless people overlooking at the arena, Jalal could feel the presence of something unpleasant. It was hiding among the crowd of spectators? No, perhaps high above at one of the statues? Or just hiding at some corner somewhere nearby. One thing's for sure, though. Whatever it was here. He should find Makarov for now and become an official representative of Fairy Tale. Preventing his thoughts from derailing, he found the small master shortly after, conversing with an individual he knew only as Macau Conbolt. The master seemed to be happy. Ecstatic even. Like he'd just won the lottery or something along those lines. He approached both men, intent on securing his place among Fairy Tale team. Good morning, Master Makarov, Macau-san. He greeted politely with a nod, adjusting his slightly crooked mask to look at least presentably identical to how the once S-class mage of Fairy Tale looked like. He had prepared with utmost care and forethought. The costume was annoyingly hard to reproduce, and he had to pay a dear price for the properly sewn outfit. The seamstress impressed him, though. She was undoubtedly talented to have created an exact material to Mistigan's choice of clothing. Both men turned around to the familiar voice. The master's face dawned in recognition. Ah, Jel, Mistigan-kun. Good morning to you too. Makarov greeted back with a childish smile that looked absolutely out of place on his wizened face. He found himself raising an eyebrow at the old man's disturbingly jovial attitude. Perhaps something good happened to him today? The blue-haired mage didn't voice his thoughts, though. Whatever was making him this happy wasn't his business. Instead, he settled for a small, polite nod. I'll be fulfilling as a member fairy tale be, as you have instructed me to, he said to the master while suppressing the urge to bend his eyebrows in curiosity at the way they exchanged glances towards one another. It's almost as though they were guilty for something. Makarov shared one last glance at his veteran member, who sighed, and then returned his stare to him once more. The small master scratched the back of his head. Ah, well, you see, we've already found someone to fill the place, he informed with a strained smile. We know you've already came all the way here just to grant this old man's favor. For that, we're sorry. Makarov bowed his head in an apologetic manner. Jalal wasn't really miffed at the idea that he'd been replaced, though. In fact, now that someone had been instructed to fight in his stead, he could now do a full scanning and deliberate observation of the city's narrow passageways and back alleys without having to worry about future battles that would impede the process. He was thankful at this. No, Master Makarov. It's fine, really. He waved a hand dismissively. It's fine. I'll just be watching the games then, and perhaps indulge myself in the festivities. He lied. He was interested in festivals and celebrations, of course, since he hadn't had the chance to attend in one all his life. But he had much more pressing matters to attend to, and he doubted that Altair and Mirti would have it within themselves to forgive him if he so selfishly goes out on his merry way and enjoy on his lonesome. They'd probably forgive him, after some unimaginably harsh punishment, that is. Jalal shuddered lightly. Both women can be the most creative people he'd ever known when their sadistic tendencies surface. Makarov beamed at him. The disquieting sight almost made his eye twitch. Very well. We thank you for understanding, young man. Jalal bowed. Then I'll be on my way, Master Makarov, Macau-san. I'll be meeting my companions for now. All right, we'll see you soon. Be sure to cheer for Fairy Tale, young man. I will, he said, before turning around and marched towards the opposite hallway. Their strategy changed rather quickly. It changed even before it can properly be deployed. But still, the new option provided more advantages and more time to plan ahead for leverage. This way, their patterns and course of actions can go on a more flexible and more manageable route. Fighting in the games was not a necessity in the first place anyway. Jalal reached for the telepathic link between and his allies. Hello, Mirti, Altair. Yes, Jalal, we hear you, came a feminine voice from the other side of the mental link. Plans changed. It was 30 minutes before the team introductions. Maycroft sat at the ledge overlooking Domus Flow's arena where the Fairy Tale members were designated to spectate the games. He watched with a fond smile as Team Natsu, or Fairy Tale A, was getting ready. Natsu sported the same excited smile whenever he was about to have the fight of his life. Gray looked on towards the arena with a determined smile of his own adorning his features. Urza sat at the corner, on a patterned loop of repeatedly polishing a double-edged sword. She seemed relaxed and confident, as she always had. Lucy at the right side of Natsu, stretching her lithe limbs in an absolutely erotic, boob-jiggling manner. For a second there, Makarov was overwhelmed with the urge to stretch his arm and slap the blonde girl's buttock, but decided against it. He wouldn't want Urza to see that. Otherwise, he'd be suffering the young woman's disciplinarian chastising, or nagging, and other interpretations. He turned to look slightly behind the quartet to see a very eager elfman, beastly smile proudly displayed for all to see. His massive fists, that looked all too eager to smash some skulls, leaned on his hips as he gazed at the magical screen. Makarov's thoughts lingered to Wendy. The poor girl was supposed to fight instead of elfman, but every competition was not without foul play. Some raven-tail grunt drained the sky dragon slayer of her magical energy to the point of complete depletion and was now staying at the infirmary. The small master's wizened face morphed in rage at the thought of the cowardly attack on his child. Merely thinking about it made him want to bolt from where he sat and just obliterate that damnable guild that his wayward son had put together. They can only thank the gods that nothing too bad happened to Wendy, or else he'd have rampaged through their ranks. Magic Council rules be damned. With a deep sigh, Makarov calmed himself down. There's no use mulling about it now. Besides, when he was fine, he diverted his attention to his guild's strongest team once again. Makarov smiled in contentment. They were fit and prepared. They were at their prime, at their peak, ready to show the world what Fairy Tale was truly capable of, with the right amount of determination and drive to reclaim what they had lost. their title as the strongest guild in the continent. They just might win the games, even without Sasuke's help. The old master was noticeably excited. Of course, that was somewhat of an understatement. He was giddy like a child on a field trip to the amusement park. He was very eager for the games to begin, not just because of his children's top-notch condition and fighting spirit, but also for the surprise he was keeping. Sasuke Uchiha was no doubt the strongest member of Fairy Tail. That fact was pretty much solid, and even Mikao agreed. The reality that even the combined might of him and Gildart's strengths, working together or otherwise, would not be able to defeat the revered primordial Tortuga, a monster whose myth was already established thousands of years ago. The monster was even older than dragons, possibly stronger as well. A creature so strong that it can hold its own against dragons, and actually win. And Sasuke defeated it, killed it, even. Heck, he wouldn't feel ashamed to say that the young man was indeed much stronger than him or Gildart's. And that's saying something. Makarov was surprised, though, at the fact that news as significant as that wasn't widespread in Ishgar. Also, apart from a select few, which was him and Mikao, nobody had known about it. At least he hadn't heard any rumors of it anyway, as rumors were always the forefront of freshly spread news. Those geezers at the Magic Council probably had something to do with this. He would grudgingly agree that the Magic Institution had some of the best informants and information gatherers in Earthland. So he wouldn't be surprised if they were among the first people to know, and keeping it a secret was a reasonably good maneuver on their part. Although knowing such a big leak of information wouldn't be too hard for anyone if they just tried to know. As the diminutive master's thoughts went on to the other matter, namely, the young man's very generous donation, he couldn't help but sport a euphoric grin. 750 million at his clutches and his disposal. Oh, he can see it now. The Fairy Tail Guild's building, being remodified like a castle, complete with a bunch of pools, entertainment lounges, a jazz bar, and all those fancy things that youngins love. And then he would hire dozens of sexy maids and let them wear Urz's bunny outfit. Makarov giggled perversely, but he was forced to stop his grandiose thoughts when Mikao arrived. Master, I went to wake Sasuke up. Mikao trudged over to where Makarov was seated, looking a little worn out, slightly perplexed at seeing the master's dazed expression. Somewhat irked that his fantasies were dispelled, the diminutive master rigidly craned his neck to look at the veteran mage. Oh, and where's young Sasuke? He asked, confused as to why there's no cloak-clad man following behind. Oh, well, the purple flame mage trailed out, letting out an exhausted sigh. About that. He wouldn't wake up. No matter what I do, he just wouldn't budge. Mikao reported as he ran a hand on his cool-colored hair. I even tried to put a little bit of my flames on his face. The small master shot him a look of horrified shock and incredulity. You tried to put your flames on his face. The master practically whisper-screamed at him. Mikao raised both his hands in front of him defensively. To be fair, master, I made the flames harmless. I've no reason to hurt the guy, you know. Makarov sighed. Don't do that again. The last thing we want to happen is him thinking we want him dead in his sleep. Yes. Of course, master. Not that I was even able to put my flames on his face anyway, Mikao said. A somewhat horrified expression crossed his features. When I was about to, I suddenly felt a sword to my neck, all too ready to slice it off my shoulders. The veteran mage rubbed his neck, the grim reminder of his near meeting with death surfacing on his memory. It's like he has some sort of automatic danger sensing or something. Seriously though, that should have been impossible. I mean, he was asleep for goodness sake. Mikao, realizing that he was now ranting to no one in particular, immediately calmed himself down and cleared his throat. Anyway, master, the team introduction starts in 20 minutes. And the guy still won't wake up. Makarov wasn't worried though. Not appearing during the introductions doesn't automatically disqualify the fighter anyway. Besides, he wanted to keep him a surprise at least until it was his turn to fight. That just means he's tired. Let him rest for a little longer. Makarov decided. Just go wake him up when it's his turn to fight. But the introduction is not important. The master of Fairy Tail interrupted. Geez, Mikao, you need to relax. Don't worry about it. Besides, where's the fun in spoiling the surprise? Makarov grinned deviously. The younger mage looked like he was about to object, but decided to seal his mouth anyway. There's absolutely no use arguing with the master when he sets his mind on something. Makarov was more or less as stubborn as Natsu when it came to his decisions on matters. He'd just be wasting his breath in a futile attempt to convince him otherwise. All right, if you say so, master. Mikao finally breathed out exasperatedly. Good. Now all you have to do is cheer for the children. Breathing out one last sigh, he smiled. Perhaps the master was right. Maybe he was worrying too much. Besides, Everything was sound. What could possibly go wrong? Boom. An explosion to the left took their attention. Mikao sighed again. It seems Natsu and Gray had destroyed a section of the spectators' aisle in their brawl that they'd started for some reasons unknown. He rubbed his temples, attempting to ease the forming headache. Perhaps he spoke too soon. Uchiha Sasuke rarely dreams. He himself wondered what the reason was for this. Every night, he would slip into a deep, dreamless slumber. Sometimes he would dream, oftentimes he wouldn't. It's as if his very imagination itself shuts off whenever he sleeps. It had worried him once, thinking that his long-term use of the Manjikyu had finally taken something away from him, finally causing some mental impairments that he wasn't aware of. That his continued use of his Dajitsu had took his ability to dream. While not entirely dangerous, it had still worried him. Thankfully, it was proven untrue when he dreams in the rarest of times. But when those rare times he'd have a dream occurs, he would have to be extremely exhausted or worried. He didn't know why, but he would find himself dreaming whenever he slips into the unconscious world if either of those conditions plagued him. And for some odd reason, Sasuke enjoyed dreaming. Equipped with the mind of an Uchiha, he could perceive things in the dream world as if he was wide awake. Lucid dreaming was never uncommon in the Uchiha clan. Just like him and his older brother, most members of the clan were blessed with photographic memory. It wasn't an innate ability. But as soon as an Uchiha awakens the Sharingan for even in its earliest stages, the person's memory and perception greatly heightens to the point that dreams doesn't become a fleeting memory after waking up. And images and events inside the dreams oftentimes can be discerned with evocative clarity no matter how jumbled it seems. That was why ever since that tragedy had befallen to the Uchiha clan, Sasuke had always loathed sleeping. For whenever he even closes his eyes for but a transient moment, images of that night would beset his young mind. Horrid nightmares had haunted him since then. It had dwindled in his time with Team 7 and intensified in his time with Orochimaru. Became dangerously realistic when he learned of the true nature of Itachi's betrayal and had finally ceased when he was redeemed at the valley. He hadn't had that same nightmare until now. His nightmares these days consisted of a setting where he was being strapped in a chair while being force-fed with an endless amounts of ramen by Naruto. Or being straddled by Sakura on a heart-shaped bed while she sported hungry, almost starved expression. Like an alpha wolf in heat. He would have shivered violently if he wasn't currently asleep. While in his dreams, he could see vivid images that were too detailed that he could mistake them for reality. He could hear, feel, and even taste inside of his psyche as though his senses were active and awake. It's like his body activity hadn't lowered at all when asleep. He had also noticed that matter in his mind, no matter solid or liquid, felt real and tangible. He often wonders if this level of crispness was the normity of every clan member, or if it was the result caused by the relapsing effects of the Sharingan. Not like he'd cared anyway, he simply enjoyed it. Right now, Sasuke was dreaming. It was a pleasing dream. It was his own interpretation, or perhaps his brain's attempt at enacting the events if things could have gone a little bit different. He was dreaming the hypothetical scenario where Itachi hadn't killed off his clan, where he hadn't been consumed by revenge, and he was enjoying it. The vision was very picturesque. He could make out the details of the room he was currently in. The walls, the ceiling, the light bulb that hung overhead. The windows, the table, every frames, it was as though it wasn't a dream at all. Sasuke noticed that his stature was small. A brief glance at his body told him that he was what he looked like when he was 9 or 10. He sat in the tatami mat, as if he was waiting for someone. He didn't know what, but he had a feeling he would be finding out soon enough. Shortly after, something intruded his peripheral vision. Did his dream just bend to his will? It sensed his impatience, maybe. Of course, this was his dream after all. He controls everything in here, to some degree. No matter, he would follow wherever this dream's course may lead him. It was a someone, not something, he corrected. The figure was most assuredly female. Average height, long, silky black hair, fair skin. He slightly widened his eyes in surprise when realization hit him. It was his mother. Her face as beautiful and youthful as he had always remembered. She donned her favorite pink-colored yukata on. Kind, opalescent smile adorned her face that Sasuke found himself clutching his chest at the painfully nostalgic sight. Even if it was only a dream, even if it was only an inner world created by him, even if this figure wasn't real, he still struggled to repose himself at the vision of his mother's entity. His mother's expression was one of tranquility and without worry, prim and serene. She walked in the middle of his vision, following her was a child. Blonde, slightly tanned, whisker-marky. Naruto. He focused on the second figure, just to make sure he wasn't seeing things. Even though he was in his dream, which all things that he sees were anything but real. The second figment of his imagination was indeed his best friend. or at least his younger form. What the hell was Naruto doing in his dreams? His blonde friend adorned a pearly white smile as he held his mother's hand. Makoto holding onto his hand in turn, a motherly expression settled on her face. Sasuke watched the scene with curiosity and wonder. Maybe his brain was telling him that Naruto would have been adopted into the Uchiha had things turned out a lot better. Was that it? The thought made him smile. He wondered how his childhood would have been with the blonde Jinchuriki as his brother. It would have been fun, no doubt. Although having Naruto as his brother would have ended with him taking the brunt of some of Naruto's most horrible pranks. Which was not a pleasant thought at all. Sasuke, dear, are you okay? The ninja blinked. Startled, he stared at his mother's dark-colored orbs. Her peaceful countenance changed into something akin to worry, which he was so familiar with as a child, once again triggering a lance of pain in his heart. Sasuke was at a loss for words. He knew that she was not real, that she was merely a figment Sasuke had created inside the world of his own making. But the vision of his mother suddenly interacting with him made him gag any response that he would have verbally assembled. He stuttered, the intense sense of nostalgia overriding his senses, clouding his ability to speak. The ghost of his mother strolled to his side and hugged him. The unpredictable action made him grunt in surprise. The warmness of her form almost convinced him that this was reality. The incredibly detailed feeling of the fabrics of her clothes, the warm hands that lovingly caressed his hair, the realness of her motherly warmth took away the feeling of perplex and uncertainty that briefly bubbled from within him. It was all too real. He convinced himself that she wasn't real, that she was just a product of his mind made temporarily autonomous. But still, just this once, he wanted to feel his mother's embrace, to see her loving smile, to shower in her motherly love. So he hugged her back. The smell of her mother, she smelt of cherries, exactly how he remembered she smelled. Don't worry, Sasuke. I'm here. Mommy will always be here with you, she said, her voice gentle and warm. He knew she wasn't real, but that didn't matter to him right now. He hugged her tighter, clutching on her yukata, as if he was afraid to let go. He didn't care that she wasn't real. Right now, he was just content. Then all of a sudden, his vision dimmed. The surroundings, the room, everything was vanishing. And the reality inside of his dreamscape collapsed and dissolved. He was waking up, he realized. But he didn't stop hugging her. As everything vanished and gone into nothing more than darkness, his mother's touch also enfeebled. The warmness of her hug started to recede, and her presence had weakened. Still, he clutched tighter. Oddly enough, his mother had also stopped stroking his hair, and her hand was now holding his head tighter to her chest, inside the last remnants of her ethereal embrace. It's almost as if she didn't want to let him go. All good things eventually comes to an end. And her ambience dissipated into the void of nothingness that was his mind. The last thing he saw before everything went blank and lifeless was his mother's forlorn face as she faintly whispered something. I love you, Sasuke. 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 A voice. The ninja's mind had returned to the world of the conscious, but he wasn't awake quite yet. Sasuke. After hearing that, he found himself waking up in mild irritation. The Uchiha groggily opened his eyes, and the first thing he saw was a blurry image of a person hovering over him. Blue hair means it was probably Mikao. It was his turn to fight, perhaps. The man who woke him up sighed in relief as he pushed his still sleepy self into a sitting position. Rubbing his slightly droopy eyes to clear his vision, he glanced at Mikao. How long have I slept? He asked in a throaty voice. About 7 hours since. Sasuke, you okay? The question caught him off guard, and he looked at the man in confusion. Mikao was staring at his face with a worried expression. It was almost fatherly in nature. His confusion was answered when he felt thin streaks of something warm trickle down his cheeks. And he involuntarily touched it. It was wet. Water? No, tears. He was crying, he finally realized. Indeed, continuous rivulets slid down his features. Cursing inwardly, he immediately rubbed the tears away with the fabric of his sleeve. I'm fine, he replied neutrally, not showing any emotion. Not finding the need or want to dig in any further, the blue-haired mage turned to leave. All right, but you'll be fighting in 10 minutes. You're probably more powerful than him, but let me at least tell you that your opponent is one of the strongest mages in the games. Do prepare yourself, Mikao said, before he opened the door and left. Sasuke regarded Mikao's information for a moment. One of the strongest, huh? He murmured. With a determined ghost of a smile, he got up and stretched his stiff limbs. At least he was physically rejuvenated as far as physique goes. His chakra was replenished as well, although it still hadn't completely recovered yet. But that was fine. This will do for now. Feeling his muscles restored to their prime condition, he gave them a little twirl, feeling his muscles contract and stretch normally. With a small smile, he left the room with utmost confidence only an Uchiha could hope to obtain. He'll be sure to give them a show. The man known as Sasuke Uchiha rarely gets excited. As far as he could remember, the last time he felt genuine excitement was when he was 16. And that was when he was too engrossed with the morbid idea of his brother's demise. Or that time when Naruto challenged him to a battle. After that, he wasn't sure. But he knew at least that he wasn't the type to get excited easily. His emotions was as tempered as the strongest steel, and his mind was like a river of well-modulated knowledge and control. Steeled and hardened like a sword forged with epitome of qualities. A simple, basic emotion suck as excitement can't hope to pass beyond the confines of his well-guarded psyche. And yet, those qualities had failed to contain the same simple emotion that he was presently feeling. It was excitement. He was excited for the first time in years. And he didn't bother restraining the emotion either. It was understandable that he would be feeling this way. After all, this was to be his first real battle in a foreign world. His first real challenge. According to Mikao, his opponent was one of the more powerful fighters in the tournament. As a warrior who enjoys the heat of battles and the splendors of victory, as well as a man who had taken great interest to the unknown, not feeling excitement to this would be nothing short of mental retardation. Finally, he'll be finding out how chakra will fare against this so-called magic. How his skills will stack up to the rest of the competitors. How a ninja will do against mages. As he approached the arena, he could already hear the loud, tumultuous shouts and cheering of the spectators. As he was about to emerge from one of the openings that led to the arena, he stopped in his tracks. An idea crossed his mind, and basking in the limelight seemed tedious without it. It wasn't a particularly necessary one, nor was it brilliant. It was only for the sake of his amusement and curiosity, he would admit. And with that, he applied a little chakra to his visage and hinged himself. Makarov was sat cross-legged atop the ledge as he waited for the young man to grace them with his presence. Barely contained excitement was apparent on his face that he was sure even Natsu might be able to point out. What he didn't expect was for Master Mavis to be just as thrilled as he was, if not more. Indeed, the old master could see the diminutive girl sitting beside him still sported that bland, emotionless smile she always wore. But more than that, there were hints of authentic excitement in there. He couldn't help but wonder what made the first so giddy about. She couldn't have known about Sasuke. He was sure they hadn't met before. And even if they did, she shouldn't know that he was going to fight next. But given the first scarily perceptive intellect, he wouldn't be surprised if she already figured out that the hidden fighter was him. But that's discounting the obvious fact that apart from Mikao and him, all of the members thought of him dead at the mission. Or maybe the first saw how he invited the boy to fight in the games, which pretty much was possible, considering how sneaky she was as a spirit. Not to mention the various invisibility spells and presence concealment abilities the first master possessed. But that didn't matter. She sure doesn't mind it anyway, if the joyful look she exhibited was to be taken into account. The first had always been hungry for victory. It's what she loved the most, to win and never lose, other than her precious guild and its members, of course. So if she did already know about Sasuke and his very recent achievement, then she wouldn't refuse an easy win, all for the glory of fairy tale. Makarov couldn't fault the first for being that way. Like her, he was very iffy about losing. He wasn't a sore loser either, but losing just seemed so undesirable. Not to say that losing was a bad thing when it comes to competitions like this. You learn from your losses after all. And it's those mistakes that'll always make a warrior stronger and wiser. Although his children barely lost any battles, they mostly show great improvement from those times of defeat. Of course, just because the old master believed that Sasuke alone would carry the guild to victory doesn't mean that his children were pushovers. In fact, they were anything but. They were the strongest, most irresponsibly destructive guild the kingdom has to offer. And that was before the hellish battles and training they'd pushed through and persevered. Makarov was confident that they'd win the games anyway, regardless of Sasuke's presence in the games. Adding the young man to the mix all but assured their triumph. And also, 750 million jewels. The collective sounds of footsteps pulled Makarov out of his reverie. He turned to look at its direction to see Fairy Tail Team A-Lucy approach him, with the scarlet-haired knight leading them. As per usual, Natsu and Gray were at each other's throats again. The armor-clad swordswoman leaned on the ledge bedside the small master. Say, Master, you seem to know Fairy Tail B's unknown member? Raven, was it? Mind telling us about him? Urza inquired, her eyes twinkled inquisitively. Slightly behind her, Elfman and Gray leaned closer to listen. Fixing a playful stare at her, he grinned. It wouldn't be much of a surprise if I tell you right now. So you'll just have to wait and see for yourself. Makarov replied airily. The face Urza made when she pouted made him chuckle a little. Besides, he'll be coming out soon. He really hoped Sasuke would like the alias he put for him, though. It seems fitting enough, with his raven-like onyx hair. Hey Gramps, is he strong? Predictably, this time it was Natsu's loud, reverberating voice that invaded his ear canals. Shoving the ice mage out of his way to get closer to the master, completely oblivious to the venomous glare Grace in his way. You said he was a surprise. Does that mean he's super strong? Can I fight him afterwards? The Dragon Slayer asked enthusiastically, pumping his fist in the air. The hopeful face he made could have outshone the sun. Yeah, like a hidden character, Happy added. Makarov dismissed them with a light chuckle of amusement. As I said to Urza, you'll just have to see for yourselves. But Gramps. The current master of Fairy Tail ignored the teen's whining in favor of diligently observing the opposing fighter as he made his way into the grounds below. He held a relaxed and calm posture. He sported an unconcerned and unperturbed front. He walked with confidence and regality only fostered through years of accumulated battle experience, emitting power only those of the wizard saints could rival. This mage certainly was impressive, even with Makarov's standards. And here he is, folks. The one and only Juranikis of Lamia Scale. The commentator announced. Juranikis was a relatively new member of the Wizard Saints. A wee bit young as well, 40-ish something? But he supposed that age hardly matters. What usually counts is the power one holds. If a mage had enough power to warrant the position amongst the Wizard Saints, then no one would object so long as that person abides to the rules. Experience may be an essential part to being one of the geezers, but strength trumps over it most of the time. That's how they'd come to recruit Seagrain and his pretty little subordinate Altair, if he remembered correctly. But that principle of thinking proved to be their undoing, as those admittedly powerful youngsters were actually dark mages in disguise, and they had learned not to trust someone with power the hard way. He hoped at least those geezers had acknowledged their mistakes. Those idiots could be the most stubborn people he'd ever met. The bald man stopped at the center of the arena with a smile that exuded aplomb. The loud fanatical roars and cheers of the crowd told Makarov that he was a fan favorite. That was completely understandable. He was the sole competitor to hold the title of Wizard Saint after all. That had to garner some attention. And that's not counting the already successful fanbase the Lamia Scale Guild had amassed over the course of the time skip. What confused the master, though, was that Jura was too confident for his own right, considering who he's about to face. The lack of rumors about Tortuga's death had made him come to the assumption that the Wizard Saints and the Magic Council had somehow known of this. And he knows only those geezers had the ability to suppress such news from spreading and mark it as confidential matter. They no doubt already hypothesized who the Slayer was. It wouldn't take them a long time to figure that one out too. Sasuke was the only recent recruit. That is unless, of course, they already had solid information, which he doubted they wouldn't have. And if the Wizard Saints knew who Sasuke Uchiha was and what he's capable of, then no doubt Jura would know as well. Nevertheless, the muscled man never held a visage of disquiet and worry in the face of such an adversary. He'd have said that he was impressed with the man's bravery, or was that overconfidence? But it bordered on foolish, unfortunately. Perhaps he never showed hints of fear because the games did not encourage fight to the death. Still, breaking the majority of a person's bones was allowed so long as it doesn't kill the opponent. That should be enough reason to warrant some smidgen of concern to any man with sound mind. Logic should tell him that the secret mage would be Sasuke, since there's no reason he would even make a surprise out of already existing guild members. The thunderous roars and applause of the audience had slowly died down as Jura settled to stand quietly, as stiff as a statue as he waited for his match. As seconds turned to minutes, the Earth Mage's thin eyebrows twitched in annoyance. The mage he was supposed to fight had seemingly no plans at all to show himself. His posture was slightly slumped now, and his face was noticeably scrunched in displeasure. Minutes progressed, and the crowd's cheers had devolved into awkward buzzing and murmurs as the onlookers were rapidly getting riddled with impatience. And soon enough, shouts of boos and harsh complaints resonated around the large, circular structure like the buzzing of honeybees. And all of it were directed at where Fairy Tail was stationed. Said guild felt like they were a bunch of kittens thrown into a pound full of rabid dogs. They had paid to watch the games after all, not wait around. By now, Makarov was sweating bullets at the unpleasant attention they were receiving. A quick glance to his right greeted him to the side of Mavis fidgeting in discomfort. The placid smile was gone, and what took its place on her porcelain-like face was a frown of disappointment and indignation. Urza was whipping her head from a direction to another, silencing a group of irked spectators with a vicious death glare. Natsu seethed, clenching his fists tightly, as if on the verge of launching himself and pounding some morons to the ground. Gray just calmly gazed down at them with an icy-cold stare. Elfman ground his teeth in rage, but otherwise was able to control his beastly instincts to just bulldoze the fools. The non-participating members of Fairy Tail weren't faring any better either. Shame, disappointment, anger, or a combination of those crossed their faces. The master turned to the blue-haired veteran, sending him an inquiring, if a bit annoyed look. "Mikao, where's Sasuke? Are you sure you've woken him up?" The veteran nodded stiffly. "Yeah, he was up before I left the room. He should have been here minutes earlier," he replied quickly, grimacing as he sent a glare to a bunch-booing audience. Makarov felt a flash of irritation cover his mind. "Go check on him. Tell him to hurry or else he'll be disqualified for Cammy's sake." "I don't think disqualification is going to be our main concern here," Mikao stated, sparing brief glances at the angry mobs of tournament enthusiasts. The master wholeheartedly agreed at that. Damn it, that boy. Where could that whippersnapper have possibly gone to? He sincerely prayed to the gods that the newest addition to his family wouldn't be troublemaker. But seems those same Daidais cruelly denied his plight. A sigh of frustration escaped the old man's lips. The fire manipulator quickly turned to leave to begin the hunt for the resident Uchiha, but then halted on his steps when the reverberating voice of the commentator filled the stadium, earning the attention of every pair of ears within it. "Ano, the judges have decided to cut the time limit to 1 minute only. Should Fairy Tail B's representative fail to make an appearance within that time, Juraniki's of Lamia Scale will be proclaimed the victor by disqualification," came the loud, echoing voice, much to both men's further trepidation. Fairy Tail gasped at the news, but knew they couldn't revoke the judge's decision. So within that short time frame, they would wait for their fighter to come out from wherever closet he was hiding. Well, shit. Mikao muttered under his breath. They weren't worried if they'd lose this one single round, of course. What they were afraid of, though, was the already besmirched name of Fairy Tail further getting sullied in the eyes of the populace. "I can feel his presence. He's inside this building," Mavis muttered, proving that she indeed knows the young man. Makarov had to hand it to her. She was calm despite the sticky spot their guild was in. Although the frown she sported more than conveyed the emotion she was feeling. Makarov looked at her. "If he's in this building, then what on earth is that young man doing? I can only sense him. I can't tell what he is doing." The old master slumped down. "Arg, I'm starting to get a headache," he hollered as he started massaging his temples. "Master." Both masters of Fairy Tail turned to the rather disgruntled voice, which was Rizz. "I don't know who this secret mage is, but I'm afraid he has proven himself to be a coward who would willingly abandon a battle just because he knows his opponent is of the Wizard Saints." Rizz fumed, clenching her gauntlet fist. Further inspection showed that her fists were shaking in righteous fury. At that, Mavis looked down despondently. She was a mage of high intellect. She was a tactician, a strategist of the highest caliber. She was not known in life as the Fairy Tail strategist for nothing. And apart from a few mistakes and slip-ups here and there, her judgment were accurate most of the time, if not all the time. She was an excellent judge of character. She took pride of that. When she first saw the young man, she could already see the power wafting out of him. A presence so strong that even Natsu's boisterous aura would seem tame in comparison. Yet at the same time it was hidden, concealed. She could see in his eyes a warrior's pride. Mavis could tell that this very young man had tasted war and had seen his fair share of death in his life. Saying he was a coward would be akin to saying that Natsu was an introverted vegetarian, or saying that Elfman was the girliest man alive. She couldn't have made a mistake in choosing him, right? "Arg," Natsu suddenly roared. "Where the heck is he? That punk, did he think he could just run away? I swear when I get my hands on that prick I'm gonna..." "Only 30 seconds remain," the commentator's voice chimed in, breaking Natsu's enraged blabber. Makarov sighed. He supposed losing this one time wouldn't hurt. This was Fairy Tail B's first loss. He cared about the guild's reputation to some degree. But what truly troubled him was the reputation of each member. After all, one cowardly action would oftentimes reflect to all. He honestly thought much more of the young man. The word coward just doesn't seem to fit him. Only 10 seconds remain. Urza gritted her teeth in vexation. The coward didn't even bother showing up. To think that Master put his faith on such a lowly worm of a man. The scarlet-haired mage balled her fists even as she shifted where she stood to look at the magical screen that displayed the countdown. Just thinking of the man made her blood boil in rage. She'd be sure to properly settle things out with after this should she meet him. Preferably a heart-to-heart talk with her gauntlet left and right fists. Also, heart-to-heart seems a little amiss. Make it fist-to-face instead. The Scarlet Knight took a cursory glance at her teammates. As she expected, anger and disappointment marred their faces as they shared the swordswoman's sentiments. Probably not because of the impending loss, but because of the resounding resentment sent their way from the audience. 5. The commentator's voice sounded through the microphone. And with great distaste and dismay, they grudgingly accepted defeat. 4. The crowd counted along. Some ceased from throwing insults to counting with the commentator. But it barely made any difference for them. 3, 2, 1. At this point, Mavis looked like she was about to burst into tears. Clenching her tiny fists and her downcast eyes looked like it was desperately holding back tears. Makarov sighed despondently beside her. The time is up. As the representative of Fairy Tale B was unable to make an appearance, as per judge's decision, I now declare Juranikis to be the Vic Dash. HM? What's this? The man's loud voice took a sudden questioning turn. All spectators, especially Fairy Tale, eagerly looked up to the monitor, some to the battleground below. Showcasing a black-cloaked man emerging from one of the gates, and calmly walk out into the center of the battlefield. Aside from the long cloak, the man also wore a dark-colored hood over his head, obscuring his face. He stopped at 10 meters opposite from Juranikis, who seemed to regard the newly arrived mage. Ho? It seems that Fairy Tale B's fighter has arrived for the battle. The announcement elicited boisterous roars of cheers from the audience. Fairy Tale's mood seemed to slightly brighten up by his appearance. Although he was a second late, at the very least, him showing up means he wasn't completely a milksop. But because Fairy Tale B's representative failed to arrive within the specified time frame, I hereby declare Raven of Fairy Tale to be disqualified. HM? What is it, sir? There was a short pause as the commentator turned around and conversed with the judges. Fairy Tale waited anxiously as the group of men seemed to click on a decision. Shortly after, the commentator went back to his place and placed the microphone in front of his mouth to announce the final verdict. Oh my. It seems the judges have made their decision. Ladies and gentlemen, Raven of Fairy Tale will be given a chance to prove himself against Juranikis. We will have the long-awaited battle. Loud exuberant roars of approval erupted right after that declaration. Fairy Tale cheered at the decision, immediately flipping their disposition from dejected to euphoric. Rizz sighed in relief. Looks like things turned out okay after all. At least she won't have to dirty her armor with his blood. The first master of Fairy Tale's expression flipping 360 degrees from crestfallen to delighted, her face visibly lighting up as she heard the news. Haha. Now isn't this just fortuitous? Macau said jovially. Indeed. Macau nodded with a smile. The old master righted himself from his slouched position as he examined the young man below. It definitely was him. The outfit was exactly how he remembered Sasuke wore. The only difference was the hood. He hadn't remembered him having it earlier, though maybe he could have just hidden it within his collar. It was large enough to completely swallow his head and leave his face a mystery to all. He wondered why the young man felt the need to conceal his identity. But that didn't matter now. So long as he got to fight, and Fairy Tale wins, then all details were largely unnecessary. This should be an interesting fight. The tumultuous shouts of the audience was so loud that Sasuke found himself grimacing as the noise violated his ear canals. Considering how ninjas train their senses, including their hearing sensitivity comparable to that of a feline's hearing, violated might be a bit of an understatement. The ninja had rested quite well. Everything, except for his chakra, were pretty much in top condition. He was devoid of any headaches or any physical anomalies that might hinder him or impede his movements in this fight. A satisfied smirk settled on the young man's lips. It would have been visible for all to see if it weren't for the oversized hood he donned. Juranikis of Lamia Scale versus Raven of Fairy Tale B. His first fight in a different world was about to start. He'll be sure to make this a worthwhile moment. Begin.
Thank you so much for taking the time to listen. I truly appreciate your support. If you enjoyed this content and want to see more, don't forget to hit that subscribe button and stay tuned for future updates. Your support means the world to me.